Chapter 1 Oh no, Hinata Hanabi opened the Sharingan. Chapter 1 Oh no, Hinata Hanabi opened the Sharingan. Miss, it's bad, something big has happened. KONOHA village. The area where the Hyuga clan is located. A woman dressed in Hyuga family clothes was running hurriedly, her face full of anxiety. Hinata Hyuga, who was training in the training ground, saw someone running over and immediately stopped and looked over in confusion. What's wrong? This one is Hanabi's maid. Hanabi went out to play today, and was followed by two maids. One of them came back like that. Could something have happened? Thinking of this, Hinata's expression suddenly changed and she became nervous. He hurriedly asked, "Is it Hanabi? What happened to Hanabi?" She was actually planning to take Hanabi out to play today, but she didn't go because she was thinking about practicing ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, Hyuga Hanabi's maid would actually come over. Still saying something happened, Hinata Hyuga immediately thought of Hanabi. But it shouldn't be. Because Hanabi is also protected by ninjas. It's the second miss. The second miss has awakened a pair of Sharingan. The maid who came over swallowed her saliva and said, "Chun Tao is protecting the second young lady now and won't let her out, so I hurried to inform you, the eldest young lady." She didn't know where Hinata Hayashi was now, and she had no right to go to Hinata Hayashi's study. There are also ninjas stationed in Hyuga Hayashi's study. After thinking about it, she decided that the person she could contact best at the moment was Miss Hinata. What? Hearing this, Hyuga Hinata's expression changed. There really was something wrong with fireworks. But the next second, Hinata Hyuga's face was stunned again. Hinata Hanabi awakens the Sharingan? Sharingan, isn't that exclusive to the Uchiha clan? How could such a thing appear on Hinata Hanabi? Impossible. It is impossible for someone without Uchiha bloodline to have the Sharingan. Hinata Hanabi is his younger sister, who is even more talented than himself and has been designated as the heir to the main family. How could Hanabi awaken the Sharingan? Really, miss? Seeing the stunned and shocked Hyuga Hinata, the maid quickly said, "It was just too urgent, so I ran back in a hurry and took a special path. We took the second young lady shopping, and unexpectedly, the second young lady entered a jar shop, opened a jar, and a pair of Sharingan appeared. That shop owner was very young, a handsome young man wearing a simple robe. He said that the things in his shop could produce all kinds of things, which attracted the second young lady. Then the second young lady produced the Sharingan, and it was a 3-Magatama eye." What? Hearing this, Hyuga Hinata's face was dull and her mind was in a mess. Jar? Developed the Sharingan? And its 3-Magatama. When Hyuga Hinata was shocked, her mind was still a little confused. Why did Hinata Haruki's words make her head so confused? Hinata Hanabi now has a 3-Magatama Sharingan? I have to tell my father. No, father isn't here, we have to go find Hanabi first. Take me there. Without any hesitation, some ideas flashed through her mind, and Hyuga Hinata hurriedly said nervously, "Hurry. No matter what, the most urgent task is to find Hanabi first and not let anyone else discover Hanabi's Sharingan." Because of this incident, Chunju came back immediately and told herself that she didn't bring Huahuo back because she was afraid of being seen on the road. Her father is not at home now, so she has to go and bring Huahuo back. And they couldn't let others know what the Sharingan was. Immediately, Hyuga Hinata followed Hyuga Harukiku and quickly moved towards the destination. When moving, he also used chakra to speed up and chose some remote routes. As Hyuga Hinata followed Hyuga Hanabi's maid and moved quickly over the other side. The street east of KONOHA village. At the end of the street, there is an ordinary shop. A woman dressed in Hyuga family clothing was looking outside the jar shop with a wary expression. Compared to this one, inside the store, there was a little Lolita with delicate looks, a petite figure, 2 curved eyebrows, and a pair of distinct black and white pupils. She looked very cute and kind. It was the second daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hanabi. At this time, Hinata Hanabi was looking eagerly at the handsome young man in front of her, who was about 17 or 18 years old, and said with a flushed face, "Brother Lin Mo, how did you do it? Great, so amazing." As she spoke, Hinata Hanabi's pupils suddenly turned into Sharingan, and 3 black commas were rotating in her eyeballs. "It has nothing to do with me. It mainly depends on your luck in opening the can." Lin Mo smiled faintly. "You opened a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, so you got this pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. You can't control the Sharingan now, you can try to control it, otherwise it's not good to open the Sharingan suddenly at any time because of emotional excitement. Hold head high." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hanabi nodded obediently. The most urgent task is to learn how to control the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Otherwise, it would be terrible if the 3 Magatama Sharingan automatically opened due to emotions. As the second daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hanabi knows how important the Sharingan is. This matter must never be known to others. As for why the shop owner knew it was okay, it was because his jar shop sells jars. Immediately, Hinata Hanabi tried to control the Sharingan. But as she tried to control herself, Hinata Hanabi became distressed. "It's so difficult. When I try to control the Sharingan, I find it difficult to control it accurately." While Hinata Hanabi was trying hard to control her 3 Magatama Sharingan. In front of the jar shop, Hinata Hanabi's maid, Hinata Haruki, said to Lin Mo respectfully, "Shopkeeper, can you tell me your origins? Why is there a 3 Magatama Sharingan in this jar? And there is no need to transplant it, the second lady merged it as soon as she touched it." Hinata Harukiku was very humble towards the young man in front of her. In an era when the Uchiha were almost extinct, it was incredible that they could produce a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. You know, these are the eyes that countless ninjas in the ninja world dream of. But in the end, it was obtained by Hanabi. Even though Miss Hanabi is the second daughter of the Hyuga clan and has Byakugan. But in her opinion, there are only advantages and no disadvantages for my second daughter to obtain the 3 Magatama Sharingan. The problem is, even if someone else gets the Sharingan, it should be transplanted. Instead, the second young lady of her own family only needed to touch it and instantly possessed the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Before the eldest lady came, she wanted to ask for some useful information. While asking, Hinata Harukiku looked at the cabinet behind Lin Mo. The cabinet has many small compartments, and in each compartment there is an ordinary-looking jar. It's hard to imagine that the second young lady just gained a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan just by knocking open one of the jars. This incident was simply unbelievable and overturned her 3 views. Moreover, the Sharingan does not need to be transplanted, it can be integrated with just a touch of the hand. She was filled with countless shocks and confusions. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 I am a shopkeeper who sells jars. Chapter 2 I am a shopkeeper who sells jars. I'm a shopkeeper who sells jars. Hearing what Hinata Haruki said, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said slowly, "The purpose of opening a store is to do business and sell cans. There is not only the Sharingan in the jar, but also the Byakugan of your Hyuga clan, or the legendary Samsara Eye. There is nothing you can't open, except what you can't imagine. There are all kinds of other bloodline limits, even special abilities that surpass bloodline limits, summoning beasts, and so on. Of course, this is good luck. If your luck is bad, then you might get something rubbish, such as a kunao or a soldier pill." Lin Mo talked eloquently, and Hinata Haruki looked solemn when she heard him. What the shop owner said was unbelievable and broke her cognition. He could even roll his eyes. If it weren't for her second young lady opening a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, she would definitely think Lin Mo was a liar. Looking at her second young lady who was controlling the 3 Magatama Sharingan, Hinata Harukiku fell completely silent. What happened today really broke her cognition. "So, open a jar. Lin Mo chuckled, it only takes 100,000 taels to open a jar. Maybe you can open a 3-Magadama Sharingan like Hanabi. I don't have that much money. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Haruki's face showed some interest. But the next second, he shook his head, besides, even if I open the Sharingan, it will be a disaster for me. The most urgent thing is to wait for the eldest lady to come and then take Miss Hanabi back. What a pity. Hearing what Hinata Haruki said, Lin Mo shook his head, then turned to look at the jars on his counter. This ordinary jar costs 100,000 taels each, which is not too expensive. The maid of the second lady of the Hyga clan had no money to buy her, not even 100,000 taels. Looking at Hinata Hanabi, who was trying hard to control her Sharingan, Lin Mo smiled faintly. But I still sold a jar, which is pretty good. You can sign in every day to receive some ordinary jars for free. He only needs to sell a jar, and he can get whatever the other party offers. At the same time, if you sell a certain amount of jars, you can also get an exclusive jar as a reward. He can become stronger by opening exclusive jars to obtain things. The first exclusive jar requires selling 100 regular jars. I have only sold one so far, and I still have a long way to go. SHH. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the jar shop. Another figure followed closely behind. Miss. Seeing Hyga Hinata coming, Hyga Haruki's eyes suddenly lit up and she quickly knelt on one knee respectfully. No need to be so formal. Where's Hanabi? When Hyga Hinata arrived, she looked at Hanabi first. After seeing Hanabi, Hyga Hinata was completely relieved. As long as Hanabi was okay, she was glad. When Hinata Hyga looked at Hanabi, Lin Mo also looked at Hinata Hyga. Hinata Hyga was wearing a long coat and long pants, looking a bit conservative but with a very modern feel. Although she was dressed conservatively, the girl was graceful and elegant, with eyes like glass, more penetrating and attractive than a clear lake, making people feel attracted to her at first sight. When Lin Mo looked at Hyga Hinata also saw Lin Mo and took a quick look around the shop. The entire store was filled with nothing but a reclining chair and a cabinet filled with black lacquered jars. Not far away was a staircase leading directly to the second floor. When she saw Lin Mo for the first time, Hinata Hyga's heart moved slightly. What a handsome young man! He is more handsome than all the boys I have seen in Konoha village. It is hard to imagine that such a handsome young man would stay in this ordinary shop. Elder sister. Just as Hinata was looking at Lin Mo, Hyga Hanabi also saw Hyga Hinata coming and immediately ran over excitedly. Sharingan. Seeing Hyga Hanabi running over with a pair of 3-Magadama Sharingan in her pupils, Hyga Hinata's expression was completely moved. It's exactly like what Hinata Harumo said. Hanabi has a pair of 3-Magadama Sharingan. You know, even the geniuses of the Uchiha clan today do not have the 3-Magadama Sharingan, and now, a pair of 3-Magadama Sharingan appeared on the people of the Hyga clan. For a moment, Hyga Hinata was confused. Looking at Hyga Hanabi running towards her, Hyga Hinata picked up Hyga Hanabi in shock and looked into her eyes carefully. In an instant, Hyga Hinata opened her Byakugan. It was indeed discovered that Hinata Hanabi's eyes were a pair of 3-Magadama Sharingan. Hey, sister, I have a Sharingan. Hyga Hanabi, who was held by Hyga Hinata, looked excited. Look, it's still 3-Magatama. After hearing what Hyga Hanabi said and looking at the 3-Magadama Sharingan in Hyga Hanabi's eyes, Hyga Hinata took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and looked at Lin Mo. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you understand how terrifying it is to see a pair of 3-Magadama Sharingan appear on a member of the Hyga clan. And all this is because of the young man in front of him. She really wanted to ask why there was such a thing as the Sharingan in the jar. And it's a pair of 3-Magatama. As a member of the Hyga clan, her father had told her many things. The Sharingan is discussed in detail. So now Hinata Hyaga's mind is very confused, with many thoughts and doubts. She wants to ask, but she doesn't know where to start. After a long while, Hyaga Hinata took a deep breath and tried her best to calm her shocked heart. The most urgent task is to solve the problem of Hinata Hanabi first. It is not a good thing that a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan appears on the second daughter of the Hyaga clan. Owner, can you remove this pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan? The next second, Hyaga Hinata hesitated and asked Lin Mo hesitantly again. Although the 3 Magatama Sharingan is very powerful, Hinata knows from her father that the 3 Magatama Sharingan without the Uchiha bloodline is a huge burden. Especially for the few-year-old fireworks, it is even more exaggerated. Although the 3 Magatama Sharingan is very powerful, Hinata Hanabi will never reveal it when fighting against the enemy or going on missions in the future. Because once it is revealed, it will inevitably attract the attention of other senior officials in the village. How could you, a member of the Hyaga clan, have a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan from the Uchiha clan? By then, the Hyaga clan will definitely be in trouble. Secondly, although the 3 Magatama Sharingan is powerful, if it is not used, its value is not as good as the Byakugan that Hinata Hanabi originally possessed. Hanabi is very talented and was chosen by her father to be the heir to the main family at a young age. For Hanabi, the Byakugan is her biggest help. But now she suddenly possesses a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, which will inevitably suppress Hanabi's original talent, which is not a good thing. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 I sell ordinary jars for 21. Chapter 3 I sell ordinary jars for taels each. The 3 Magatama Sharingan can drive other ordinary ninjas crazy. But to Hinata Hanabi, she is just a burden. This burden must be discarded. After all, it means trouble. So now she wanted to ask this young and good-looking shop owner if there was any way to remove this pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. In Hinata's opinion, these 3 Magatama Sharingan must be removed. But if the Sharingan is transplanted, what about Hinata Hanabi's original Byakugan? Thinking of this, Hyaga Hinata panicked, and quickly looked at Hanabi, and quickly said, "Hanabi, can you use your Byakugan now?" Hinata Hanabi should not lose her Byakugan just because she has the Sharingan. Sure. Hearing what Hinata Hyaga said, Hanabi Hyaga nodded, and her 3 Magatama Sharingan instantly turned into Byakugan. Seeing this scene, Hyaga Hinata was shocked. Now Hinata Hanabi is like this, her 3 Magatama Sharingan can switch back and forth between the Byakugan. In this case, if Hanabi's Sharingan is transplanted, will her Byakugan also disappear? Of course can. Lin Mo nodded in response to Hinata Hyaga's shocked words, but if we want to remove it, it means transplantation. But now Hanabi Hyaga has already merged with the Sharingan. The Sharingan and the Byakugan have merged into one. If we remove Hanabi's Sharingan, the Byakugan will naturally be removed as well. In this state of Hinata Hanabi, the 3 Magatama Sharingan and the Byakugan have already merged. The only advantage is that it can be replaced at will, making it easier to hide. The bad thing is that if you remove this pair of Sharingan, the Byakugan will naturally be removed as well. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyaga Hinata frowned. It was the worst case scenario she could imagine. If Hanabi's Sharingan is removed, her Byakugan will be gone. This puts us in a dilemma. Then, owner, while removing these 3 Magatama Sharingan, didn't you keep the Byakugan? After thinking for a while, Hyaga Hinata looked at Lin Mo again, and said hesitantly in a low voice, the Hyaga clan cannot have the Sharingan. Once it appears, it means trouble. This shop owner is so mysterious. Although he doesn't seem to have any chakra, he has a mysterious temperament if you look closely. Since Hanabi can directly obtain a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, there should also be a way to cancel this pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan and keep the Byakugan. There's no way to eliminate that. Hearing what Hinata Hyaga said, Lin Mo shook his head, which immediately made Hinata Hyaga depressed. Is there no way? But to be honest, there is a way. The next second, Lin Mo changed the subject, and Hinata's depressed mood was like riding a roller coaster. She immediately looked up at Lin Mo with surprise and hope in her eyes. The owner has a solution. That's opening the can. Lin Mo looked at the counter with ordinary jars behind him and chuckled. There are all kinds of things in the jars, whether it's bloodline limit ninjutsu, magic weapons, or even tailed beasts. There's nothing you can't open, except what you can't think of. It is not impossible to take out the things or abilities that can remove the bloodline from the jar. The 3 Magatama Sharingan, to put it simply, is a bloodline limit. There is something in the jar that can strip away the bloodline limit. The jars that he sold contained not only things from the Naruto world. There is everything in the heavens and all realms. The better the jar, the greater the chance of getting something good out of it. It was so easy to peel off a bloodline limit. Open the jar. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata's heart moved, and she looked at those ordinary-looking jars placed behind Lin Mo. It was because of this jar that Hanabi was able to open the 3 Magatama Sharingan. If you want to solve it, you need to open the can. If it weren't for the appearance of the bloodline limit of the 3 Magatama Sharingan, Hyuga Hinata would definitely suspect that Lin Mo was a liar. After all, how could something like the Sharingan just appear in an ordinary jar? And it's being sold for 100,000 taels, so anyone can come and open it. Young lady, the second young lady opened her Sharingan, and she just reached out and touched it and it merged. At this time, Hinata Harukiku quickly said, there is no special process. She watched as Hinata Hanabi opened the jar. Unexpectedly, as soon as Hinata Hanabi touched it, she obtained the 3 Magatama Sharingan, which shocked her on the spot. Call. After hearing this, Hyuga Hinata already knew the magic of this jar. I immediately took a deep breath and tried to calm myself down. Looking at the handsome Lin Mo in front of her, Hinata hurriedly whispered, "Shopkeeper, I am Hinata Hyuga from the Hyuga family. It's our first meeting. Please give me your guidance." The origins of this shop owner are so mysterious that Hinata Hyuga no longer dares to think about it. After all, being able to take out something like the Sharingan and allow people to obtain it just by touching it completely broke her cognition. So Hyuga Hinata is very respectful and polite to the store owner. "Hello, Hinata." Seeing the serious Hinata, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, "As you can see, I am a shopkeeper who sells jars, or you can think of me as a jar merchant. Can the owner tell me about the jar?" Hyuga Hinata said softly, "Although I already know it, I still want to know more details." "If you want to go into more details, there's nothing else to say." Lin Mo chuckled, "I sell ordinary jars for 100,000 taels each. A regular jar." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata paused and said hesitantly, "Is there a better jar up there?" Hinata Hanabi opened a normal jar. It turns out that the owner has refined jars that are better than ordinary jars? Hinata Hyuga didn't even dare to think of anything better than the Sharingan's bloodline limit. Of course. Lin Mo nodded, "That's a fine jar. Whether it's the price or the purchasing qualification, you need to buy a certain amount of ordinary jars before you can buy it. You can only open ordinary jars now. Shopkeeper, before you open the can, I have one more question." Hyuga Hinata hesitated, then looked at Lin Mo seriously and asked softly, "Does that mean that no matter who comes, they can come to the store to buy a jar? The jar contains good stuff like a blood limit, isn't the store owner afraid of getting into trouble? You know, this ordinary jar contains the bloodline limit of the 3 Magatama Sharingan. If ordinary people knew that they could buy it for only 100,000 taels, they would definitely go crazy. After all, bloodline limit represents a powerful ninja. Who doesn't want to be a ninja, but if you want to become a ninja, you must have talent. Those without talent are not ninjas at all and cannot even learn ninjutsu. I can only learn physical training. But physical skills are very difficult, and if you really have to face ninjutsu, you will still be at a great disadvantage. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Bloodline Limit is not a good thing. Chapter 4, Bloodline Limit is not a good thing. And bloodline limit is the special skill that ninja is born with. With a bloodline limit, you are naturally ahead of countless ordinary people and win at the starting line. However, there are too few people who possess Kekkei Genkai, and most of those who have Kekkei Genkai are from families. For example, her Hyuga clan, or the Uchiha clan, etc., have special bloodline limits. Now the store owner is actually selling Kekkei Genkai. Isn't he afraid of the Konoha's high-ranking officials? Isn't the shop owner afraid of trouble? Or does the store owner have the ability to suppress trouble? Even the Hokage doesn't know about this little jar shop. Otherwise, why is there no action? That's not a question. When Hyuga Hinata was thinking this, Lin Mo smiled faintly, but I would also say this kind of common sense. No matter who it is, he can come to me to open the jar, even if he is an ordinary person. Lin Mo said slowly, as for the bloodline limit, it is not considered a good thing in my shop. There are too many abilities stronger than the bloodline limit. Whether it can be opened depends entirely on the luck of the person who opens the can. Even I can't interfere. As for trouble, since I dare to open this jar, I will naturally not be afraid of any trouble. In this jar shop, you are the absolute master. No matter who comes, they will be suppressed by myself and won't be able to make any waves. Something better than a bloodline limit. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata's face was stunned. Seeing how naturally the shop owner spoke, it was obvious that he wasn't lying. But things like bloodline limit are already the best things in the ninja world. What could be better than a bloodline limit? And having a bloodline limit doesn't mean being strong. Even if an ant has a bloodline limit but doesn't know how to use it or develop it, it's still just an ant. Lin Mo said slowly, how many people with bloodline limits have achieved nothing in their lives? Bloodline limits only give you a better start, but it doesn't mean you will definitely be stronger. For example, your Hyuga clan, the Hyuga clan members with Byakugan, don't they also have many who are mediocre their whole lives? Do they become stronger after they have bloodline limits? Compared to the truly gifted ninjas without bloodline power, they only have the advantage of the Byakugan. If you are accidentally caught by an ordinary person, you will die. Is it really that powerful to have a bloodline limit? Although bloodline limit is the standard to measure a strong person, it is not the only one. Even within the Hyuga clan, there are many people with Byakugan who remain mediocre throughout their lives. Bloodline limit cannot allow you to change your fate, it just gives you a good starting point. No talent at all. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata fell silent. The shop owner is right. Having a bloodline limit does not necessarily mean that you will become stronger. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, she knows the situation of the Hyuga clan very well. According to the store owner's analysis, the bloodline limit doesn't seem to be that good. But Hinata also knows that something like bloodline limit is also the pursuit of countless ordinary people. Once combined with a ninja who possesses a bloodline limit, it is possible that the next generation will also be born with a bloodline limit. Unfortunately, it is not so easy to combine with a ninja with bloodline limit. Some people spent all their family wealth and were unable to marry into the Hyuga clan. Family affairs. There is a gap between common people and nobles. That gap is the bloodline limit. What does the shop owner want? Hyuga Hinata was silent for a while, hesitated for a moment, and then asked in a low voice, "These ordinary jars are 100,000 taels each, but they contain bloodline limits like the Sharingan, which can be integrated by anyone. This is enough to drive anyone crazy. This is something that cannot be bought with 1 million taels, or even 10 million taels. Isn't it too cheap for the store owner to sell it for 100,000 taels? Or, in other words, why does the store owner sell it so cheaply?" Although Hinata is young, she doesn't understand why Lin Mo would open such a kin shop. If there is such a thing, shouldn't it be used by oneself? Even if you don't need it yourself, if you really want to trade it, you have to auction it off or sell it at a high price. In the end, only 100,000 taels were needed. These 100,000 taels are an astronomical figure for ordinary people. But for real ninjas or businessmen, it is a very cheap price. If those people knew about this, they would definitely go crazy. After all, one bloodline limit can be purchased for 100,000 ryo, which is basically a gift for free. To sell more jars, of course. Lin Mo smiled faintly, as for cheap or something, that's the price of my jar shop. If the price wasn't set by the shop, I would make sure to adjust it to the lowest price. After all, by selling more jars, he can quickly obtain exclusive jars and become stronger. Hyuga Hinata. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata was confused. Sell more jars? What a strange goal. What she wanted to ask was why the store owner sold it so cheaply and what his purpose was. Then the owner said he wanted to sell more jars, and they were gone. Isn't this just a free gift? For a moment, Hinata was confused. However, seeing that the shopkeeper was unwilling to say more, Hinata took a deep breath, knowing that asking further would be fruitless. The most urgent task is to open the jar first and deal with Hinata Hanabi's Sharingan. Of course, what I want to say is that what comes out of the jar depends on your luck. Looking at Hyuga Hinata who was about to open the can, Lin Mo chuckled, maybe you opened the can, but you didn't get what you need to solve Hyuga Hanabi. You have to be mentally prepared. Hinata Hyuga is now opening the can, mainly to solve the problem with Hanabi Hyuga and get rid of the 3 Magatama Sharingan. But sometimes the result is not what Hinata Hyuga wants. Hinata Hyuga, who was about to open the can, froze when she heard Lin Mo's words. Yes, the shop owner is right, opening the can depends entirely on your luck. It is not necessarily impossible to have what is needed to make fireworks bloom. I know. Hyuga Hinata nodded. We still have to open the jar. Only by opening the jar will we have a chance to remove Hinata Hanabi's Sharingan. If you don't open the jar, there is absolutely no chance. Hinata immediately took out the money and prepared to open the can, but the next second, she reached for her waist, blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment and said, well, owner, can you let me open the can first? I'll have someone bring the money over later. She came out in a hurry and didn't bring any money with her. No. Lin Mo shook his head, this store does not accept credit. You can open the can when you pay. I understand. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata hid the embarrassment in her eyes, then looked at Chunju and whispered, Chunju, please run to my room and bring my wallet. Remember to take the small path and be careful not to attract other people's attention. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Hinata opens the jar, even the Byakugan can and number 039, see through it. Chapter 5 Hinata opens the jar, even the Byakugan can't see through it. If the Hyuga clan moved quickly on the streets of Konoha village, they would definitely attract some people's attention. But if you walk the same way, there should be no problem using chakra to speed up your pace secretly. I understand, miss. Hearing what Hinata Hyuga said, Haruchiko Hyuga nodded quickly and walked out. She naturally realized the importance of this matter. Really? Why did you suddenly come to this jar shop? Watching Hyuga Haruki leave, Hyuga Hinata turned her gaze to Hyuga Hanabi and sighed in her heart. Hinata Hanabi opened the jar and took out a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. If I open the jar now, I will find something that can eliminate Hinata Hanabi's pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. It's a complete cycle. The fireworks are curious, so they bloom. Hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Hyuga Hanabi looked at Hinata eagerly, do you really want to remove Hanabi's Sharingan? Hanabi was able to control the Sharingan just now, and now she can switch between the Sharingan and the Byakugan. It doesn't matter if she doesn't remove it. Although she knew what the Sharingan represented, she found that she became much stronger after having it. And he also has the ability of the Sharingan to use. Since she can control the switching between the Sharingan and the Byakugan, Hanabi thinks it would be a good idea not to get rid of the Sharingan. It's necessary to eliminate it. Hearing what Hyuga Hanabi said and looking at Hanabi with eager eyes, Hyuga Hinata hesitated, but still whispered, "Father said that you are the hope of the Hyuga clan. Although the Sharingan can help you, it does more harm than good. It's better to be safe than sorry. Can you guarantee that you won't show your Sharingan to others in the future? Even if you don't show it, you will definitely use it in the process of carrying out missions in the future. Once someone sees it, it will be bad. You can promise not to show it to others, but what if someone accidentally sees you when you use it? If that happens, the Hyuga clan will be in trouble. Moreover, the Uchiha clan now has a terrifying traitor. Once a member of our Hyuga clan has the Sharingan, it will definitely attract the attention of the other party. When that happens, my Hyuga clan will be in trouble. After all, as the second daughter of the Hyuga clan, the hope of the Hyuga clan has the Sharingan. What about the other members of the Hyuga clan? Do they have it too? By then, whether it is the Uchiha clan or other ninja clans, they will pay attention to our Hyuga clan. If we are not careful, our Hyuga clan will face disaster. So this is why I want to remove your Sharingan. Besides, you are already very talented and have the Byakugan. The Sharingan is just a burden to you because you only have one pair of eyes. If you switch back and forth, you will be more tired than ordinary people. Maintaining the Sharingan itself consumes a lot of chakra. Add to that the Byakugan, and you simply don't have that much chakra to consume. Hinata whispered as she thought of some of the things her father had said to her and looked at her sister. What she said are actually some secrets. I just don't want to think about those things. Although she also knew that Hinata Hanabi must be aware of the seriousness of the matter and would not reveal her Sharingan in front of others. What can happen later? What if someone accidentally sees it in the future? That would be bad. At that time, it would definitely be a disaster for the Hyuga clan. Thinking of some of the things her father had said when she was a child, she thought of the Uchiha clan and didn't expect it to be like that. Hinata Hyuga didn't dare to gamble, and even felt nervous. While few people know about it now, we must make Hinata Hanabi give up the Sharingan. Now that her father is gone, she is the only one who can protect her sister, so she expressed her opinion. Hanabi knows. After hearing what Hinata Hyuga said, Hanabi Hyuga was stunned. It was a long while before she nodded subconsciously. My sister is right. From a long-term perspective, I cannot possess this pair of 3 Magadama Sharingan. But what if it can't be eliminated? The next second, Hinata Hanabi suddenly thought of something and said hesitantly, the shop owner also said that you may not get what you want when you open the jar. It all depends on your luck. What if you can't get what you want? All Hinata's sister is thinking about now is getting something out of it and everything is developing in a good direction. But what if it can't be opened? If we can't get it, we'll go back and report this to our father. Hyuga Hinata whispered, we must tell father about this matter no matter what. Whether it was this mysterious shop owner or this magical jar shop, Hinata felt that she had to report it to her father. After all, this little jar shop is incredible. They actually sell things like bloodline limits. There are even things that are more exaggerated than the bloodline limit. It's incredible. I must go back and talk to my father about this. What she had said to Hanabi before were also some family matters that Hinata Hayashi would usually tell her. Otherwise, she wouldn't say this. She knew that she had to stand up in front of her sister. Hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Hyuga Hanabi nodded obediently. Time just passes quietly. Not much time passed. Hinata Harukiku is back. When he came back, he also brought Hinata Hyuga's purse. Shopkeeper, this is 500,000 taels. I'll open 5 jars. Looking at the money in her pocket, Hyuga Hinata took out all of it. Although he didn't spend much money normally, he only had more than 500,000 taels on him. You can open 5 jars from the shopkeeper. Ah! Hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Lin Mo took the money handed over by Hyuga Hinata, nodded and said, "Pick 5 jars yourself." Looking at the 500,000 taels in his hand, Lin Mo chuckled. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, she is wealthy. Although 500,000 taels can only buy 5 ordinary jars from him. But in fact, outside, 500,000 taels is already a huge sum of money. The reward for a ninja's D-level mission is between 500 taels and 10,000 taels. The reward for a C-level mission is between 10,000 and 50,000 taels. The reward for a B-level mission is between 50,000 and 150,000 taels. The reward for an A-level mission is between 152,000 and 1 million vehicles. As for the higher level S-level mission rewards, it is over 1 million taels. For ninjas, B-level or A-level tasks are usually completed in small groups, and the task rewards are finally divided equally. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata, does not need to complete the task reward. She only needs to collect her own resources from her own family, and can even take more if it is not enough. These 500,000 taels alone are far more than the net worth of an average ninja. You don't have to struggle like others to get so much pocket money. I have to say that Hinata Hyuga is a small rich woman. Hearing Lin Mo's words, I saw Lin Mo take the money. Hyuga Hinata nodded, then began to look at the jars placed on the counter. All the jars are the same, look ordinary and plain, so you can only choose randomly. I just don't know if the white eyes can see through it. Suddenly, an idea came into Hinata Hyuga's mind. What if you look at it with your eyes rolled, but the shop owner shouldn't reveal such an obvious flaw? Even if you use your Byakugan, you can't see what's inside the jar. When Hyuga Hinata was thinking this, Lin Mo chuckled and said, "If you don't believe it, you can try it." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata's face suddenly turned slightly red. Sure enough, it's not possible. As for what to try, forget it. After all, that's what the owner said. Sorry. Hinata apologized with a blushing face, then looked back at the jars and started choosing again. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Chakra Attributes, Breaking the Gap Between Civilians and Ninjas. Chapter 6 Chakra Attributes, Breaking the Gap Between Civilians and Ninjas. Lin Mo looked at Hinata, who was carefully selecting a jar, and chuckled. This eldest lady of the Hyuga family was a little beyond my expectations. He didn't feel like a kid of 12 or 13. The verbal communication is quite mature. Lin Mo was surprised by Hinata's behavior after she entered the store. When Lin Mo thought so, Hinata, who was choosing jars at this time, found after looking for a while that she could not tell the difference between the jars. I picked up a few jars one by one. After Hinata Hyuga finished selecting the jars, Lin Mo waved his hand, and the jars selected by Hinata Hyuga flew out safely and landed in front of Hinata Hyuga. Okay, that's great. Lin Mo's sudden move surprised Hyuga Hinata again. She couldn't sense any chakra energy at all. With just a wave of his hand, the jar he had chosen flew out, and he could not feel any trace of chakra at all. Looking at the shop owner's body, there was no chakra. But can use this method. For a moment, Lin Mo's identity once again rose to a higher level in Hinata Hyuga's heart. Hyuga Hinata took a deep breath and then decisively opened the first jar. With a bang, the first jar broke and a blue ball of light fell out. Seeing this ball of light, Hyuga Hinata was stunned. What is this? A ball of blue light? What a bright ball of light! Seeing this blue ball of light, Hinata Hanabi was surprised. When Hanabi opened the jar just now, what came out was a pair of Sharingan wrapped in a water ball, and then it merged with the touch, and I possessed it. When I first opened the can, what came out was not like this. Hearing what Hyuga Hanabi said, Hyuga Hinata's mind moved and she looked at Lin Mo. Even if you don't know, the owner definitely knows. At this time, Lin Mo was also surprised when looking at the blue ball of light. Wind attribute chakra nature represents the chakra of wind attribute nature. After fusion, you can master the changes of chakra of wind attribute nature. A simple introduction, nothing special. But Lin Mo knew that this thing was not simple. To a certain extent, a ninja's chakra attributes are determined from the moment of birth. Before every ninja learns attribute ninjutsu, he needs to use chakra test paper to test his chakra attribute, and then learn the corresponding chakra ninjutsu. Inputting each attribute of chakra into the chakra test paper will get different results. Water attribute chakra will make paper wet. Fire attribute chakra will burn paper. Earth attribute chakra can shred paper. Wind attribute chakra can cause paper to be torn and cut. Lightning attribute chakra will make paper wrinkle. If all 5 attributes are possessed, then one area will catch fire, one area will be split, one area will become wrinkled, one area will be wet, and the last area will be broken. Although in theory, everyone's chakra contains 5 basic attributes, one or several of them are more prominent. This is closely related to their talents and determines the degree of their mastery of a certain attribute. Although chakra test strips can detect the most prominent attributes, it does not mean that other attributes cannot be developed. However, the process of developing other properties is extremely difficult. In fact, many people can only master the attribute in which they are most naturally gifted throughout their entire lives, while other attributes are almost solidified in potential and are difficult to tap into. In order to become a jonin, a prerequisite is to master the changes in the properties of the 2 chakras. Many ninjas cannot develop it in their entire lives, let alone ordinary people whose chakra properties are not outstanding. This is a change in the nature of wind attribute chakra. Seeing the look coming from Hinata Hyuga, Lin Mo stopped thinking about it and said slowly, if you touch it, you can fuse this chakra, which will allow you to master the changes in the nature of wind-attributed chakra and develop and practice wind-attributed ninjutsu. How could it be? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata suddenly widened her eyes and looked at the ball of light in front of her. Is this blue light a change in the nature of wind-attribute chakra? Just by touching it, one can control the changes in the properties of wind-attribute chakra? This is too exaggerated. Although she was shocked when she knew that Hinata Hanabi had opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and fused it, she had some understanding of this jar. But now, she still felt shocked. Because human chakra is almost fixed since birth. People with significant chakra attributes can become ninjas and learn ninjutsu. People with unremarkable chakra attributes can only be civilians. Or learn taijutsu. Otherwise it's a waste of time. Even for ninjas, some people's significant chakra attributes are fixed. This is something that even transplantation cannot achieve. As far as I know, bloodline limits such as the Sharingan and the Byakugan can be transplanted. As long as you find someone who is proficient in medical ninjutsu to do the transplant can be successful. But things like chakra properties cannot be transplanted at all. It's like a talent, it's fixed. You need to develop and master it yourself. It can even be said that if you are born with a significant talent, you have it, and if you are born without it, you don't. But the shop owner said that this blue ball of light she opened could allow one to control the changes in the properties of wind attribute chakra just by touching it. Doesn't this mean that even people who don't have obvious chakra attributes can instantly grasp the wind attributed chakra properties after touching it, even if the chakra test paper cannot measure it? Thinking of this, Hyuga Hinata's breathing quickened, and she looked at Lin Mo, shopkeeper. If a person without any significant chakra attribute touches this, can he also master the changes in the wind attribute chakra nature? And thus practice wind attribute ninjutsu? If this is the case, it will completely break the gap between ordinary people and ninjas. There is no such situation in the entire ninja world. At least, she hadn't heard of it. Of course. Lin Mo nodded. No matter who opens the wind attribute chakra, after fusion, everyone can control the changes in the nature of this attribute chakra. This thing, no matter who uses it, can integrate and master the changes in the nature of chakra with wind attributes. However, in this ninja world, mastering the changes in the properties of wind-attributed chakra does not mean that you will reach great heights overnight. Because you still have to continue developing. After getting Lin Mo's definite answer, Hyuga Hinata took several deep breaths before calming her turbulent heart. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata understands very well the meaning of this ball of light with changing chakra properties. It is completely possible to break the ninja path that blocks ordinary people. If people knew this, they would definitely go crazy. How many ordinary people have money but do not have significant chakra attributes and are unable to practice ninjutsu, and are in danger of having their wealth robbed? For this reason, many people are willing to pay a large sum of money to seek the protection of ninjas. Not to mention ordinary people, even these ninjas would go crazy about this. Because the ninjutsu that many ninjas practice and possess are all related to their own distinctive attribute chakra. Many ninjas only have one significant chakra attribute, so they are much inferior to many other ninjas. Because you can only use one attribute of ninjutsu, while people who have significantly more chakra attributes than you can use 2 or even 3, this is a complete crush of quality. Even Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, only possesses the remarkable chakra attributes of lightning and fire. I have not yet mastered the changes in the properties of these 2 chakra attributes. But now that I have integrated this thing, I can master the changes in the nature of wind attribute chakra and become a ninja with 3 attributes. I can develop and practice wind attribute ninjutsu. Both the means of fighting the enemy and the life-saving ninjutsu have been greatly increased. Although she was shocked, Hyuga Hinata reached out and touched it immediately, integrating the changes in the nature of the wind attribute chakra. In a flash, the blue light ball turned into flowing water and flowed into Hinata Hyuga's body. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Elite Genin Chakra, Kunao harder than ordinary Kunao. Chapter 7 Elite Genin Chakra, Kunao harder than ordinary Kunao. Hinata Hyuga could clearly feel that some changes had occurred in the chakras she controlled. The next second, Hyuga Hinata took out a chakra test paper from her wallet. Reach out and inject chakra. Almost instantly, the chakra test paper changed. One area caught fire, another area became crumpled, and then the chakra paper was split again. This means that Hinata, whose only significant chakra attributes were lightning and fire chakra, has now added significant wind chakra, and has also mastered the changes in the nature of wind chakra. Seeing that it really happened, Hyuga Hinata was extremely shocked. Not only Hinata Hyuga was shocked, but also Hanabi Hyuga, Haruki Hyuga, and Harima Hyuga. They all watched it all in amazement. My eldest daughter actually possessed 3 distinct chakra attributes so easily. It's even a change in the nature of chakra that you can master without having to develop it yourself. And that's just the beginning. There must be 4 or 5 more to come. After all, Hyuga Hinata has only opened 1 jar so far. While they were thinking this, Hyuga Hinata had already adjusted her mentality and let out a long sigh. Looking at the remaining 4 jars, he decisively opened the next one. Boom! The second jar shattered, and a stack of detonating talismans fell out. It's a detonating talisman. Looking at all these detonating tags, Hyuga Hinata recognized them instantly. She knew it without Lin Mo telling her. Moreover, this stack of detonating talismans made her feel that she might have made a small profit. Good. Hearing Hyuga Hinata's words, Lin Mo nodded, but it's not an ordinary detonating talisman, but a waterproof detonating talisman. While speaking, Lin Mo looked at the waterproof detonating talisman that Hyuga Hinata had opened. Waterproof explosive talisman. The surface volume combines the volumes of 2 ordinary explosive talismans. Its power far exceeds that of ordinary explosive talismans. It has a certain waterproof performance and can briefly trigger an explosion even underwater. This thing is also waterproof. This is the first time I know this. Waterproof detonating charm. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata looked surprised. The price is even more expensive. There are several types of detonating talismans. Even the most common detonating talisman costs 2,000 taels of silver. Not to mention the waterproof detonating talismans, which are more expensive than ordinary detonating talismans. Hinata immediately took the stack of detonating tags in her hand and counted them roughly. Almost 30. The money spent was earned back. For a moment, Hinata's face was filled with surprise. It costs 100,000 taels of silver to open a jar by yourself. This stack of waterproof detonating talismans has 30 pieces, which is a complete payback. Although I don't know the price of this detonating talisman, it is definitely more expensive than ordinary detonating talismans. Good. Seeing the surprised Hyaga Hinata, Lin Mo nodded. Opening the can will also make your money back. One jar costs 100,000 taels of silver, but the stack of detonating talismans you have opened so far has already paid for the entire jar. If I'm lucky, the next time I open it, it won't be a stack of detonating talismans, but a bundle of detonating talismans. Yes. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyaga Hinata nodded slightly. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the owner's jars were not expensive at all, and were actually very cheap, although I thought so before. After all, Hanabi spent 100,000 taels on a jar to get a pair of priceless Sharingan. Or the 3 Magadama Sharingan. This is something that cannot be bought with 100,000 taels of silver. Now that he had opened 2 jars, whether it was the chakra attribute in the previous one or the waterproof detonating talisman in his hand, each jar had paid off. If you convert it, you are not losing money at all, because just the chakra attribute alone makes me earn a lot of money. With wind attribute chakra, it means that she can continue to learn wind attribute ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Hyaga Hinata looked at Lin Mo with excitement in her eyes. This is a great good man. Thinking so, Hyaga Hinata continued to knock open the 3rd jar. Boom! The 3rd jar shattered, and a black kunao fell out. Kunao. Looking at the falling kunao, Hyaga Hinata was stunned. Subconsciously, Hyaga Hinata looked at Lin Mo and asked curiously, "Shopkeeper, is this kunao special?" Because the detonating talisman that just fell was different from the detonating talismans he knew, it was a special detonating talisman. If the kunao that fell now is special, it will be very valuable. Hard kunao. The kunao made of high-quality steel is much more durable than ordinary kunao. At this time, Lin Mo took a look at the introduction of this kunao, and nodded immediately after hearing Hinata's words. It's a bit special, but it's a little harder than ordinary kunao. Other than that, there's nothing special about it. Harder than normal kunao. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyaga Hinata was stunned. It seemed that this was of no use. No, the durability is pretty good. Thinking of this, Hinata Hyaga immediately put away the kunao. Then continued to crack open the 4th jar. Boom! The 4th jar broke and a blue ball of light fell down, surprising Hinata. A ball of blue light? Is it another ball of light with chakra attributes? Hinata subconsciously looked at Lin Mo. "Shopkeeper, what is the chakra attribute of this?" The eldest lady's luck is really too good. Chun Tao, who was standing next to her, saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The young lady opened the jar, and 2 blue light balls have come out so far. The previous blue light ball was a change in the nature of the wind-attributed chakra. If this ball of blue light also represents a change in the nature of the chakra, then we will make a lot of money. Elite Genin's chakra. The chakra that a senior genin has cultivated with great effort can be instantly superimposed on one's own chakra after fusion, increasing the chakra to the level of a senior genin. At this time, Lin Mo also saw the blue light ball that came out of Hinata Hyaga, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Senior genin equals elite genin. It's not what you think. Hearing what Hyaga Hinata said, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, "This is the chakra of the elite genin level, or the chakra of a senior genin. After you fuse it, you can increase the chakra in your body. This thing is the amount of chakra. Even an ordinary person can possess this amount of chakra after fusion." But if you don't have ninja talent or something, you can't use it. Even an ordinary genin cannot become an elite genin. After all, elite genin possess more than just chakra. Increase the chakra in your body. When Hyuga Hinata heard Lin Mo's words, she was shocked. Still an elite genin. You know, chakra is cultivated and refined by every ninja and contained in his body. There is no way to take shortcuts. If you want to become stronger, you must practice and refine your chakra. At least that's how it seemed to her. But now, she actually came up with this thing. Doesn't that mean? No matter who it is, even if they don't have ninja talent, as long as they touch this chakra light ball, they can become an elite genin in one step. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Specially made Bing Liang Maru, Hinata, shopkeeper, you don't mind if I tell others, right? Chapter 8 Specially made Bing Liang Maru, Hinata, shopkeeper, you don't mind if I tell others, right? Even though he didn't have any other skills, the chakra in his body had already reached the level of an elite genin. This means that he is more powerful than other ninjas of the same period. They are both genin, but they just have the chakra of genin. And you possess chakra far beyond that of an ordinary genin, so the balance has already shifted towards you. Hinata Hyuga reached out and touched the blue ball of light. In an instant, the blue light ball turned into flowing water and flowed into Hinata's body, making Hinata feel comfortable all over. But this feeling only lasted for a moment. The next second, Hinata felt a huge amount of chakra appearing out of nowhere in her body and was immediately shocked. It really is the chakra of an elite genin. This chakra is more than what he has cultivated. Although she is about to graduate from the ninja school, she is far from reaching the level of an elite genin. Now, a jar worth 100,000 taels completely surpassed her efforts in practicing chakra over the years. The most important thing is that this is the chakra of an elite genin. What if it's a chunin, or a jonin? Hinata didn't even dare to think about it. Any chakra is never created out of thin air, but is refined by practitioners. Talented practitioners can even practice through shadow clones. But even with the help of shadow clones to practice, it cannot be sustained forever. The most important thing is that she felt that in addition to the increase in her chakra, the meridians in her body also became active and seemed to have become thicker. It's like a tree growing slowly, its weight changing while it melts another tree. The increase in density is like the expansion of the meridians. With her bloodline limit of Byakugan, she can clearly feel the changes in her own meridians. Shopkeeper. Hinata subconsciously looked at Lin Mo and said in shock, if I keep opening the jar, doesn't it mean that I can always open this so-called chakra? This jar can be used to mass-produce ninjas, right? Even in a ninja family, not all members are ninjas. It is also impossible to mass-produce ninjas, good. Seeing Hinata's shocked face, Lin Mo nodded and smiled faintly. Not only is there chakra from this elite genin, there is also chakra from chunin and even jonin in the jar. If you are lucky, you may even get cage-level chakra. Hearing Lin Mo's words, both Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi, their mates all showed shocked expressions. If a jar could produce jonin-level chakra, wouldn't that be like reaching the sky in one step? The amount of chakra at the jonin level is completely different from that at the genin or chunin level. And most importantly, this amount of chakra can be stacked. The amount of chakra of an elite genin can be continuously added through jars. If you are lucky, the jars will continue to open and produce the chakra of elite genin. That keeps piling up, it's already completely chunin. Don't be so shocked. Chakra alone is not necessarily omnipotent. Seeing Hyuga Hinata and others who were shocked, Lin Mo slowly said, any use of chakra requires the help of ninjutsu, or to be proficient. You just merged chakra obtained out of thin air. If it can't play the expected effect, then it is useless. The strong have more precise control over chakra, and can even grasp a small amount of chakra to perform some powerful ninjutsu. For a ninja, ninjutsu is the key, as well as physical fitness. This is just the amount of chakra, not the experience of chakra control. So even if someone has opened it, they still need to adapt to this chakra and practice it. If you can't even use some basic techniques, then what's the point of giving you Jonin level chakra? If you want to use chakra perfectly, you still have to practice. Whether you are a talented ninja or not, you need to train. There are examples of ninjas with more chakra being defeated by ninjas with less chakra. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata was stunned. Then he nodded in agreement. That's true. The truly powerful ninjas all rely on their own control over chakra to control the consumption of chakra. If you fail to grasp it, once you run out of energy, you will be completely at a disadvantage and that will be troublesome. But even so, Hinata still felt a little dazed after unleashing the amount of chakra from this elite genin. Because, it's too easy. It only takes money to do it. If this gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar. Ninjas with poor qualifications don't have to worry about refining too little chakra. As long as you open the jar, you will have the opportunity to obtain a steady supply of chakra, allowing you to reach the level of Chunin or even Jonin. Even if you know few ninjutsu, you can still achieve greater effects by using chakra. Who is this young man who is a few years older than me? Subconsciously, Hyuga Hinata looked at Lin Mo with confusion in her eyes. She knew more than Hanabi, and she understood what the jar represented. But the other party actually sold it so openly. Isn't he afraid that Konoha will cause trouble for him? Looking at the last remaining jar, Hyuga Hinata knocked it open decisively. Boom! The fifth jar, this time it was a black round ball. Bingliang pills. Looking at this thing, Hyuga Hinata recognized it again. Good. Lin Mo nodded. Compared to the same level of Bingliang pills, the effect of this Bingliang pill is better, but that's all. While speaking, Lin Mo looked at the introduction of the Bingliang pill. Specially made soldier pills after eating, it can instantly enhance and restore chakra, but if you eat too much, it will be indigestible, so it is not advisable to eat too much. This simple introduction made Lin Mo think about another question. So, the things that come out of this jar, even if they are very ordinary, seem to be of better quality than those outside, got to go out and buy some stuff to compare. While Lin Mo was thinking this, Hyuga Hinata had already put away the Bingliang pill. By now, all 5 jars had been opened and she was out of money. And there was no solution to the problem of Hanabi's eyes. She felt that this matter must be informed to her father. The problem with Hanabi's eyes has not been fixed, and it is definitely not something she can hide. There is no point in hiding it. The best way is to tell your father. If I were to tell you, I would definitely have to talk about this jar shop. From what I have talked to the shop owner about, he doesn't seem to mind telling others about this jar shop. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hinata looked at Lin Mo and asked softly, "Shopkeeper, you don't mind if I tell other people about your shop, right?" Although she had a guess, Hinata Hyuga still asked, wanting to get a guaranteed answer. "Of course I don't mind." Hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, "I would be even happier if you are willing to bring someone to open the jar." Lin Mo was eager for Hinata to bring people over to open the jar. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Hinata and number 039, S confusion, is there a purchase limit on jars? Fusion Sharingan. Chapter 9 Hinata's confusion, is there a purchase limit on jars? Fusion Sharingan, because as long as there are more people opening the cans, more things will come out. And he can also get more. Likewise, if you sell a certain amount of jars, you'll get an exclusive jar as a reward. When you open your own jar, what you get must be far more than what others get when they open the jar. Besides, he couldn't stand at the door and promote loudly, urging people to come and open the cans. Because if they were not ninjas, few residents would be willing to spend 100,000 taels to open an unknown jar. Even if he praised the jar to the sky. The most important thing is that it will attract the attention of that bastard Danzo. Although I am invincible in this little jar shop. But it's no longer the case once you leave the jar shop. He can't stay at the jar shop all his life. Then what to eat? He has decided to slowly stockpile some supplies. Apart from preparing for what might happen later, he didn't enjoy wandering around Konoha. It would be even better if I could stay in the store. After all, there is no internet or computers in Konoha village nowadays, which is too boring. Now that it has just opened, he really hopes that even if a large number of ninjas come to open the cans, it won't cause too much trouble. Once I become stronger by helping others open jars, I won't have to worry about that Danzo thing anymore. And it's not just Danzo either. Thinking of this, Linmo's eyes became somewhat deep. He wished that all the Hyuga clan would come and open the jar. At this time, Hinata was a little confused after hearing Linmo's words and getting Linmo's affirmative answer. The owner actually said that the more people she brought, the better. Then why doesn't the owner take the initiative to cooperate with Konoha? Although she couldn't figure it out, Hinata decided not to think about it anymore and instead decided to tell her father about it and let her father make the decision. Shopkeeper. Thinking of this, Hinata hurriedly said, I am going to go back and report to my father. He may come by then. That's good. Hearing Hinata's words, Lin-mo smiled faintly and said, but you have to be quick, because my jars are limited in supply every day. If someone buys them before you come, then there will be no more. You can sign in every day to receive some ordinary jars for free. If these jars are sold out, they will be gone. I can only wait until the next day. The thought of this gave him a headache. Why isn't the supply of jars in this store unlimited? According to his speculation, if you want to sign in to get more cans, then it is probably related to the number of cans sold. What? Hearing this, Hinata couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in her heart, and asked in surprise, Shopkeeper, doesn't the kin store you run have an unlimited supply? Hinata was stunned, but suddenly she thought of something and felt it made sense. It seems horrible that such a magical jar would be in unlimited supply. Of course not. Lin-mo shook his head slightly. Not only does my jar shop not supply jars in unlimited quantities, but people who come to open jars are also limited in purchase. Each person can only open 10 jars a week. If you want to continue, you have to wait until next week. If it weren't for the rules of this crappy store, I would have sold all the jars. As for what changes have taken place in the ninja world, what does it have to do with him? Even he didn't know what was in the jar. Only after the person who opened the cans came out, would we know. This is why he told Hinata that he hoped Hinata would bring more people to open the cans, instead of asking Hinata to go back and get millions or tens of millions to buy cans. Because there are purchase restrictions. Is there a purchase limit? Hearing Lin-mo's words, Hinata immediately looked at Hyuga Hanabi. If that's the case, then Hanabi's Sharingan problem may not be solved so quickly. And this shop owner seemed a little too weird to Hinata. If anyone else owned these jars, how could they sell them? Even if it was sold, it would be impossible to sell it for just 100,000 taels. A Sharingan alone is enough to attract the pursuit of countless ninjas, let alone one with 3 Megatama. There are many people in the Uchiha clan who cannot open the 3 Megatama since they are born. What is the shop owner selling these pictures for? If she could understand the Sharingan, then she couldn't understand the chakra properties. People who don't have chakra attributes can actually gain chakra attributes by opening jars, completely changing themselves and becoming qualified to be a ninja. This is simply a fantasy. This makes it possible to create people with ninja qualifications at will. And that chakra, which can be obtained out of thin air, instantly freeing people from the troubles of training and making them stronger out of thin air. With these two combined, it is entirely possible to produce ninjas endlessly. Can this be sold? She had no idea what the meaning of Lin-mo's actions was. If, as the shop owner said, the purpose of opening a shop is to do business and sell cans. Why is there a purchase limit? This is totally contradictory. Hinata Hyuga felt a little pain in her head and couldn't figure it out at all. But if you can't figure it out, then just stop thinking about it. I have to go back and tell my father about this. Thinking of this, Hinata said softly, then owner, I will go back first, I will bring my father to open the can. Now that all the jars have been opened, there is no need to linger here. I have to take Huahuo back and tell my father about Huahuo's situation. Well, let's go. Hearing Hinata's words, Lin Mo nodded. Then he watched Hyuga Hinata leave. Along with Hinata Hyuga also left were Hanabi Hyuga and 2 maids. After there was no one in the jar shop, Lin Mo moved his mind and suddenly several things appeared in front of him. A pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, a kunao, a soldier pill, a chakra meter ball of an elite genin, and a chakra of wind attribute. It was exactly what Hanabi and Hinata had opened the jar with before. Lin Mo was the first to reach out and touch the chakra light ball. In just a moment, Lin Mo felt a special heat wave surging into his body. Unfortunately, there is no chakra refining method. I can't refine chakra. If I want to use chakra, I can only use it to cast the Sharingan. Feeling the chakra in his body, Lin Mo reached out and touched the Sharingan again. In an instant, Lin Mo only felt a warm current enveloping his eyes. As soon as he thought about it, the 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared in Lin Mo's eyes. When the 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared, Lin Mo could feel that the chakra in his body was slowly dissipating. As Lin Mo closed his Sharingan, that feeling completely disappeared. Lin Mo stretched out his hand again and touched the changing nature of the wind attribute chakra. In an instant, the blue light ball poured into his body. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Hinata, Hanabi, hurry up and open your eyes for your father. Chapter 10 Hinata, Hanabi, hurry up and open your eyes for your father. Lin Mo immediately felt that the chakra flow in his body seemed to be faster. It's a pity that I don't know any wind attribute ninjutsu. Chakra refining methods, ninjutsu secrets, etc., are all missing. If you want to use the 3 Magatama Sharingan, you need to be proficient in it. But it's not like we don't have the ability to simply protect ourselves. Feeling the changes in himself, Lin Mo turned his gaze towards the stack of detonating talismans. This stack of detonating talismans is quite powerful when thrown out. We just arrived in this Konoha village, let's go out and have some ramen. Look how delicious Ichiraku ramen is. It's impossible for anyone to open the jar in such a short time, even the Hyuga family. Having Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hinata open the jar is already a good start today. Lin Mo walked out of the jar shop while thinking. Ichiraku ramen in Konoha village is famous, and he wants to go and try it. As Lin Mo thought about it, the door of the jar shop closed automatically. Lin Mo walked along the street ahead, simply strolling around, looking for Ichiraku ramen restaurant. He wasn't worried at all about someone breaking into his jar shop. No one can open it except him, the owner. But Konoha village is so shabby. When Lin Mo looked at the streets of Konoha village and the appearance of the shops, he shook his head. Although he knew that Konoha village was very prosperous nowadays, it was already considered pretty good. But as he was used to seeing modern buildings, he really felt that this kind of building was very shabby. As Lin Mo walked and stopped on the street, looking around Konoha village. The other side. Hyuga Hinata has already returned to the family quickly with Hanabi and the maid. After returning to the family, she immediately pulled Hinata Hanabi towards Hinata Hayashi's study. Father, father! Hinata called softly as she trotted with Hyuga Hanabi. But when I walked to the door of the study, there was no movement at all. This made Hinata stunned. Is her father not here? Hinata immediately opened the door and saw the empty study. Father is not here, we can only wait. Hyuga Hinata immediately turned her head and looked at Hanabi. Come on, Hanabi, follow me to the front and wait for father to come back. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, his daily work is also very busy. During this period, she was often notified to go to the Hokage's office for meetings, so Hinata was not surprised at all that Hyuga Hayashi was not in the study. All they have to do is wait. Oh! Hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Hyuga Hanabi whispered, "Can I go to the courtyard to play now? I want to become proficient in controlling the Sharingan." As she spoke, the Sharingan appeared in Hinata Hanabi's eyes. "Close it soon, Hanabi." Seeing Hyuga Hanabi's actions, Hinata hurriedly whispered, "Close it first. When father comes back, we will tell him about this matter. Then listen to his instructions. Don't open it now, otherwise it will be bad if someone sees it. Even within the family, if other members of the Hyuga clan saw Hyuga Hanabi's Sharingan, it would be a very bad thing." Oh! After hearing what Hinata said, Hanabi closed her Sharingan in frustration. She just wanted to play this fun thing now, but in the end she couldn't play it at all. But thinking of her sister's instructions, Hyuga Hanabi looked at Hinata hesitantly and whispered, "Sister, will I become blind?" Hanabi's tone was somewhat worried. "Will not." Hearing what Hyuga Hanabi said, Hyuga Hinata quickly shook her head, "Your talent is better than mine, how could you become blind? Don't think about it. Father will take care of everything, all we have to do now is wait for father to come back." Ah! Hearing Hinata Hyuga's words and feeling Hinata Hyuga holding her hand, Hinata Hyuga nodded and gradually relaxed. "By the way, who is that handsome big brother? He actually sells these magical things." Hinata Hanabi suddenly thought of Lin Mo and quickly whispered, "Can Hanabi still go find her in the future?" She was afraid that she would not be able to find Lin Mo in the future. Being under house arrest all the time doesn't seem very good. Probably not. Hearing what Hyuga Hanabi said, Hyuga Hinata hesitated for a moment and said, "You won't be locked up at home forever, and you rarely went out before. And don't forget, you still have a jar to open. Your father will definitely take you to open the jar when the time comes. But I remember that the owner said that one person can open 10 cans. And Huahuo had just opened a jar. This jar is so magical, how could I give it up?" "Yes." When Hyuga Hinata said this, Hyuga Hanabi's eyes suddenly lit up. "You still have the chance to open the jar yourself. If my father knew, why wouldn't he let me open the jar?" For a moment, Hinata Hanabi let it go completely. Tap tap. Just when Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi were waiting for a while, footsteps were heard from outside, getting closer and closer. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi quickly looked up. Sure enough, the first thing he saw was Hinata Hayashi walking towards him. "What? What's the matter?" Looking at the two little guys waiting for him at the door, Hinata Hayashi smiled and said, "Tell me about it. These two little guys wouldn't come to see me when they have nothing to do. Even at home, they all have their own rooms and play in the yard. If it wasn't an exercise, the two little guys would run as far as they could when they saw him. Especially fireworks." So when he came back and saw this scene, he knew that these two little guys had something to talk to him about. He was quite curious about what could make two people wait for him together. "Father." Seeing Hyuga Hayashi coming back, Hyuga Hinata's face lit up with joy. She quickly stood up and wanted to say something, but didn't know how to say it. Just talk about the Sharingan directly? Or is it about that mysterious shop owner? And jars? There are so many things to talk about, and some of them are complicated and take time. Correct. The next second, Hyuga Hinata saw Hanabi next to her, and thought of something, and hurriedly said, "Hanabi, open your eyes and show your father." In Hinata's opinion, no words are as effective as showing it. Oh! Hearing Hinata's words, Hyuga Hanabi nodded obediently and immediately opened her Sharingan. Open your eyes. When Hyuga Hayashi heard what Hinata said, he looked surprised. Why did Hinata ask Hanabi to roll her eyes for no reason, but the next second, his eyes widened and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Hinata Hayashi and number 039, S shock, this is not an illusion. Chapter 11 Hinata Hayashi's shock, this is not an illusion. Sharingan. Hinata Hayashi's voice was trembling, and his eyes were fixed on Hinata Hanabi's bright red pupils. How come? The eyes he saw in Hanabi were not the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan that he was familiar with, but the Sharingan unique to the Uchiha clan. Hinata Hayashi was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. Hanabi, what the hell is going on? How do you have a Sharingan? The next second, Hinata Hayashi rushed forward and grabbed Hanabi's shoulders with such force that Hanabi couldn't help but frown. Seeing Hinata Hayashi losing his composure, Hinata Hanabi immediately prepared to speak. But before she could open her mouth, she was interrupted by Hinata Hayashi, "Come inside and talk." Hyuga Hayashi immediately took Hanabi's hand and walked quickly towards his study, with Hinata following closely behind Boom. As soon as the door of the room was closed, Hayashi immediately pushed Hanabi to sit on the chair, and squatted in front of her, his eyes serious and anxious. "Hanabi, open your eyes again, I need confirmation." "Oh." Hanabi obediently opened her Sharingan again, and her red eyes looked particularly dazzling in the dim room. Hayashi stared into her eyes, carefully studying Hanabi's eyes for any signs of genjutsu. It was not found. What happened? Hyuga Hayashi took a deep breath and looked at Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi. "Since you came to me to talk about this, there must be a reason." "Ah." Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Hyuga Hinata hurriedly said, "Father, all this is because of the mysterious shop owner. He sells all kinds of magical jars." Hanabi's Sharingan came out of a jar. As she spoke, Hyuga Hinata briefly recounted what happened between her and Hanabi in Linmo's jar shop. The expression on Hinata Hayashi's face gradually changed from shock to solemnity. As Hinata continued to speak, Hayashi became more and more frightened, as all of this was beyond his comprehension. Could it be some guy who likes to do experiments? After hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Hyuga Hayashi frowned and murmured, "Did you miss anything at the beginning? If that's the case, then how could the other party have the courage to sell such things in Konoha? What are you driving?" After a long while, Hyuga Hayashi finally came back to his senses and looked at Hinata. "Didn't you open the can too?" "I fired the chakra of an elite genin." Hinata quickly said, "There is also a change in the wind attribute of the chakra." As she spoke, Hinata briefly described what she had opened in the jar shop, and Hyuga Hayashi was shocked once again. Buzz! In an instant, Hyuga Hayashi opened his Byakugan again and stared at the flow of Hyuga Hinata's chakra. It only took him a moment to notice the amount of chakra in Hinata Hyuga's body. Compared with before, it skyrocketed several times in an instant. This is really an elite genin level chakra amount. Hinata Hayashi was shocked. Skip the training step and appear directly in the body? Even if it is to absorb chakra, it is not so efficient. He could feel that the chakra in Hinata's body had perfectly merged with her own meridians. Then, Hyuga Hayashi took out the chakra test paper and asked Hinata to do it, and saw Hinata's wind attribute chakra. At this moment, Hinata Hayashi was completely silent. Because when Hinata tested the chakra, he did it himself. At that time, Hinata only had two notable chakra attributes, fire and lightning. Now, there is wind. Not only has it appeared now, but it has also changed the nature of the wind attribute chakra, which is ahead of the fire and lightning attributes. Who is that guy selling the jars? Hinata Hayashi was completely shocked, and didn't know what to say. Even though he had seen many storms, he was still stunned at this moment. Because even if the Sharingan wants to be transplanted, it requires surgery. How can it be instantly fused by direct touch? As for the changes in the properties of chakra, it is impossible to master it without development. There is also an amount of elite genin chakra that Hinata has been unable to cultivate even now. In his opinion, this is comparable to the chakra amount of an ordinary chunin. And all of this was just what Hinata opened from the jar in that magical jar shop, and the jar is only 100,000 taels each. Hinata Hayashi was silent. For a moment, the entire study was silent. Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Time passed quietly. After a long while, Hinata Hayashi let out a long sigh and said slowly, "I'll go over and take a look myself. To understand the current situation in depth, you need to go there in person. This is simply a fantasy. Father, do you want to take me to open the can?" Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Hanabi looked at Hinata Hayashi with some anticipation. Because if her father took her to open the can, then she definitely wouldn't have to pay for it herself. "You stay in the family with your sister first." Hinata Hayashi looked at the Sharingan in Hinata Hanabi's eyes and sighed softly. The Sharingan matter is extremely important. Some things have happened in the village recently, and there are a lot of patrolling ninjas. Your Sharingan must not be discovered. Stay home with your sister for now. We'll talk about your matter in detail later in the evening. You can open the jar. There's no rush. He also needs to talk to the mysterious shop owner about Hinata Hanabi's Sharingan. From the information he had learned from Hinata and Hanabi so far, he only felt the mystery of that store owner. "I have to find that person to talk to." "Oh fine." Hanabi felt a little disappointed after hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, but she didn't say anything. According to what Hinata Hayashi said, it seems that he will definitely be taken to open the jar. "Then tell me the address of that shopkeeper's shop." The next second, Hyuga Hayashi spoke and asked Hinata. Hinata then told the approximate location. Immediately, Hinata Hayashi left. "Head straight to that magical little jar shop." When Hinata Hayashi rushed to Lin Mo's jar shop. "Lin Mo at this time. I have also arrived at Ichiraku ramen shop, waiting for the handmade ramen. Ichiraku ramen is here." The next second, Yul personally brought a bowl of ramen and placed it in front of Lin Mo, smiling and saying, "Brother, this is your ramen." "Ah." Looking at the steaming ramen in front of him, Lin Mo nodded. "Not to mention the taste alone is good." "What about the taste?" Xiaoda watched Lin Mo first pick up the bowl and drink some soup, then smiled and asked, "What do you think?" "Not bad." Lin Mo took a sip of the noodle soup and nodded, "I quite like it. I have to say that the taste of Ichiraku ramen is really good. Even if it's your first time eating it." "Haha, as long as you like it." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Xiaoda continued to smile and said, "Brother, you are not from our KONOHA, are you here to travel to our KONOHA village?" "I have to say that it is the right time to travel here." End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Uzumaki Naruto, doesn't he hate me? Chapter 12 Uzumaki Naruto, doesn't he hate me? Okay. Hearing what Xiaoda said, Lin Mo looked at him with a little surprise. "Why do you say that? From the way you are dressed and your spirited appearance, I can see that you don't look like someone from our KONOHA village." Xiaoda laughed and said, "That's why I concluded that you are not from our KONOHA village. You must be from a wealthy family." Lin Mo. Then you really guessed wrong. Lin Mo shook his head, "But I am not from KONOHA village. I am here to stay temporarily. But I'm curious, why do you say that it's the right time for me to come here?" "Because it's the annual graduation season for the ninja school." The hand-beating uncle smiled and said, "After these children graduate from the ninja school, they will follow their teachers to carry out some tasks in the village. At this time, the price of issuing tasks will be lower than before. This time of year, there are a little more people." "I see." Hearing the typed words, Lin Mo understood. Graduated from ninja school, so, does that mean Hinata is about to graduate? "Uncle, another bowl of ramen." Just then, a smaller voice sounded, causing Lin Mo to take a closer look. But after looking over, Lin Mo found Uzumaki Naruto sitting in the corner, handing out a bowl of noodles. "For it." Seeing Uzumaki Naruto, Lin Mo looked surprised. What a coincidence! When I first came to Ichiraku Ramen, I didn't notice this little guy. As Lin Mo looked over, Uzumaki Naruto, who was handing out a bowl of ramen, felt someone was staring at him and his movements suddenly froze. The feeling of being watched made him feel uncomfortable and nervous. He subconsciously shrank his head, as if hoping to avoid that sight. His hands were shaking slightly, and he seemed hesitant in handing the ramen bowl to Ichiraku. However, when he realized that there was no malice in that gaze, Uzumaki Naruto secretly raised his eyelids and glanced at the person who was looking at him. I found out that it was a strange young man. However, when Naruto saw Lin Mo turning his head and looking at him with a look that contained no malice, he still felt a little inferior and uneasy. He quickly lowered his head, his eyes fixed on the texture of the table, as if there were countless secrets hidden there that could make him forget his current situation. No offense. He doesn't hate me. Naruto lowered his head and sighed secretly in his heart. He knew that he was not welcome in the village. From childhood to adulthood, the villagers have always looked at him with all kinds of complicated expressions, including disgust, fear, and sympathy, but not friendliness. He had long been accustomed to such looks, but every time he was stared at, he would still feel a sense of sadness and helplessness. He clutched the corner of his clothes tightly, and memories of the cold stares and rejection he had received flashed through his mind quickly. Whenever this happened, he felt as if he had been abandoned by the whole world and was lonely with nowhere to escape. Only in Ichiraku Ramen can he find a little warmth and comfort. Uncle Ichiraku here always greets people with a smile and never has any prejudice against him because of him. But today, there is one more young man. The other person's eyes seemed to recognize him, but there was no disgust in them. Is that friendly? Although he only glanced at Lin Mo, Uzumaki Naruto was still very keenly aware that the other party did not have any disgust, which was completely different from the eyes of the villagers before. Okay. At this time, Uncle Ichiraku spoke with a smile and brought him a new bowl of ramen. The steaming ramen exuded an enticing aroma, which made Naruto feel a little better. He took a deep breath, picked up his chopsticks, and carefully began to eat the noodles. While eating, he kept his head down, trying not to pay attention to the eyes around him. For him, this bowl of ramen is not just food to fill his stomach, but also a kind of spiritual comfort. Naruto, eat more so that you can have a strong body. The uncle's voice was warm and kind, which warmed Naruto's heart. He raised his head and forced a smile. Thank you, uncle. While speaking, Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and glanced at Lin Mo again. Lin Mo was just looking away when he saw Uzumaki Naruto looking at him, and immediately smiled and nodded. He really doesn't hate me. Seeing Lin Mo smiling at him, Uzumaki Naruto was suddenly surprised. I definitely didn't see it wrong. Twice, there was no dislike or disgust in the other person's eyes. Not the bland look other strangers gave him. Nor was it the disdainful looks from the villagers. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto really wanted to step forward and communicate. However, looking at Lin Mo eating ramen again, Uzumaki Naruto was silent for a moment, then shrank back and lowered his head to eat ramen. In this way, Uzumaki Naruto ate ramen while secretly looking at Lin Mo, sizing him up. While Lin Mo was eating ramen, he chatted with Ichiraku. Are there any entertainment facilities in Konoha village? Entertainment? Just playing cards. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Yul raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, on normal days, we just soak in hot springs or watch small stage plays, but many plays are old now, and I don't know when the next new play will be. At this point, Yul sighed, or, brother, you can go to the bookstore. The bookstore is also quite good. There are also rap performances. I don't usually play much. I am busy making ramen. If you really want to find entertainment, you can post a mission and let the ninjas of Konoha village show you around. Ah! Hearing Yul's words, Lin Mo nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Of all that Yul said, only the hot springs slightly attracted him. Then, Lin Mo continued to make ramen and prepared to go back after eating. If I'm lucky today, Hinata Hyuga will bring people to open the jars. Lin Mo was thinking this while eating ramen. The other side. The entrance of the jar shop. Hinata Hayashi arrived and looked at the closed shop door in front of him and frowned. I'm here, why is the store closed, are you not ready to open, still? Hinata Hayashi stood in the shadowy corner of the room beside him, lost in thought. As he rushed here, he was still wondering who this person was and why he was selling such a magical jar. Sharingan and the like can be collected and sold, which is understandable to him. But it is incomprehensible to open a store so blatantly. Later on, even the so-called chakra attributes, which could fuse the Sharingan with just a touch, were something he really couldn't understand. He came this time to visit this person. Judging from Hinata and Hanabi's situation, this one seems to be doing charity. Wait a minute. Thinking of Hanabi's Sharingan, Hinata Hayashi narrowed his eyes and stood in the corner waiting quietly. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. What? The tailed beast can also be opened. Chapter 13. What? The tailed beast can also be opened. I'm stuffed. Ichiraku Ramen Noodle House. Lin Mo put down the empty bowl in his hand, paid the bill with a smile, said something to the hand-beating uncle, and left. Not long after Lin Mo walked out of Ichiraku Ramen restaurant, Uzumaki Naruto followed him without any hesitation. Uzumaki Naruto was really curious about Lin Mo after meeting someone who didn't hate him and even greeted him. If possible, he really wanted to talk to Lin Mo. Now watching Lin Mo leave, he still followed secretly. After leaving the ramen restaurant, Lin Mo walked and stopped along the way, taking a look at the environment of this Konoha street. Finally, I successfully returned to the jar shop. This strength seems very weak. Outside the jar shop, in the shadows nearby, Hinata Hayashi was stunned when he saw Lin Mo coming. He was especially surprised when he saw Lin Mo open the door and walk into the jar shop. Is this young man the owner of this shop? Although he knew from Hanabi and Hinata that Lin Mo was very young, he really didn't expect that he would be so young. This person is only a few years older than Hinata, right? The most crucial thing is the opponent's strength. I just feel that he is not strong, but very weak. If it is divided, it is the level of genin. Are these jars something that a genin can sell? Okay. Just as Hinata Hayashi was thinking about it, he suddenly saw Uzumaki Naruto sneaking up on him not far away, and his eyelids twitched. Isn't this the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Why is he following me? Without any hesitation, Hinata Hayashi walked decisively into the jar shop. Since this person is really the store owner, he really wants to communicate with him face to face. After entering the jar shop, Hinata Hayashi rolled his eyes out of habit. Okay. Lin Mo, who had just opened the door and walked in and had not yet sat down, suddenly saw Hinata Hayashi walking in and was immediately surprised. Is this guy coming so fast? He didn't even bring Hinata and Hanabi with him. When Hinata Hayashi walked in, he glanced at the jars on the shelf and found that they were ordinary and there was nothing special about them. But he couldn't see through the jar, which made Hinata Hayashi suddenly narrow his eyes. It is indeed mysterious, even the white eyes can't see through it. Hello. Seeing Lin Mo's gaze, Hyuga Hayashi nodded gently, I am Hinata and Hanabi's father, and I came here specially because of them. The head of the Hyuga family, I naturally know. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo nodded, nice to meet you, hello. Since you're here, you should be here for the jar. Hinata should have told you about it, so I won't repeat the rules. I came for Hanabi's eyes. Hinata Hayashi looked at Lin Mo, who was very casual with him, and said, where are you from, shopkeeper? What is your purpose in coming to Konoha village to sell these jars? This is what he wants to ask most. My goal is to sell jars. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo laughed dumbly. As for where it comes from, it is naturally a very far place, you don't need to know. You just need to know that anyone can buy a jar from me. I sell jars to anyone. He no longer wanted to answer this kind of question. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi fell silent. Lin Mo's two sentences seemed to be saying nothing, but he said it. However, after a moment of silence, Hyuga Hayashi whispered, "Since you, the shopkeeper, are selling such magical jars, I wonder if you are willing to sell them to our Hyuga clan? Just sell them all to our Hyuga clan, and our Hyuga clan will take them all." Since he could not get any information about Lin Mo, Hyuga Hayashi decisively changed his mind. Since Lin Mo is selling jars, he can buy them all. You can ask your Hyuga clan members to come and buy the jars. Lin Mo chuckled, "You can't monopolize it. My cans are only sold in the store. If you want to open them, just come to my store. As for going out, you can go out." At this point, Lin Mo shook his head. Even he didn't have the right to smash these jars, let alone take them out. Hinata Hayashi actually wanted to come over and purchase everything, which made Lin Mo somewhat speechless. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi fell silent. "If you only come to this store to buy, it seems that you have no competitiveness." He was still thinking that since Lin Mo was willing to sell the jar, he could change his thinking. However, it turned out that this idea did not work. As for bringing tribesmen to open it, that is naturally impossible. Even if he didn't open the jars, after learning about them, he knew that these jars were enough to drive people crazy. He didn't even think about robbing. Even though this person seems to be just a genin, since he sells these magical jars, he must have the so-called confidence. Instead of trying to buy more cans, just open a few yourself. Lin Mo looked at Hinata Hayashi and said slowly, "Before my shop becomes popular, the one who opens the can first will naturally be ahead of others. The later you open the can, the less advantage you will have. To be honest, before you came, only Hinata and Hanabi came to my jar shop. You are the first customers. But if it's 2 days later, I'm afraid there will be a second group of guests." As Lin Mo spoke, Hinata Hayashi's expression gradually became solemn. It is undeniable that what Lin Mo said was indeed correct. The most important thing at the moment is to open the can first. Since Lin Mo couldn't get much information, the most urgent thing was to open the jar first. Thinking of this, Hinata Hayashi asked, "Then I wonder if the owner could tell me what is in these jars." Change the chakra attribute qualifications of civilians. Better quality blades. The chakra that ninjas practice. Besides this, are there any other things? Can you introduce them to me? Hinata Hayashi really wanted to know what else was in the jar besides these. That's too much. Everything you can think of and everything you can't think of will come out of the jar. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo chuckled, "You may not understand some things if I tell you, so I will tell you something you can understand. Whether it's ninjutsu or tailed beasts, they can all be opened. The Six Paths Sage's divine weapon also has it. Anything you can think of, as long as it exists in this world, can be opened. As for some things from other worlds, even Hinata Hayashi would definitely have no idea what they were talking about. So he chose to talk about something simple and easy to understand. If Hyuga Hayashi reveals something that is not from the Naruto world, I will introduce it to him when the time comes." "What?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi looked shocked. "Tailed beast? Can it be opened from this jar? How can this be?" End of this chapter. Chapter 14. Do you know how many bowls of 2 ramen you can buy with 1 million? Chapter 14. Do you know how many bowls of Ichiraku ramen you can buy with Ryo? He knew too well the value of the tailed beasts. Could such a thing be taken out of a jar? Hinata Hayashi looked at the jars and remained silent. How could such a small jar possibly produce such a big tailed beast, unless it is in a sealed and compressed state? The most important thing is that this young man didn't care about these things. His casual attitude made it seem that the tailed beasts were really not important things in the jar. Looking at Lin Mo's expression, Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath and said, "Please wait for a moment, shopkeeper. I have already opened these jars and will go back to get the money." Having said that, Hinata Hayashi turned around and left. The reason he came here just now was to get in touch with this person, and he didn't intend to open the can on the spot. Now that he had come into contact with it, he naturally had to open the jar, but he naturally did not carry that much money on him. Just when Hinata Hayashi left, in front of the jar shop, Uzumaki Naruto poked his head in. When I saw the jars on the counter, I was stunned. A store selling jars? It looks like a grocery store, but this store only has jars. While Uzumaki Naruto was looking around, Lin Mo looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who came in with interest. "Little guy, do you want to open the can? I have a jar at home." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head. "There's nothing that needs to be put in a can. There are a lot of these broken jars at home. No, this jar is not for storing things." Lin Mo chuckled and said, "In this jar, there are all kinds of things, whether it's instant noodles, milk, or the ninjutsu you want. For example, if you didn't pass the school's graduation exam, there must be a reason for that, but as long as you open the jar and get the relevant ninjutsu, you can learn it instantly and pass the exam. To be more specific, you haven't learned the art of clones, but you can create a ball of experience light for the art of clones. After fusion, something appears from nothing in an instant, and you have mastered the art of clones." In Lin Mo's opinion, the fact that Uzumaki Naruto has not graduated yet can be used as an example. What? When Uzumaki Naruto heard Lin Mo's words, his eyes widened in disbelief. "You can learn ninjutsu without studying? That's nonsense. Any ninjutsu needs practice to be mastered, and now the store owner says that you can master it without learning? Of course." Lin Mo chuckled. "If you don't believe it, you can open a few jars. Whether it's ninjutsu or chakra, there will be a chance for you to open it. It is good." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto was excited. "Then I'm going to open the jar now. I am worried about how to pass my graduation exam. I didn't expect that I would see hope now." "Well, one jar costs 100,000 taels, how many are you going to open?" Lin Mo said slowly. "One person can only open 10 jars in 7 days." "What? 100,000 taels?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, the excited Uzumaki Naruto's face turned green. "Are you blackmailing me? Even if you don't spend much money, you know that 100,000 taels is a huge number. How could I blackmail you?" Lin Mo chuckled and said, "Whether you want to open the jar or not is up to you, not me. I'm just telling you the value of opening the jar. Think about it, if you opened a jar and found a ninjutsu, and mastered it instantly, it would only cost 100,000 ryo? Is that expensive? But this is too expensive." Uzumaki Naruto puffed his cheeks and said, "Do you know how much 100,000 ryo is? Uncle Ichirika's special dipping sauce noodles are only 80 taels per bowl, and your jar is 100,000 taels. Do you know how many bowls of ramen you can buy with this?" Full. As he spoke, Uzumaki Naruto opened his palm and counted on his fingers. 10 bowls equal 800, 100 bowls equal 8,000, 1,000. As Naruto Uzumaki counted, his face turned greener. "More than 1,000 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. I can eat so much that I vomit. Can't even think about it. Even if all the ramen I have eaten over the years were added together, it would not be this much. Too expensive." Uzumaki looked down dejectedly. "If I open the can, I won't have money to buy paint. I also want to paint the Hokage rock." Lin Mo. When Lin Mo heard what Uzumaki Naruto said, his face looked strange. What the hell? What Uzumaki Naruto means is that he has money to open the jar. This is not a small amount of money. Uzumaki Naruto actually has it. This was beyond Lin Mo's expectations. Is Uzumaki Naruto so rich? But paint the Hokage rock. Thinking of the original plot, Lin Mo's expression became more and more strange. Buy paint and pass the graduation exam. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto opened his hands and muttered, as if he was calculating which one was worth it. Shopkeeper, I'm here. At this moment, Hinata Hayashi walked into the jar shop again. In Hinata Hayashi's hand, there was a purse. But the next second, Hyuga Hayashi who walked in saw Uzumaki Naruto and suddenly narrowed his eyes. How come even the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki came to this shop? Shopkeeper, can you please not let anyone else be present when I open the can? Thinking of what was in the jar, Hinata Hayashi frowned slightly and spoke. At present, not many people know about this magical jar shop. If someone saw me opening a jar in this jar shop and then advertised it, I would be in trouble. Not to mention, he is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who is highly regarded by Konoha. There is no such policy in my store. Looking at Hinata Hayashi who came in, Lin Mo shook his head gently. A visitor is a guest, how can we refuse a guest? Not to mention that it is impossible for you to just sit there and not do business in your own shop. Not to mention, Uzumaki Naruto still has money to buy jars. It's Hinata's dad. When Uzumaki Naruto saw Hinata Hayashi walking in, his eyes suddenly widened. He knew this guy, he was Hinata's father. This is the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, a big shot. Every time I go to school, the teachers at the ninja school are respectful to this one. This one is here too. Could it be that the jar that the shop owner was talking about was real? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Lin Mo in shock. Wasn't this guy deceiving him? Originally, he wanted to open the jar because this person did not hate him. He was one of the few people who did not dislike him, so he felt that he wanted to talk to this person. But the other party runs a shop, so he wants to buy his things to increase his recognition of himself and make him willing to become friends with him. Although the price is very expensive. But he didn't really take the jar seriously. But now, Hyuga Hinata's father has also come, and wants to open this jar? If this jar is fake, how could Hinata Hayashi come? So Uzumaki Naruto was very shocked. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Hyuga Hayashi opens the can, C-rank ninjutsu scroll. Chapter 15, Hyuga Hayashi opens the can, C-rank ninjutsu scroll. Seeing the look from Hinata Hayashi, Uzumaki Naruto said hastily, I won't tell anyone. Hyuga Hayashi ignored Uzumaki Naruto's words, but handed the purse to Lin Mo. Shopkeeper, this is 1,000,000 taels, I'll open 10 jars. Since the shop owner said he would not evict them, he didn't care. The most urgent thing is to open the can first. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath when he saw Hyuga Hayashi's actions and words. You're going to take out 1,000,000 taels just like that? After Lin Mo took the money, he nodded and said, choose. It was beyond his expectation that Hyuga Hayashi did not bring Hinata and Hanabi with him. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi immediately turned his gaze to the jars on the counter. I have been keeping my eyes open since I came in, but even so I can't see what's inside the jar. This is really incredible to me. At a glance, I found that these jars were exactly the same, with no difference. Immediately, Hinata Hayashi pointed directly to a row of choices on the right. Before Hinata Hayashi finished choosing and came forward, Lin Mo waved his hand, and the jar chosen by Hinata Hayashi flew out silently and landed steadily in front of Hinata Hayashi. In the store, customers can choose the jars they want to buy and touch, or they can operate them themselves. When Hinata Hayashi saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank and he was shocked. What a means! This kind of pulling force, without the presence of any chakra, is simply magical. This person is indeed not as simple as he appears to be. In an instant, Hinata Hayashi made a judgment in his heart. Even he couldn't pull objects through the air, even without chakra. The next second, Hinata Hayashi turned his gaze back to the jar he was selecting in front of him. Without any hesitation, he reached out and smashed the first one. Boom! The first jar broke, and a ball of blue light fell down. When seeing this blue light ball, Hyuga Hayashi instantly thought of what Hyuga Hinata said. The blue ball of light represents the chakra attribute and the ninja's chakra amount. Genin's chakra, it comes from the chakra cultivated by a certain genin. After fusion, it can instantly add on one's own chakra and increase the chakra of the genin level. At this time, Lin Mo looked at the blue ball of light that came out of Hyuga Hayashi, nodded and said, "This is the chakra of genin. After touching it, you can gain the corresponding amount of chakra. For you, it is dispensable, but it is not without gain. Hyuga Hayashi definitely cannot be a genin. This amount of chakra must be a drop in the bucket for Hyuga Hayashi. But even so, it is not without gain. After all, this amount of chakra can be stacked." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi immediately stretched out his hand and merged the blue light ball. In an instant, Hinata Hayashi felt that the blue light ball turned into a warm current and flowed into his body, increasing the amount of chakra in his body. Really? Feeling the sensation of gaining chakra out of nowhere, Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath. Only by experiencing it yourself can you understand this feeling. Without any training, one can gain chakra, which means that ninjas can be mass-produced. Thinking of this, Hinata Hayashi continued to knock open the next jar. Bang! The second jar shattered and a ball of white light fell down. A ball of white light. Seeing this white ball of light, Hinata Hayashi was stunned and subconsciously looked at Lin Mo, "Shopkeeper, what is this?" I also didn't hear Hinata say there was a white ball of light. One-handed sword training experience. One-handed sword training experience comes from swordsmanship enthusiasts. After fusion, you can get training and enhance your control over the one-handed sword. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows at the simple introduction. One-handed sword, there don't seem to be many ninjas who use one-handed swords. This is a training experience for the one-handed sword. Lin Mo immediately said, it can allow you to skip the stage of your own training and gain results. You will know the specific effect after you merge it. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi did not hesitate at all and decisively reached out to touch the white ball of experience light. In an instant, Hinata Hayashi felt that in an instant, he saw a man holding a one-handed sword and many people fighting figures. This scene happened in an instant and then disappeared. Hinata Hayashi only felt it in a moment, and these fragments became his distant memories. I felt something in that instant. Hinata Hayashi stretched out his hand in surprise, feeling the changes in his right hand. As the head of the Hyuga clan, he is most familiar with the changes in himself. Just after merging with the white ball of light, traces of training appeared on his hands. These traces appeared completely out of thin air, but he had some skills with the one-handed sword. The jar is magical. With these experience light balls, if you continue to merge them, you won't need to train at all and you can become a strong person directly. After 2 consecutive experience light balls, Hinata Hayashi felt that this jar was truly magical. Looking at the remaining jars, Hinata Hayashi decisively continued to knock them open. With 2 bangs, 2 more jars broke. This time a black ball and a scroll fell down. Specially made soldier pills. After eating, it can instantly enhance and restore chakra, but if you eat too much, it will be indigestible, so it is not advisable to eat too much. C-level ninjutsu scroll records the high difficulty ninjutsu of level C, fire style, great fireball technique. It uses chakra to gather behind the throat, and then spews a huge fireball from the mouth to the front, blowing the enemy into the air. You can practice according to the method on the scroll and you will definitely succeed. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows after reading these 2 simple introductions. The scroll of fire escape ninjutsu is a good thing. Unfortunately, it's not of wind attribute. Hyauryoku pills and ninjutsu scrolls. At this time, Hinata Hayashi also saw what he had opened and narrowed his eyes. As the shop owner said, even the ninjutsu scroll could be opened from the jar. You know, for ninjas, things like ninjutsu scrolls are also family heirlooms. Some ninjas may have qualifications but they have no actual combat power because they have no ninjutsu. In order to acquire ninjutsu, many ninjas in the village constantly complete tasks in the village and exchange their merits for scrolls for training. The scroll is for the training of fire style, great fireball technique. As for the Bing Liang pill, I won't say much about it. Lin Mo said, for the Hyuga clan, they should also have scrolls like fire style, great fireball technique. I don't need to teach you how to practice the scrolls. There are not many members of the Hyuga clan who possess fire attribute chakra. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the Hyuga clan said softly, but a C-level ninjutsu scroll cannot be bought even on the market, unless it is some black market. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Powerful Senzu Beans, Bamboo Dragonfly Blooms. Chapter 16, Powerful Senzu Beans, Bamboo Dragonfly Blooms. You know, C-level ninjutsu is a Chunin level ninjutsu. The difficulty of learning and the requirement for ninja chakra are one level higher than the ninjutsu learned by the genin. Likewise, the price is very expensive. Not all Konoha Chunins can master this ninjutsu. When Hinata Hayashi was speaking, Lin Mo was slightly surprised. Is a C-rank ninjutsu so valuable? He's not really clear about this. However, for some ninjas, knowing some ninjutsu is a family heirloom. A great fireball. Hyuga Hayashi had already picked up the scroll of fire style, great fireball jutsu and opened it to take a look. Looking at the extremely clear cultivation method above, I couldn't help but feel emotional. This is the famous ninjutsu of that clan. Pity. After briefly organizing his thoughts, Hinata Hayashi continued to knock open the 5th and 6th jars. With 2 bangs, the 2 jars broke. 2 more things fell down. A detonating talisman and a bean. Hinata Hayashi looked at the bean in astonishment. Is my luck so bad? It turned out that this thing could bloom, beans could also bloom. While Hinata Hayashi was astonished, Lin Mo was looking at what Hinata Hayashi opened with an expression of surprise. Waterproof explosive talisman. The surface volume combines the volumes of 2 ordinary explosive talismans. Its power far exceeds that of ordinary explosive talismans. It has a certain waterproof performance and can briefly trigger an explosion even underwater. Sencha beans, a magical food from a certain world. Eating just 1 beans will keep you from feeling hungry for 10 days. It has a very strong recovery power. As long as a person is not dead, it can instantly restore strength and energy even in extreme fatigue and readjust the body to its best condition. This thing is a good thing. Wait, this bean. Hinata Hayashi was just about to put the 2 things away, but the moment he took them, he realized something was wrong. This bean actually contained a kind of energy that he was not clear about. This energy is very similar to the energy of life, but it is not. Good luck. Lin Mo said, I won't talk about the waterproof detonating talisman. The bean you opened is called the fairy bean. Fairy beans. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata looked at Lin Mo immediately and asked in surprise, what do you mean? The word immortal did not leave any impression on him. The only thing I remember is the psychic beast. There are many kinds of spiritual beasts, among which the powerful ones are called immortals, but it is just a respectful title. This is not something from your world. Lin Mo slowly said, this is a magical food. No matter who it is, as long as they eat this magic bean, they can go without food or water for 10 days and will not feel hungry at all. Enhanced military ration pills. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi's pupils shrank suddenly. Not eating or drinking for 10 days is a bit abnormal. Lin Mo continued slowly, he also has a very strong recovery ability. As long as he is not dead, he can instantly recover his physical strength and energy in extreme fatigue and adjust his body to its best condition. You can understand it as, if a seriously injured and dying jonin eats a senzu bean, he can be revived with full health. Hinata Hayashi. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi looked shocked. If that's the case, it's actually something very valuable. You know, even medical ninjutsu can't do this. Lin Mo ignored what Hinata Hayashi said and continued to narrate, "Don't be surprised, I haven't finished yet. This thing also has disadvantages. The disadvantage is that it is ineffective against diseases. Senzu beans can restore physical strength and treat external and internal injuries, but they can't cure other diseases." Hearing the shortcomings of this thing, Hinata Hayashi's face was solemn. Even so, the value of this thing is exaggerated. For a ninja on the battlefield, besides his own chakra, his skills are what determine his victory or defeat. This includes chakra power and physical strength. But now, there is such a thing that can instantly restore a ninja to his heyday. This is probably only the legendary Sage mode that can do it. Can such a small bean really have such a big effect? Hinata Hayashi looked at the senzu bean in his hand with some disbelief. This ordinary magic bean is too far-fetched. But he believed more that Lin Mo would not deceive him, and there was no need to deceive him. He immediately put the thing away as if it were a treasure. If I had this thing at that time. Hinata Hayashi thought of something and remained silent. Next to him, Uzumaki Naruto, who had been witnessing all this, had his mouth opened into an O shape. Because this jar was really beyond his expectations. The patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's father, opened a few jars and found things inside that he had never heard of before. Even if it's just a detonating talisman. But that stuff is expensive. Call. At this time, Hinata Hayashi let out a long sigh. He already understood that there really was something good hidden in this jar. Looking at the remaining 4 jars, he decisively continued to knock open 2 of them. Bang! Bang! 2 sounds. 2 jars broke and 2 more objects fell down. One is something that looks like wood. There are 2 leaves connected to a pole with a connector under the pole for attaching items. Another one is a palm-sized cookie. However, the biscuits are in the shape of cats. These 2 things. Seeing that these 2 things looked like snacks and toys for children, Hinata Hayashi frowned at the first moment. It's a useless little gadget. Lin Mo looked at the thing that Hinata Hayashi opened and his face became surprised. It turned out to be these 2 things. Bamboo dragonfly. Just place it anywhere on your body and you can fly in the sky as you wish. With a built-in ultra-small battery, it can fly continuously for 8 hours at a speed of 80 km per hour. If you fly intermittently, it can last even longer. Animal cookies. After eating, the eater will be transformed into the animal shape of the cookie. The effect will take effect quickly and will expire after 5 minutes. This simple introduction made Lin Mo feel deeply moved. These 2 things are very practical. Hinata Hayashi is lucky. Hinata Hayashi didn't take it seriously at first, and was about to put the 2 things away without paying any attention, when he suddenly noticed Lin Mo's expression and hesitated. Shopkeeper, could it be that these 2 things are not ordinary gadgets? If that was the case, why would Lin Mo have such an expression? These 2 are not ordinary things. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo smiled faintly. These 2 are both very practical little props. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Chunin Level Chakra, Uzumaki Naruto, I didn't end number 039, T provoke him. Chapter 17, Chunin Level Chakra, Uzumaki Naruto, I didn't provoke him. A practical little prop. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi looked confused and didn't know what was going on. Are these 2 gadgets practical? Especially the biscuits, aren't they just snacks? The first one is a bamboo dragonfly, which can be flown just by wearing it on your head. Lin Mo pointed at the bamboo dragonfly in Hinata Hayashi's hand and said, you only need to wear it on your head and you can control the flight it will through your brain thoughts. It does not require any additional power and you can go wherever you want. If you wear it on your head, can you fly? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi's pupils shrank suddenly and he subconsciously looked at the bamboo dragonfly. Just by wearing this little gadget on your head, you can fly? It is a living flying machine. It can be placed anywhere on the body, but the most common place is on the top of the head. Lin Mo continued to chuckle and said, it can fly continuously in the air at a speed of 80 km per hour for 8 hours, and in some cases 4 hours, and can only travel 640 kilometers. 640 km. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi's heart was filled with shock. Such a small gadget has such an effect? As for the others, they are animal transformation cookies. Ignoring Hinata Hayashi's shock, Lin Mo pointed at the animal transformation cookies and continued to introduce, the cookies look like what animal you will become after you eat them. The time is 5 minutes. You can try it yourself. It's so magical. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly became excited. With this animal cookie, can't I go wherever I want? This is so interesting. Looking at the excited Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hayashi reached out and put away the two things, with an expressionless face. This was opened by myself. What is this little guy so excited about? I'll try it myself when I get back. While thinking this, Hinata Hayashi looked at the last 2 jars and decisively knocked them open. Bang bang twice. Finally, the 2 jars broke, and a ball of blue light and a broken saw fell down. Chunin level chakra. It comes from the chakra that a Chunin has cultivated with great effort. After fusion, it can instantly add on one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the Chunin level. Saw with broken teeth. A saw with broken teeth. The only thing that can saw through it may be your patience. The simple introduction made Lin Mo amazed and he looked at the blue light ball. The amount of chakra of a Chunin far exceeds that of a genin. When Hinata Hayashi saw the blue ball of light, he was also extremely surprised. Another blue light ball. Shopkeeper, is this also a ninja's chakra light ball? Immediately, Hinata Hayashi looked at Lin Mo impatiently and asked. Because he knew that the blue light ball that appeared here would not only produce the chakra amount at the genin level. Chunin and Jonin can also be developed. The blue ball of light does not mean that it only has genin level chakra. Good. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo nodded, and this is the chakra of the Chunin level, you are lucky. As for the other old saw, it's of little use, so I won't say much about it. Chunin. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi was surprised and decisively reached out to touch the blue light ball. In an instant, a Chunin level chakra greater than the amount absorbed before poured into his body, making Hinata Hayashi feel joy. Because the amount of chakra of a Chunin level is also of great benefit to him. After all, he is a Chunin. At this point, Hinata Hayashi had opened all 10 jars. Recalling the jar he had opened, Hinata Hayashi looked at Lin Mo seriously and said, Shopkeeper, I am willing to pay double or even multiple times the price to buy the jar you have here. What do you think? Although he had heard Lin Mo say before that one person could only open 10 jars, he still asked with some anticipation. Having experienced opening a jar, he deeply understands the value of this jar. It was inexplicable, but the thought of making himself and his family stronger made him want to smash all the jars. Rules are rules. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Lin Mo shook his head slightly and said, if you want to open more jars, you can ask your Hyuga clan members to open the jars. Wouldn't it be better to just order someone to open the jar? He is the patriarch anyway. However, seeing Hinata Hayashi's look, Lin Mo instantly realized that Hinata Hayashi didn't want anyone to know that he opened the jar. He is even unwilling to tell his own people, are you afraid of losing control? But as the clan leader, you don't have any confidants or loyal warriors. Ugh! Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi sighed. It would be great if it were just as Lin Mo said. Why didn't he bring his tribesmen to open the jar, except that he wanted to come and check the situation first? The second reason is that he is afraid of chaos. Suddenly, Hyuga Hayashi thought of something, his face suddenly became serious, and he quickly asked, "Shopkeeper, since you can open the Sharingan here, you can also open the Byakugan of our Hyuga family, right?" Although he already knew it in advance, Hinata Hayashi still wanted to ask for details. Because this matter is really important to him. Of course. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi had asked again, Lin Mo was somewhat speechless. Not only the white eyes, but even the method of sealing and removing the caged bird of your Hyuga clan can be opened. There is nothing you can't open, only you can't think of it. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi's mood sank again. The method to remove the seal of the caged bird can be revealed, which is very bad news for him. Although it sounds like a fantasy, he already knows, having experienced opening a jar, that what Lin Mo said must be true. Since Lin Mo said there is, then there must be. Thinking of some of the people from the branch family who had to succumb to the seal of the caged bird, Hinata Hayashi just felt a headache. Ugh! Hinata Hayashi's expression was gloomy and it took a long time before he slowly relaxed. But I still sighed in my heart. This trip today completely disrupted his thoughts. I have finished opening the jars. Bye, shopkeeper. Immediately, Hyuga Hayashi said in a deep voice, "I will continue to bring people to open the jars." After saying that, Hinata Hayashi turned around and left. However, when he turned and left, his eyes glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, with a strong warning in his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, ... He didn't provoke this guy. Why was this guy looking at me so sternly before leaving? End of this chapter. Chapter 18. Where did Uzumaki Naruto get so much money? Chapter 18. Where did Uzumaki Naruto get so much money? Looking at Hyuga Hayashi leaving, Uzumaki Naruto was speechless. How about you? Lin Mo didn't care about Hinata Hayashi's departure, but looked at Uzumaki Naruto and chuckled, "Open the jar." Open. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto nodded without hesitation, "But I can't open so many. 10 jars would cost 1 million taels, and he didn't have that much money. But there are still a small amount. Luckily I brought my wallet with me this time." The next second, Uzumaki Naruto took out a wallet from his trouser pocket. When the wallet was opened, there was a pile of money stuffed inside, which made Lin Mo look strange. Uzumaki Naruto, is he that rich? I need to count how much money I have first. Uzumaki Naruto muttered as he began to count the money. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto counted out how much money was in his wallet. A full 130,000, 130,000 yuan, only enough to open one jar. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, looked up at Lin Mo, and asked quickly, "Shopkeeper, I still have some money at home, so I should be able to open another can. Can I open 2 cans first? When I finish opening them and go back, I'll give you the money." "Of course not." Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Lin Mo shook his head, "Our store cannot sell on credit, but where did you get so much money?" Having said that, Lin Mo changed the subject and looked at Uzumaki Naruto's wallet with a strange expression. This kid drinks expired milk and eats expired bread, how could he have so much money? If it were someone else, he would be able to understand 100,000 or 200,000. But Uzumaki Naruto shouldn't be so rich. Because no one wants to sell anything to me. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head in frustration, "I can't buy anything, so I slowly save my money. I can only spend my money at Ichiraku Ramen." "I see." After hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Lin Mo immediately understood. That way, it makes sense. The residents of Konoha village have an unwritten rule that Uzumaki Naruto's identity must never be mentioned. The residents of Konoha village only knew that Uzumaki Naruto was a demon fox, and did not know that he was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Not only can they not mention his identity, they also hate him extremely. At the same time, they will not sell anything to Uzumaki Naruto and will not do business with Uzumaki Naruto. As a result, Uzumaki Naruto is in a situation where he has money but cannot spend it. But even so, over the years, it's only about 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, which means only 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a year. Is it an average of 1,000 a month? A bowl of Ichiraku ramen starts at 80. Lin Mo made a simple calculation in his mind. This is completely in a very average range. Then I'll open one first. And the next second, Uzumaki Naruto smiled again and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, can I ask again, can I really learn the ninjutsu I don't know by opening the can, and then graduate from the ninja school?" Before, he saw Hyuga Hayashi open a jar, but only chakra came out, not the light ball of ninjutsu. There was only a ninjutsu scroll, but he still had to learn the ninjutsu scroll, which made him a little hesitant. Of course. Lin Mo nodded, but sometimes you can't use your ninjutsu, not because you don't know how to do it. At this point, Lin Mo paused and said, "You are a genius, have you never discovered that your chakra can be out of control?" "Correct." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's pupils suddenly widened, and he hurriedly said, "Shopkeeper, you are right, sometimes I can't control my chakra at all. I told Teacher Irika about it, but Teacher Irika just told me to practice more." "Shopkeeper, do you know the reason? His body has been different from that of ordinary people since he was a child, and he has noticed it. But he never dared to say it. He didn't dare to say it even to Irika-sensei. All the scrapes he had as a child healed very quickly, which frightened him, so he kept it a secret. In addition, everyone has always disliked him, which made him extremely inferior, and he dared not tell anyone. But now, this young shop owner said it out loud. Shopkeeper, can you tell me?" Uzumaki Naruto looked at Lin Mo anxiously. "You must know, right?" "Ah." Lin Mo nodded gently. "In the final analysis, it is still because of the nine-tailed fox in your body." For Lin Mo, there is nothing that cannot be said. And he also believed that Uzumaki Naruto could accept it. After all, even if he didn't say it himself, Uzumaki Naruto could still find out from Mizuki's mouth. "I just let Uzumaki Naruto know in advance. Inside me, Kyuabai." After hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto was confused. "Do you know why the people of Konoha village hate you? Because there is an unwritten rule that constrains everyone." Looking at the confused Uzumaki Naruto, Lin Mo slowly said, "That is the rule, that you must never mention that you are a demon fox." "What?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed drastically. "I am a demon fox." "Of course you are not a demon fox. The demon fox is just sealed in your body. You are a container, a Jinkraki container." Lin Mo chuckled and said, "In the ninja world, tailed beasts are strategic resources. They are protected by the village and kept secret, but they are also hated and feared by people. Ordinary people don't know about the tailed beast Jinchuriki. This is a secret in every ninja village. But ordinary people don't know, but ninjas definitely know. The nine tails is sealed in your body. That tailed beast is very powerful, so it will affect you unconsciously. You should have experienced it since you were a child." After hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto fell silent. "So this is Is this the reason? He keeps doing stupid things just because he doesn't want to be invisible. But the people in the village treated him as an invisible person." He asked more than once. But Teacher Irika told him that it was because he had not been recognized by everyone and he needed to get everyone to recognize him. His third-generation grandfather also told him that it would be good enough as long as he was recognized by everyone. But now, it turns out that the truth has always been like this. He has been deceived. He did not doubt what the shopkeeper said. What this person said completely cleared up all the confusion in his mind, and he immediately understood it. But why did you seal that fox monster inside of me?" The next second, Uzumaki Naruto looked up in confusion and said, even if you become a Jinchuriki, it's for the village and you will be protected by the village, so why didn't you tell me about this? You even hid it from me. This is something Uzumaki Naruto cannot understand. Why should it be sealed in his body? If it was for the sake of the village and the seal, then he had no objection. But why did you hide this from him? It is because he does not know this truth that he does not understand and is confused about what he has experienced over the years. Even after asking, he was not told. Why? End of this chapter. Chapter 19, Uzumaki Naruto and number 039, S Mood Roller Coaster, Naruto opens the can. Chapter 19, Uzumaki Naruto's Mood Roller Coaster, Naruto opens the can. Because of your physique, and also because of your identity. Looking at the confused Uzumaki Naruto, Lin Mo said, ordinary people's physique cannot seal the tailed beasts. Even if you want to become a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast, you need qualifications. Ordinary civilians do not have this qualification. Do you know why your last name is Uzumaki? Swirl. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto felt depressed, but still asked in a low voice, why? Because of your mother. Lin Mo said slowly, your mother Uzumaki Kushina has a strong vitality unique to the Uzumaki clan, and is born with a powerful and special chakra that can suppress the tailed beasts. As her child, you have also inherited this, and are the most suitable container for the tailed beast. My mother. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's tone suddenly became excited, then does the owner know where my mother is? I am not an orphan. Who is my father? He actually still has a mother. He had always thought he was an orphan, but now the shop owner says he is not. I still have a mother. Thinking about how almost all of his classmates in the ninja school had parents except himself, he always thought he was an orphan. But now, it is not. What about your mother? Where did my father go? This shop owner must know. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Lin Mo eagerly, expecting Lin Mo's answer. Your mother is dead, and your father is dead too. Lin Mo said calmly, of course, it's not impossible for you to see your mother. He's dead. Uzumaki Naruto looked depressed when he heard Lin Mo's words, but after hearing the rest of the words, he looked up in confusion, they are all dead, how can I still see them? Because your father sacrificed his life to seal half of the Nine Tails chakra and his and your mother's last chakras into your body, so that they can accompany you as you grow up. And set up the sealing procedures so that they can give you the greatest help at the two most critical and dangerous moments. You have always grown up with your parents by your side, but you just don't know it. Is that so? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously touched his stomach, and his whole body was a little dazed. After a long while, Uzumaki Mingren looked up and whispered, what's my father's name? Shouldn't I take my father's last name? Could it be that my father's last name is also Uzumaki? No, your father is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, as for why the last name is Uzumaki, it is naturally to avoid suspicion. Do you think that if you have the same last name as the fourth Hokage after his death, others will not speculate? But why don't I know the truth that I am a Jinchuriki? Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists slightly, I don't even have the right to know. Was my mother the same as me back then? You'll have to ask the third generation about this. Lin Mo shook his head, as for your mother, the identity of the Jinchuriki is not known to others. The replacement of the Jinchuriki is only known to the Konoha high-level officials. Even the Konoha Sunin does not know. Therefore, your mother Kushina is not discriminated against and rejected by the villagers in Konoha village like you are. That's it. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto felt a little relieved, but only a little. The words he got from the store owner today really made his head feel dizzy. The fourth Hokage was actually his own father. He was excited, but soon he became depressed. He was the child of the Hokage, but he was hated by the villagers. No one would believe him if he told others about it. They will just think of themselves as fox demons. So I was born a vessel, but I'm much luckier than my mother. Uzumaki Naruto sighed and asked in a low voice, did my mother know that she was a container back then? No. Lin Mo nodded, she was born in the Uzumaki village in the land of whirlpools. She is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Because of her special physique, she was brought to the Hidden Leaf village in the land of fire and became the second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Under the guidance of the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she learned the truth. The land of whirlpools, the hidden village of the Whirlpool Shio. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes brightened, so, the land of whirlpools, the hidden village of whirlpools is also my home? My family? Shop owner, do you know how to get to the land of whirlpools? He is not an orphan, he still has people. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto wanted to go to the land of whirlpools. Good. Lin Mo nodded and continued, but the whirlpool country has been destroyed. Hearing this, bright-eyed Uzumaki Naruto froze. Perish? Because other clans in the ninja world were afraid of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, many countries and clans launched an invasion on the Uzumaki country, causing the Uzumaki country to be devastated. The surviving clan members hid their identities and scattered around the world. Lin Mo continued, members with pure family bloodlines all have red hair. When chakra is consumed excessively, the hair will turn white. If you see someone with red hair in the future, he is from the Uzumaki clan and is also your clan member. That's it. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's mood fell again. Both the father and the mother have passed away, the country has been destroyed, and only a few scattered members of the clan are living in hiding in various places. If you want to see your father and mother, come and open the can every week. Looking at the depressed Uzumaki Naruto, Lin Mo chuckled and said, because there are also things that can revive in the jar, as well as other strange things that can make it easy for you to see your mother, or communicate with your parents, or even revive your parents. I will not lie to you about this. I want to open the jar. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and clenched his fists. I want to see my parents. It sounds unrealistic to think that one can revive his dead parents just by opening the jar, but he believes that the owner will not deceive him. So Uzumaki Naruto quickly handed his money to Lin Mo. Then, under Lin Mo's instructions, he started picking out jars. Please please. Looking at the jar that flew automatically in front of him as Lin Mo waved his hand, Uzumaki Naruto clasped his hands together and muttered. Then he stretched out his fist decisively. Boom! The jar broke and a ball of blue light fell down. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. Chakra light ball. When he recognized him, Uzumaki Naruto looked delighted. If you have extra chakra, you can use a large amount of chakra to perform transformation. Not really. Compared to the delighted Uzumaki Naruto, Lin Mo shook his head with a strange expression. This is a transformation costume. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, Ninja Turtles and number 039, Transformation Costumes, Uzumaki Naruto, am I that kind of person? Chapter 20, Ninja Turtles Transformation Costumes, Uzumaki Naruto, am I that kind of person? Ninja Turtles Transformation Costume. It comes from the sewer of an unknown world. Once it is integrated, you can change your appearance into a Ninja Turtles. The duration of the effect depends on the amount of energy used. Please test it yourself for the specific effect. Looking at the introduction of this thing, Lin Mo's eyelids twitched violently. The Ninja Turtles transformation costumes, if he remembered correctly, were ugly. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto heard Lin Mo's words, looked up with a confused look, and said, "Shopkeeper, what is a transformation costume?" He has absolutely no idea of this. You can think of this as a form of transformation. Lin Mo said calmly, how long you can maintain this transformed outfit depends on how much chakra you have. You will know the details after you merge it. A kind of transformation technique. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he immediately reached out and touched the blue light. In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto felt a warm current flowing into his body, making him feel it very clearly. At the same time, a memory appeared out of nowhere, which Naruto Uzumaki digested instantly. However, after digesting it, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly widened his eyes. This transformation technique doesn't even require hand seals. He knew that any ninjutsu required hand seals. The transformation technique offered by the shop owner now does not even require hand seals. While being shocked, Uzumaki Naruto immediately moved his mind and with a bang, he turned into a ninja turtle. His figure instantly became tall and strong, his whole body covered with green tough skin and clear muscle lines. The yellow carapace on its chest gleams in the light and appears very strong. The raised turtle shell on the back is thick and solid, giving people a feeling of indestructibility. He had a red eye mask on his head, revealing only his sharp eyes, making him look particularly majestic. A brown belt tied around the waist gives people a sense of being ready for battle. Lin Mo. Looking at the ninja turtle transformed by Uzumaki Naruto, Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. This thing won't melt even if you kill him. Too ugly. However, he recognized the character that Uzumaki Naruto transformed into. It was actually Raphael. The turtle has a hot temper, but is honest and kind, hates evil, and likes the color red. It's amazing. It can be performed with just a thought. It's so convenient. And many more. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was subconsciously looking down at himself. As he was speaking, he saw his hand and his expression suddenly changed. This is too ugly. Even though he didn't see his appearance, his size and color made Uzumaki Naruto's face turn green. Especially after seeing himself in the mirror placed over the counter, Uzumaki Naruto felt particularly distorted. No way, how can I be so ugly? This turtle transformation is so ugly, what's the use of such an ugly transformation technique? Don't be so depressed, Naruto. Lin Mo patted Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder and consoled him. This is a very good disguise. When you transform into someone else, there are still flaws, but this thing has no flaws. It will be very convenient for you to steal things in the future. Uzumaki Naruto. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly fell silent. What does it mean to steal something and do something convenient? What kind of person is he? Ugh! Uzumaki Naruto sighed and instantly cancelled his transformation. It's too bad to get something like this out of a jar. Shopkeeper, I'll go back first. Looking at the dark night outside, Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and said, I'll go back and see how much money I have. I should be able to open another jar. If I can't come tonight, I can only come tomorrow. I'll do it as soon as possible. Ah! Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Lin Mo nodded. It doesn't matter whether you open the can today or tomorrow. If you open 10 cans in a week, it will be calculated based on the time you open the first can in a week. When he had eaten ramen before, it was already evening. Now it was night, and he wondered if Hinata Hayashi would bring someone to open the can. It is good. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto nodded. Then he said goodbye to Lin Mo and quickly left the jar shop. Watching Uzumaki Naruto leave the jar, Lin Mo had an idea. Suddenly, the 10 things that Hinata Hayashi had opened before appeared in front of him. Lin Mo did not hesitate at all, and decisively reached out to touch the ball of light representing the Chunin chakra. In an instant, Lin Mo felt a strong chakra rushing into his body, making him feel very full. Unfortunately, the quantity is too small. Although he had become a Chunin, Lin Mo knew that in the ninja world even a Chunin was just cannon fodder. The next second, Lin Mo continued to integrate the chakra of another genin and the training experience of the one-handed sword. After the fusion was completed, Lin Mo subconsciously shook his hands. He has already mastered the technique of using a one-handed sword. continue. Lin Mo continued to pick up the sea-level ninjutsu scroll that Hinata Hayashi had opened. Fuck, can't you just use a ninjutsu that you can master instantly? I still need to learn. Besides, I don't even know my chakra properties yet, and I don't even have chakra test paper to test it. If you want to learn fire-style ninjutsu, you must have fire attribute chakra. Let's try it first. Looking at the great fireball ninjutsu scroll in front of him, Lin Mo sighed in his heart. Then he began to practice according to the above method. If Hyuga Hayashi could come up with a ninjutsu that could be mastered with fusion, then he could also master it instantly and completely skip the training step. Instead of like now, you need to learn according to the practice method on the scroll. Still, I don't know whether I have fire attribute chakra. When Lin Mo was learning from the ninjutsu scroll and complaining about Hinata Hayashi. The other side. Hyuga clan. In Hinata Hayashi's study. Hinata Hayashi, who had already returned, was amazed when he saw Hinata Hanabi floating in front of him with a bamboo dragonfly on her head. It can really fly. The first thing he did when he came back was to give the bamboo dragonfly to Hanabi to try out. So far, it seems that Hanabi is having a lot of fun playing with it. Haha, this is so fun. I can fly. At this time, Hinata Hanabi, who was wearing a bamboo dragonfly on her head, was extremely excited. If it weren't for Hinata Hayashi restraining her, she would have flown out. Okay, it's time to stop. Looking at the excited Hinata Hanabi, Hinata Hayashi said, just play with it in the study. It's not appropriate to expose such things now. Oh. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Hinata Hanabi immediately fell to the ground and took off the bamboo dragonfly. She always obeyed her father. However, when handing it to Hinata Hayashi, he asked with anticipation, then the next step is to take us to open the can. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Naruto and number 039, S Dark Knight Action, Hinata Hayashi and number 039, S Headache. Chapter 21 Naruto's Dark Knight Action, Hinata Hayashi's Headache. Ah! Hearing what Hinata Hanabi said, Hinata Hayashi nodded and said, you and your sister still have some jars that have not been opened. You must open them this week. If you can open something useful for the family, it will be a credit. Even if Hinata Hanabi didn't say it, he would take Hinata Hanabi and Hinata Hyuga to Lin Mo to open the cans. Originally, he was thinking of informing his clan members, or asking some of the family's warriors to open the jar. But after learning from Lin Mo that even the mark of the bird in the cage could be opened, he gave up completely. The Hyuga clan is facing a big problem right now. Especially the Zong family. If the clan members of the Zong family knew about this magical jar shop, there would definitely be trouble, and then we would be in trouble. Although he really wanted to expand his family, he could not change the ideas of a group of clan elders even as the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. So he had no choice but to give up telling his family. In addition, there is also the branch family. If the members of the branch family find out, everything will be in complete chaos. If something is revealed that can unlock the curse of the caged bird, then what will be the consequences? Although he knew that Lin Mo's jar shop was destined to be popular, it would definitely take time before it became popular, and he wanted to take advantage of this time difference. For now, the Hyuga clan has decided that only he and his two daughters will open the jars. Great! Hinata Hanabi looked excited when she heard what Hinata Hayashi said. I can go play with Lin Mo again. Then, Hyuga Hayashi took Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hinata out of the study and walked outside. I plan to go to Lin Mo's place to open the remaining cans at night. However, just as he reached the door, Hinata Hayashi frowned slightly and stopped abruptly. On the street outside the door, there were actually ninjas secretly spying on the Hyuga clan. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be the people of that old guy Danzo. Thinking of the transfer order he had received from the route not long ago, asking him to send several Hyuga clan members to join the route, he had been dragging his feet and even wrote a report to the third Hokage, which made the old man slightly unhappy. It's troublesome. Hinata Hayashi sighed softly in his heart. At the moment, it is not possible to go out and open the cans. We can only talk about it tomorrow during the day. Immediately, Hyaga Hayashi took Hyaga Hinata and Hyaga Hanabi back to the study. There are ninjas from the village patrolling outside. If we open the can now, we will definitely be discovered, which is not a good thing. After returning to the study, without waiting for Hyaga Hanabi and Hyaga Hinata to ask with confusion, Hyaga Hayashi said, "Let's do it tomorrow. Let's go open the cans during the day tomorrow. It's so troublesome." Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Hinata Hanabi suddenly looked disappointed. "Doesn't that mean I won't be able to see brother Lin Mo tonight? Father, I have to go to school tomorrow." Hyaga Hinata said softly, "When I get out of school, I can just go to the owner and open the can." Ah! Hearing what Hyaga Hinata said, Hyaga Hayashi nodded. "Don't go out at night during this period. Be careful with the strange little things you open from the jars, don't let others see them." "Yes." Hinata nodded after hearing what Hyaga Hayashi said. She naturally knew what Hinata Hayashi said. So at the beginning, after learning about Hanabi's situation, he went to the jar shop with great caution, rolling his eyes all the way. "Okay, go to bed early." Immediately, Hyaga Hayashi patted Hyaga Hinata and Hyaga Hanabi on the head, signaling the two girls to go to bed. After watching the two women leave, Hyaga Hayashi thought of Uzumaki Naruto again. That kid probably won't tell anyone. What a shame, the purchase of such a magical jar is limited to a week. Thinking that he could only open the cans after 7 days, Hinata Hayashi sighed. He now only hoped that the can shop would not become famous too early. When Hinata Hayashi sighed. The other side. Konoha village. At the entrance of Jiying Hall. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the brightly lit bookstore, where some people were hiding in the dark and muttered, "How can I get in? If I go in directly, I will definitely be kicked out." After leaving Lin Mo, he did not go back to his home immediately, but ran to the largest bookstore in Konoha village, Jiying Tang. Because he already knew his own life experience, he wanted to find out information about the land of whirlpools. Although his mother has passed away, he wants to know more information. And this information can only be learned through records about the whirlpool country. Many ninjas have biographies, and the fourth Hokage seems to have one too. Wait a little longer. I'll go in and read the book after the store closes at night. Thinking of the information Lin Mo had told him, and then thinking about how he had been treated and hated in the village over the years, Uzumaki Naruto felt a little depressed. It turns out that his home doesn't belong to Konoha village at all. His parents had passed away, and he was kept in the dark about his status as a Jinchuriki. Even his parents' affairs were kept secret. Even if he continues to do things that gain recognition from others, these people in Konoha village will definitely not recognize him. Thinking about what he knew about the Demon Fox rebellion and that the Demon Fox was now sealed in his body, Naruto felt even more upset. All he wanted now was to find information about his mother and father. If you can't find the information, look for related ones. For example, my mother's hometown, the land of whirlpools. As for asking the third Hokage, he knew that the third Hokage would definitely not tell him. Even if I become Hokage, I won't be recognized by others. Then this Hokage is not my target either. The owner knows the situation well, but he has already told me most of it. I can't trouble him anymore. Looking at the brightly lit bookstore in the distance, Uzumaki Naruto murmured to himself, waiting quietly in the dark. Gan, it really doesn't work. At the same time. The other side. In the jar shop. Lin Mo looked at the unfolded ninjutsu scroll, speechless. I don't have fire attribute chakra, so I can't practice this scroll at all. The fire style, Great Fireball technique recorded here is completely useless. Even though the chakra flow was correct and the seals were formed correctly, I just couldn't use them. I now have wind attribute chakra, so I can learn wind attribute ninjutsu, but other attributes can only be tested with test paper, which is really a headache. It's so late now, and Hyuga Hayashi hasn't brought Hinata and Hanabi yet, so they probably won't come. Close the door and go to bed. Looking at the almost empty streets outside, Lin Mo felt as if he had returned to his hometown in the countryside at 4 or 5 o'clock. Then he decisively closed the door and went upstairs to sleep. Time passed quietly. It was late at night in a blink of an eye. Konoha village was completely silent. All shops, big and small, were closed, and only a few hot spring hotels still had their lights on. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the dark Shudo bookstore and rubbed his hands excitedly. The door is finally closed and I can sneak in to read a book. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 The Surprising Ninja Turtles Are Heading for the Intimate Paradise? Chapter 22 The Surprising Ninja Turtles Are Heading for the Intimate Paradise? Immediately, Uzumaki Naruto quietly went around to the back door of the bookstore, gently pushed open a window, and nimbly slipped in. No, transform a bit, to be safe. After getting in, Uzumaki Naruto muttered something and decided to use the transformation technique again. Boom! As Uzumaki Naruto's mind moved, there was a slight sound, and Naruto's body once again turned into a ninja turtle, which he thought was very ugly. Strange, why do I feel like this, able to move freely and flexibly in the dark? In the pitch-black environment, the transformed Uzumaki Naruto suddenly felt a strange feeling and muttered something under his breath. Is it my own illusion? Then he fumbled for the light switch and turned on the light. Clap! The soft light shines on the bookshelf, illuminating the neatly arranged rows of books. Uzumaki Naruto quickly began to search through the bookshelves, hoping to find some detailed records about his father, the fourth Hokage, and other information about the land of whirlpools. Not here. Here are some miscellaneous books. It's so annoying and messy. Uzumaki Naruto carefully browsed the cover and table of contents of each book. However, there was not much information in the books I searched, most of them were just some irrelevant records. Uzumaki Naruto was speechless and continued to flip through the pages faster. The target was found quickly. But there are only a few records that mention the fourth Hokage. This information was not enough for him. I have information about the Hokage, but I have never seen such a record book about the land of whirlpools. Since the whirlpool country has been destroyed, even if there are records, they should have been lost. It seems that I can only go to the school library tomorrow to look up more detailed information. Uzumaki Naruto muttered as he closed the last book in disappointment. Not finding any information about the whirlpool country, he decided to go to school tomorrow. Go to the library and look it up. The library of the ninja school has a lot of information, but few students read it. But it is undeniable that there is a lot of gossip in school. Time to go. Just as Naruto was about to leave the bookstore, he suddenly heard a slight sound of footsteps outside the door. Hearing this voice, Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed. Why are there more people coming? It's too late to go out now. He immediately hid behind the bookshelf and held his breath. Tap tap. At this time, the footsteps were getting closer. The next second, the door of the bookstore was gently pushed open, and a figure slowly walked in. That's strange, is the light broken? The bookstore owner who walked in frowned. He had already closed the shop and gone home to rest, but suddenly remembered that there were a few books that had not been sorted out, so he returned to deal with them. Before I got close, I saw that the lights in the bookstore were on. He remembered that he had turned off the lights, so why were the lights in the bookstore on again? Strange. But the next second, he looked at the somewhat scattered books and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Is there really someone here who secretly reads the book? Who is so immoral? He secretly read books in the middle of the night. If he wants to read it, why not just come over during the day? The bookstore owner was speechless, as long as you don't take the books away, it's fine to read them on the spot. Books are not valuable these days. Most people who come to the bookstore just browse. I will only buy something if I find something I really like, otherwise I won't spend money on it. As a result, someone actually sneaked over here late at night and flipped through a book. How fucking stupid. What a weird thing. Oh no, I'm not going to be in the making out paradise. Suddenly, the owner thought of something, his face changed, and he quickly walked towards the bookcase where Intimate Paradise was stored. This is a best-selling book, and even flipping through it is not free. My grass. As the shop owner walked towards a hidden bookshelf, he suddenly saw Naruto's transformed ninja turtle hiding in the corner. Suddenly his eyes widened and he stepped back in horror. Woo woo gooey. This transformation technique is terrible. Uzumaki Naruto was speechless and complained in his heart. It's really hard to hide such a big thing. Immediately, Uzumaki Naruto did not dare to stay any longer and quickly stood up and ran towards the window. Soon, he jumped out of the window nimbly and disappeared into the darkness. Catch the thief! There's a thief! Someone stole the book! Seeing this scene, the bookstore owner shouted hurriedly, and his voice was particularly harsh in the quiet night. Stealing books? Who has the time to steal this? Some residents living outside the bookstore were still awake, and when they heard the sound they all stuck their heads out. However, as soon as they stuck their heads out, they saw Uzumaki Naruto transformed into a ninja turtle running out of the bookstore window. Fuck! What the hell is that? Turtle! So ugly! When the residents saw Uzumaki Naruto who looked like a ninja turtle, their eyes widened one after another. However, before they could continue watching, they saw Uzumaki Naruto, who had transformed into a ninja turtle, disappear. In the bookstore. The bookstore owner was standing there, breathing heavily with lingering fear. He couldn't understand why a huge turtle suddenly appeared in the bookstore, as if it was a monster from a storybook. When he calmed down a little and looked back at the bookstore, he found that everything seemed to have returned to normal, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. But the lights in the bookstore and the few messy books on the floor made him realize that this was definitely not an illusion. There really was a monster that ran in the middle of the night and stole books to read. Immediately, he hurried to the bookshelf where the books of Intimate Paradise were stored. When he found that no book was missing, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the monster is not here to steal the book. It is also possible that the theft was not successful. Tap tap. It happened very quickly, in a short while. A patrolling ninja arrived and walked in directly and asked in a deep voice, "What did you lose here? Tell me the details." Even at night, there are some ninjas patrolling. We can also handle emergencies. If the problem cannot be solved, a signal will be sent. Master Ninja. Seeing the patrolling ninja coming, the bookstore owner hurriedly said, "A monster appeared in my bookstore." As he spoke, he described what he had just seen. The patrolling ninja looked strange and asked, "Can you draw a picture of that monster?" "I cannot do it." Hearing this, the bookstore owner's face froze, and then he quickly said, "But someone outside also saw that monster just now." "Well, I know about this." The patrolling ninja nodded and said, "We will take care of this matter. Now check if anything is lost." "Nothing to lose." The bookstore owner quickly shook his head. "It was this monster that came to the bookstore to browse books in the middle of the night and scared me." End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Sarutobi Hiruzen and number 039, S Surveillance, Naruto is a good boy. Chapter 23, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Surveillance, Naruto is a good boy. As he spoke, the bookstore owner patted his chest and let out a long sigh, but it is not ruled out that the other party did not steal the book. "Okay, I know about this." The patrolling ninja nodded and walked out immediately, continuing to ask people around him about the situation and gain some understanding. Soon, the simple record was completed. At this time, another patrolling ninja arrived. Hey 8, what happened? Why is there such a commotion here? There's an ugly turtle monster that resembles a human that comes and steals books. Moonlight Gale's face turned slightly pale, and he coughed, saying, no matter what, this monster is different from ordinary people. Report it. The third Hokage is resting now. No one will read the report now. It's not an emergency and there's no need to disturb the third Hokage. Report tomorrow morning. Ah. After the two ninjas exchanged some words, they left. Moonlight Gale continues its night patrols. When it was dawn, he immediately arrived at the Hokage's office and waited quietly. When the sun was high in the sky, the entire Konoha village was completely illuminated by the sunlight. The figure of the third Hokage appeared in Gecko Gale's sight. It's the wind. Looking at Yu Guangji Feng, who was already standing at the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly surprised. Is there something important to report? He still had some impression of Moonlight Gale, the one in charge of the night patrols of Konoha village. If there wasn't something going on, I wouldn't be waiting at the door of my office so early in the morning. The third Hokage-sama. Moonlight Gale looked at the third Hokage who had arrived, and immediately bowed respectfully and said, a strange thing happened while we were patrolling last night. I have already made a report. As he said that, Gekko Heiate handed the written report in his hand to the third Hokage. The third Hokage immediately walked into the office while flipping through the book. At the same time, Moonlight Gale was also narrating briefly. An ugly turtle monster. After listening to Gekko Gale's words and reading Gekko Gale's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and said slowly, this matter cannot be underestimated. Do you know what book this monster read? Also, pay special attention to that street. Graduation is approaching, and we may have spies from other ninja villages come to Konoha village and wait for an opportunity to cause trouble. Yes. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Gekko Heiate nodded respectfully. Then he left. After the Moonlight Gale left, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at a crystal ball placed on the table. This crystal ball is emitting a faint light. This is a tool he has used for many years, which allows him to observe the situation in every corner of Konoha village through the telescope technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently stroked the crystal ball and thought of Uzumaki Naruto. Every day he had become accustomed to using the telescope technique to check on Uzumaki Naruto. Thinking of this, he gathered his chakra and injected it into the crystal ball. The scene inside the crystal ball gradually became clear. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, concentrated, and his vision slowly shifted to every corner of Konoha village. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto was seen at the ninja school. In the picture, Naruto is walking into the school with teacher Irika. Irika was talking to him patiently, a warm smile on his face. Naruto seemed to be listening attentively, with a hint of confusion in his eyes, but more of desire and anticipation. Good. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this scene, he was immediately relieved. Irika has always been a teacher who cares about Naruto. He not only teaches him in class, but also gives him a lot of care in life. Seeing the focused look on Naruto's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt deeply relieved, as if he saw hope for the future. And at this moment, in the ninja school, Irika looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was listening attentively in front of him, and felt a toothache. How come you are so interested in historical stories? You will graduate tomorrow, shouldn't you practice your transformation technique well? In the morning we practice ninjutsu outdoors, and in the afternoon we practice combat. And you're telling me you want to read history now? Teacher Irika, please tell me more. I want to hear more. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his hands excitedly and said, I want to know more about history, the history of my Konoha. I lost to you. Seeing the excited Uzumaki Naruto, Irika sighed inwardly. It's rare to see Uzumaki Naruto so interested in books. But that's okay, as long as he doesn't go out and cause trouble. Compared to skipping classes and making trouble, reading books made him feel very happy. Iruka immediately took out his ID card and handed it to Naruto. I'm going to be busy later. If you want to read it, just take my ID card and go to the library. There is a lot of information in the school's library that has been categorized. You just need to search according to the bookshelf. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. After hearing what Iruka said, Uzumaki Naruto left excitedly and headed straight for the library. Iruka shook his head and turned away. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been performing the telescope technique through the crystal ball, felt emotional when he saw Uzumaki Naruto go to the library to read books. He is a good boy indeed. Now he knows how to read. Not bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen dissipated his chakra with a satisfied look on his face, causing the image in the crystal ball to disappear. Then I started processing the files that were not completed yesterday. At this moment, the other side. In Linmo's jar shop. Congratulations on signing in successfully and getting 100 ordinary jars. When Lin Mo opened his eyes and woke up refreshed, a hint that only Lin Mo could see appeared, and Lin Mo understood it instantly. Good luck! Seeing the 100 ordinary jars he got by signing in, Lin Mo smiled. My luck yesterday was pretty bad. I only signed in and got about 20 jars. I didn't expect that on the second day, I signed in and got 100 ordinary jars. That's enough for 10 people to open the cans. Then Lin Mo got up and went downstairs. After arriving at the counter, he waved his hand and suddenly one jar after another appeared out of thin air and landed on the shelf. The cabinet, which originally had few jars, was now filled with jars again. Let's go have breakfast. After doing all this, Lin Mo opened the door and walked towards Ichiraku Ramen. It's pretty good to have Ichiraku Ramen for breakfast. Is this true? There is a monster stealing books to read? Can the monster read? Really? Why would I lie to you? It was just this street. That monster sneaked into Jiangtang and read a book. Many people saw it. Indeed, Master Ninja asked us not to discuss this, but I saw that monster last night with my own eyes. It was an ugly turtle, but it was quite tall. I don't know what species it was. Not long after Lin Mo walked out, he encountered people passing by whispering, which made Lin Mo look strange. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Hinata vs Tenten. Tenten is shocked. How could this happen? Chapter 24 Hinata vs Tenten. Tenten is shocked. How could this happen, especially that description, which made Lin Mo instantly know that it was the appearance of the Ninja Turtles. That Uzumaki Naruto guy. In an instant, Lin Mo knew who did it. It must be Uzumaki Naruto. But why was this guy going to the bookstore to look through books in the middle of the night? Uzumaki Naruto is not the kind of person who can calmly read a book. No way. Suddenly, Lin Mo thought of what he had said to Uzumaki Naruto yesterday. So, if Uzumaki Naruto went to search, was he trying to find out information about the fourth Hokage and the land of whirlpools? While thinking this, Lin Mo walked to Ichiraku Ramen restaurant without knowing it. Good morning, Lin Mo. When Shouta saw Lin Mo coming in, he immediately smiled and greeted him. What are you going to eat this morning? I want some pork bone noodles. Lin Mo sat down as usual and said, add an extra serving of meat. Okay. Hearing Lin Mo's words, he nodded. Wait a moment. Lin Mo didn't have to wait for a while before a bowl of steaming ramen was served. Lin Mo started tasting it immediately. But just as I was tasting it, I heard people at the next table discussing it. By the way, why are there so many people from the wood industry guard patrolling today? It seems a monster appeared last night and caused quite a commotion in the bookstore. It's almost graduation time at the Ninja Academy, so don't you want to be safer? Yeah, I've heard about it, too. I heard it was a very big turtle, like a spirit? Anyway, it's so mysterious. How could a turtle go to a bookstore in the middle of the night to steal books? It's too easy to learn. Lin Mo was speechless after hearing the discussions one after another. It seems that the commotion caused by Uzumaki Naruto yesterday was not a small one. Then, after Lin Mo simply finished his ramen, he went back to the kin shop. It was not until noon that Lin Mo discovered that Hyuga Hayashi had not brought Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi to open the jars. Strange. For a moment, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. When the Hyuga clan leader knew that the jar was so magical, why didn't he bring people to open the jar? In his opinion, there should be a steady stream of Hyuga clan members coming to open the jars. Even if you don't want to be exposed, you should come here secretly. But that was not the case. Did he guess wrong? He could understand why Hinata Hayashi didn't come. After all, the jar had been opened. However, Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hinata still had some extra cans that had not been opened, so it was unexpected that they did not come. If you don't have time, then maybe you have class. Suddenly, Lin Mo thought that Hinata was still in school, so she might not have time to open the can. If I'm not mistaken, Hinata should come when the ninja school is over in the afternoon. When Lin Mo thought so. The other side. Ninja school. In the outdoor square. Irika was leading the class he was in charge of in combat training. The sun was shining brightly, and the students in the class gathered in the sun, standing neatly in the center of the square, waiting for Irika's instructions. Irika stood in front, holding a list in his hand, and said in a loud and powerful voice, "Because graduation is approaching, we will have a weapon combat training this afternoon. The purpose is to improve everyone's actual combat ability. For this purpose, I invited a senior sister who is 1 year older than you and has already graduated, Tenten. Now, I will call the roll. Please ask the students whose names are called to come to the stage and prepare for the battle." After hearing Irika's words, the students present suddenly became nervous. But it was more excitement. Because everyone knows that this is an opportunity to demonstrate their strength. Especially since Tian, a senior who graduated 1 year ahead of them, made many people eager to try and leave a good impression in front of her. Irika glanced around and stopped his gaze on a girl. He nodded slightly. "Hyuga Hinata, please come on stage and prepare for the battle. One is from the Hyuga clan, and the other is Tenten who has already graduated. Both are strong and can fight in the first match." Hinata immediately looked at Tenten after hearing what Irika said, and Tenten smiled and nodded in greeting. She knew Hinata. Although they were not in the same class at school, they played together after class. Even though she had graduated before Hinata, it did not affect her relationship with Hinata. Sometimes, she also comes to school to assist in teaching. "I was invited by teacher Irika today." Hinata took a deep breath and walked towards the battle area in the center of the square where Tenten was. "It's Hinata. Hinata will definitely win. After all, she is from the Hyuga clan, and her father is the clan leader." "Not necessarily. Senior Tian is a year older than us and has already graduated. She has participated in ninja missions, so she must be more powerful." "You're overthinking it. A newly graduated ninja can only intercept some ordinary missions in the village." "Hehe, maybe you don't know, Hinata and Senior Tenten have a very good relationship. When Senior Tenten was still a student, I often saw them playing together after class. Maybe Senior Tenten would let Hinata win directly. But Tenten-senpai herself is not weak either. She is famous for her precise techniques with hidden weapons. Hinata may not be able to withstand them. So, Hinata will definitely use her Byakugan. I'm really looking forward to it. I've never seen a Byakugan battle." Seeing Hinata Hyuga and Tenten going on stage, the students present suddenly had their eyes lit up and were looking forward to this battle. At this time, Irika looked at the two people standing still and nodded. "Are you ready? Start? SHH. As soon as Irika finished speaking, Tenten took action first. She quickly pulled out a shining shuriken from her waist bag, and with a sharp look in her eyes, she quickly threw it at Hinata. Although he is a year older than Hinata and graduated earlier than Hinata, Tenten never gives in to her. Because she knew that the person standing in front of her was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, his practical ability is definitely not that of an ordinary student. Not to mention, the other party rolled his eyes. With a swoosh sound, the shuriken drew a silver arc in the air and came straight towards Hinata. Hinata's eyes narrowed, and she took out a kunai without hesitation and responded quickly. When Hinata Hyuga's movements were agile and accurate, and her kunai drew a graceful arc in the air, easily blocking Tenten's shuriken. Then, Hinata suddenly rushed forward, the kunai flashing coldly in her hand, pointing directly at Tenten. Well done! Looking at Hinata rushing towards him, Tenten was excited. He quickly drew a short knife from his waist and met Hinata's attack. Dang dang dang! For a moment, the two men's weapons collided in the air, making a crisp metallic sound. The students in the square held their breath and watched this exciting match nervously. Boom! The next second, in an instant, Hinata's kunai easily cut and shattered Tenten's short sword with incredible power and precision. Crack! The originally hard short sword seemed to become fragile in front of Hinata's kunai and broke into two pieces in an instant. How come? Seeing his short knife being cut and broken so easily, Tian was surprised. I customized this specially for you. Her own dagger was forged from the finest ore and some rare materials, and was meant to accompany her forever. It was built by her parents at great expense. How could it be broken so easily by a kunai? The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan had weapons, and she could understand that the weapons were better than hers. But an ordinary kunai shattered her weapon. This is too exaggerated. At this time, Tianatian's face showed surprise. He looked at the broken dagger in his hand with disbelief in his eyes. Not only Tian was shocked, but the other students who witnessed it were also surprised. No way, Senior Tianatian's weapon was actually broken. Tianatian's family runs a ninja tool shop. Tian is very popular. Many of the ninja tools are beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Tian has boasted about them many times. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. Tian, you only spent 10,000 on this thing? Chapter 25. Tian, you only spent 100,000 on this thing? Sure enough, compared with a big family like the Hyuga clan, there is no comparison. Just a kunai is so sharp and hard, it's incredible. It would be such a waste if we could not retrieve it after shooting it out. One after another, the students exclaimed in surprise and exclaimed in amazement. Tianatian's family runs a ninja tool shop, and Tian often talks about his own ninja tools. As a result, it was now broken by Hinata's kunai. This weapon is so powerful. Not only the students around were surprised, but Hyuga Hinata was also surprised when she saw Tenten suddenly stop and the broken blade. This kunai of hers was opened from Lin Mo's jar shop. Lin Mo said it was just hard, but the effect was too good. You know, Tianatian Jia is a shop that specializes in making ninja tools. That short knife is a good knife to accompany you every day. As she is familiar with Tian, she knows it very well. Now it breaks so easily. Although his strength was already stronger than Tenten's, it was only in terms of chakra amount. He didn't really use chakra, only relying on physical strength and weapons. The result is as expected of a big family. At this moment, Irika, who was watching this scene, was also amazed. But he quickly regained his composure. After all, the Hyuga clan is now a prosperous clan in Konoha village, with a large fortune and great wealth. It is normal that the eldest daughter of our family has high configuration. However, even a kunai is so sharp that Irika still feels a little envious. This kind of kunai is not something you can get by yourself. Because this kind of weapon is a consumable, if it cannot be recovered, it will be a huge loss. Seeing Tenten's weapon broken into pieces, Irika knew that the game was over. Although the competition was not completed, Tian was invited by him not only to fight, but also to teach. With this in mind, Irika said loudly, "Very good, Hinata, you two performed very well every day. Especially Hinata, your kunao skills showed us all how strong you are. Hinata smiled shyly when she heard the teacher's praise. She just had the advantage of weapons. I didn't expect this kunao to be so sharp. Although she felt that she could win against Tenten without using kunao. But Irika praised her kunao skills so much, but she didn't have any kunao skills at all. That's why the kunao is sharp. All this is thanks to the jars sold by Lin Mo. Irika had never praised him like this before, this was the first time he had praised him like this. This made Hinata feel slightly excited. That's great, Hinata. At this time, Tenten had already packed up the two broken swords, and after saying hello to Irika, he strode to Hinata, stretched out his hand and sighed, without making any noise. He actually got such a sharp kunao, which really caught me off guard. No. Hearing what Tenten said, Hinata smiled shyly and quickly explained in a low voice, I didn't expect this to happen. I didn't prepare for this specifically. I do not believe. Hearing Hinata's words, Tenten snorted, what is our relationship? You actually hid it from me, your good sister. You rarely used kunao in the past, and the ones you did use were purchased from my house. My family has received many orders from your Hyaga family. The kunao you carried with you before were all made by my family. They are not so hard. Do you know what material I used to make this short sword? Even a chunin can't afford it. When I was in school, I often played with Hinata. The quality of the kunao Hinata carries is clear to all. In Tenten's opinion, Hinata got a top-grade kunao from home just when she was about to graduate from the ninja school. However, according to Hinata's personality, it seems that she would not do this on purpose. But it really happened. What? Hearing Tenten's increasingly outrageous words, Hinata hurriedly shook her head and blushed as she explained, no, it's not. Her voice was a little stammering and she was obviously nervous. She wanted to explain it clearly, but she didn't know how to start. I didn't prepare the sharp kunao specifically for the ninja exam. Humph, I don't believe it. Seeing Hinata's blushing face, Tenten snorted, then tell me, how come your kunao is so sharp? The forging material of this kunao is definitely not simple. Ordinary ninjas would not use such a luxurious kunao. Only your big family would do this. Me. Hearing what Tenten said, Hinata's face turned even redder in anxiety. She lowered her head and tightly clenched the kunao in her hand, not knowing how to explain. She knew in her heart that Tenten was not blaming her, but was curious about her kunao, but she was speechless for a moment. But I believe that given the sharpness of this kunao, even ordinary members of your Hyaga clan cannot afford to use it. Tian Tian continued. She was obviously very interested in the origin of this kunao. As for the kunao in Hinata's hand, she was sure that it could only be used a few times. At most, only people from the clan can use it. Hinata stuttered, not knowing how to explain. But the next second, Hinata thought of what Lin Mo had said before, that he didn't mind her telling others. Lin Mo would be happier if she was willing to bring someone to open the jar. Thinking of this, Hinata had an idea and thought that maybe she could take this opportunity to explain everything to Tenten. She took a deep breath and raised her head. Although her face was still red, she tugged at Tianatian's sleeve and said softly, Tian Tian, let me tell you the origin of this kunao. I opened this kunao from a small jar shop. In that jar shop, it costs 100,000 taels to buy a jar. I got the money by smashing a jar. What? Hearing what Hyaga Hinata said, Tenten widened her eyes and asked in astonishment, you bought this thing for only 100,000 taels. As he spoke, Tenten looked at Hinata suspiciously. I thought that the kunao in Hinata's hand was brought from home and made by herself. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Hinata spent 100,000 taels to buy it. This price. It's too cheap. From other people's perspective, it might be very expensive, ridiculously expensive. However, the broken dagger in his hand was made of materials worth more than 100,000 taels. My family runs a ninja tool shop, so I know the cost of materials for making some ninja tools very well. Is it expensive? Seeing the shocked Tenten, Hinata whispered, that shouldn't be the case. The owner only said that this kunao is sharper and harder, so it doesn't have any advantages. No, if my family sold the kunao in your hand, I would definitely not sell it for 100,000, but at least 200,000. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Tian, the shop owner is definitely an interesting person. Naruto and number 039, S. Anger, an Oni. Chapter 26 Tian, the shop owner is definitely an interesting person. Naruto's anger, an animal in captivity. Tenten looked at Hinata seriously and said, "You don't know about ninja tools, but I do. It's strange, is there still such a ninja tool store in Konoha village now? It's too conscientious." Tenten paused, looking thoughtful, and said, "Even if it's a newly opened ninja tool shop, they shouldn't sell this kind of kunao. And even if there are, they can't be sold so cheaply. This is completely disrupting the market." Speaking of this, Tianatian's expression gradually became solemn. The next second, he asked Hinata hurriedly, "And this is not good news for my family. Hinata, can you tell me about this store? I feel that if I let this store continue to operate, my ninja tool store may be affected, and then the quality is better than my own ninja tools, and they are so sharp, but they are sold at less than half the price. If this were an ordinary kunao, wouldn't it be much cheaper? By then, the entire market of Konoha village will be impacted. As a ninja tool store, her family will inevitably suffer a huge impact. This is not good news. Tian, you don't have to worry about that." Seeing Tenten's expression gradually changing, Hinata hurriedly explained in a low voice, "The owner doesn't sell ninja tools, he just sells jars. The jars contain ninja tools and other things, such as military pills and other sundries. You want to buy this kunao, but you may not be able to open it. It costs 100,000 ryo to open a jar, and there may not be a kunao inside." "Hey? That's it." After hearing Hinata's further explanation, Tenten, who was originally feeling a little anxious, was stunned. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. "Isn't this equivalent to gambling? It's okay then. If that is the case, and the other party does not run a ninja tool shop, then he does not have to worry about the business of his own ninja tool shop." For a moment, Tian felt relieved. "So, you don't have to worry." Seeing Tenten breathing a sigh of relief, Hinata said softly, "Yes." Tian nodded and said, "But the jar you mentioned is quite interesting. Its sales mechanism is very interesting. You can do the same with your own ninja tool shop. You can make some airtight jars and put things in them. Then put it on sale, it should be very popular in the market." The more I thought about it, the more I felt that this method was feasible, and my eyes became brighter. "Right." Hearing what Tian said, Hinata nodded slightly and said, "And there are many unexpected treasures in Mr. Lin Mo's shop. Last time he also said that I was welcome to bring friends to open the cans. If you are interested, we can go and take a look together." Hinata originally wanted to say something else, but then she thought that these were too shocking, so she decided to wait until Tian arrived before she could say anything. Hearing what Hinata said, Tenten nodded quickly. "Actually, even if you didn't say it, Hinata, I was going to ask you to take me there. This jar is so interesting. I think this shop owner is definitely an interesting person. He actually came up with this kind of sales model. If this were to happen in my ninja tool shop, my shop would also be a hot seller. I want to talk to this one." The more we talked, the more excited we became. Her family couldn't think of this kind of sales model. It is good. Seeing Tenten gradually getting excited, the shyness on Hinata's face was replaced by a sense of closeness between friends. She felt it was a very happy thing to share this secret with her good friends every day. Tian Tian was eager to try and continued, "Then we'll go after you get out of school." "Ah." Hinata nodded and said, "I'm also going to open the cans after school, so we can go together. Maybe you can open more interesting things. I believe the owner will be happy to know that I took people there to open the cans." Hinata's face turned slightly red when she thought of what Lin Mo said yesterday. Lin Mo should be happy. It is good. There was a gleam of anticipation in Tianatian's eyes. While Tenten and Hinata were talking, another comparison came to an end. Next, Uchiha Suzuki. At this time, Irika once again announced the new contestants. Not far away, Uchiha Suzuki, who had been sitting, walked up with an expressionless face. After Irika finished the announcement, he glanced at the people present and thought of the only absent person, Naruto Uzumaki. "It's okay, as long as you don't go out and cause trouble. The school gate is just ahead. As long as he doesn't skip classes to cause trouble, it's okay for him to read books." Irika thought so in his heart. Naruto's performance is getting better and better, and he even knows how to read books. I have to report the progress to the third Hokage. When Irika was thinking this, in the school's library, Uzumaki Naruto was flipping through a book, his expression changing constantly. It turns out that the emblem of the Whirlpool country is on the clothes of the Konoha ninjas. The Uzumaki clan established a country with a super strong sealing technique, the land of whirlpools, the hidden village of Ozushio. The shop owner said that the Whirlpool country caused fear among other ninjas in the ninja world because of the sealing technique, so they joined forces to destroy the Whirlpool country. According to the records, Konoha at that time had the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, who were Konoha's allies. How could Konoha village not even be saved? A small country with a terrifying sealing technique, a unique and strong vitality, and an innate strong and special chakra that can suppress the tailed beasts. It is normal for people to fear them, but why didn't Konoha rescue them in time? Was it too late and couldn't receive the news? The shop owner said that mother was brought to Konoha village because she was to be used as a vessel to seal the 9 tails. This means that Konoha village will definitely take care of the Whirlpool country and pay attention to the Whirlpool country. It is impossible for them to know about this only after the Whirlpool country is destroyed. Even if it's a small country, if other ninjas unite to destroy the Whirlpool country, it would be impossible for them to do it in secret. Konoha's intelligence system wouldn't be able to know about it later. Now in the village, the only Uchiha clan left are Suzuki, that cocky guy, and his brother who became a traitorous ninja. As for the Senju clan, I don't think I've ever heard of it, and it seems they don't exist. The Uzumaki clan seem to be Konoha's tailed beast containers, my mother before me, and me now. Animals in captivity. Uzumaki Naruto murmured, clenching his fists slightly. Especially when thinking of that kind face, a fire gradually rose in Naruto's heart. There is still too little information to search. I still have to ask the store owner. The size of the Whirlpool nation is not small, and it is so powerful. If it were just a group of small countries united, they would not be able to do this and destroy such a country so quickly. There should be the shadow of a big country. Among the 5 big countries in the ninja world, Konoha has the best position. The others are the land of water, land of lightning, land of wind, and land of earth. So Konoha's intelligence system is definitely not going to fail. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Naruto, I want to solve it by opening the cans, visiting the kin shop every day. Chapter 27 Naruto, I want to solve it by opening the cans, visiting the kin shop every day. Uzumaki Naruto closed the book with both hands and muttered. He felt that he was gradually coming into contact with the truth. The information I found in the library has pieced together some fragments of the truth. I'm afraid this is the only information I can find at the moment. If you want to find more, you probably won't be able to find any. The most comprehensive historical records of Konoha village are in the school, and the village bookstore only has some biographies. I have been browsing in the reading room for most of the day, and have only come across these scattered pieces of information. This is all the information I can get. Some things are probably only known by the KONOHA high-level officials at that time. Unless you ask yourself. But even his status as a Jinkriki was kept secret, so was it really appropriate for me to go and ask so bluntly? Can the third Hokage really say it? Uzumaki Naruto felt depressed when he thought about some of the information that the third Hokage had told him. Is giving yourself pocket money to prevent yourself from starving to death. The third Hokage came to see him from time to time, but I'm afraid he didn't care about him. It must be because of the degree to which the tailed beast is sealed within his body that it came. I thought about how sometimes I felt someone touching my belly while I was sleeping. He didn't take it seriously at the time, but thinks about it now. I am afraid. Uzumaki Naruto let out a long sigh, and his eyes gradually became firm. After school, I'll go open the ken and ask the owner more questions. The owner knows so much secret information, even the information about him being a Jinkriki, but he doesn't seem to be from Konoha village. He is very mysterious. Then it makes no sense that you wouldn't know other things. I just need to ask a few more questions. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto immediately put the book in his hand back into the bookshelf. He did not choose to take the books back. These are old books, just read them. After simply tidying up the messy reading room, Uzumaki Naruto walked out. Naruto. Not long after Uzumaki Naruto walked out and hadn't reached the playground yet, Irika came towards him and said expressionlessly, "You dodged the practical battle. The next one is the practice of clone techniques, and you're the only one who didn't practice. Come here and practice well for me. Let me see if you can graduate." No. Hearing Irika's words, Uzumaki Naruto's face changed drastically and he wailed, "Let me go, Teacher Irika, I don't want to practice the clone technique." His transformation skills were doomed to fail, so he thought of solving the problem by opening a jar. I also collected some scattered money at home today and I can open a jar. I was just about to go open a jar after school, but ended up being forced by Irika to practice the clone technique. This is not possible. I'll say nothing about you getting away with the practical class, but not the transformation and clone jutsu. You've already failed the ninja school graduation exam twice. Irika grabbed Naruto with a frown on his face and said, "Practice well. If you don't blame me for keeping you here until dark today." I practice. Hearing Irika's words, Uzumaki Naruto's face turned green and he nodded hurriedly. I was planning to leave school early and find the owner to open the can. What if this is left until dark and the owner closes the shop? Having already experienced opening a jar, he knows how magical the jar is. Immediately, Uzumaki Naruto followed Irika back to the classroom obediently. However, after returning to the classroom, Uzumaki Naruto found that there were not many people in the classroom, which made Uzumaki Naruto look surprised. Where are the others? Teacher Irika. Because they are good at transformation, and they just got practice in battle, I let them out of the school early. Irika adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "Those who stayed are not very good and need practice. And you, my Naruto, you are my focus." Uzumaki Naruto. I know. Uzumaki Naruto said dejectedly, "But teacher, you know my clone technique. If I don't practice well, won't you keep me here until dark?" "That won't happen." Irika shook his head and said, "I want to see you practice. If you just cooperate with me, I will let you go early. Go, line up." The transformation jutsu is to transform into the teacher's appearance, and the clone jutsu is to separate yourself. Yes. After hearing Irika's words, Uzumaki Naruto immediately joined the queue obediently. Soon, it was Uzumaki Naruto's turn. Uzumaki Naruto quickly formed seals with his hands, and with a bang, a lying Naruto appeared. "Irika, Go practice over there." Irika deadpanned, one of the graduation requirements is that you can create 3 clones instead of just 1 crouching clone. Give me half an hour to practice. Yes, Iruka-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto was dejected. If I open the kin myself, maybe I won't have to waste time here. If I had known this, I would have run out right after leaving the library. Hey, Mr. Iruka, Naruto is a good kid. Don't be so strict. At this time, a young man came over and shook his head, saying, "You can't practice for 10 minutes. Mizuki-sensei." Looking at Mizuki approaching, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly looked up and his face became expectant. Teacher Mizuki was very nice to him and spoke up for him a lot. If Iruka-sensei had listened to Mizuki-sensei, he would have been able to leave school earlier and go to the store owner to open the cans. No, Mizuki. After hearing what Mizuki said, Iruka said in a deep voice, letting Naruto graduate like this is not helping him, but harming him. Naruto, practice. Yes. Hearing Iruka's words, Uzumaki Naruto wailed in his heart and began to practice honestly. While making hand seals, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the sky outside from time to time. The afternoon was fine. After I finish practicing, I will go to the owner to open the cans. It shouldn't be until evening. When Uzumaki Naruto thought so. In front of the jar shop, Tenten, who came with Hinata, looked at the shop in front of him with curiosity. Is this the shop? The location is not very good, quite remote. The owner is inside, let's go. Hinata said as she took the lead in stepping into the jar shop. Tian followed closely behind and saw Lin Mo in the jar shop at a glance. Good, so young. The moment he saw Lin Mo, Tian was slightly surprised. She had expected the owner to be a middle-aged man. Because Hinata calls Lin Mo sir. But the Lin Mo in front of her was beyond her expectations. He looks to be less than 20 years old, tall, and with handsome features. Especially those deep eyes, which seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Tianation's face blushed slightly. She felt that Lin Mo was not only handsome, but also seemed to have a unique temperament that could not be ignored. Lin Mo also saw Hinata and Tian who walked in, and was surprised. Instead of waiting for Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hanabi, Hinata came with Tenten. End of this chapter. Chapter 28. Hinata opens the can again, and Tian is excited, I want to learn this. Chapter 28. Hinata opens the can again, and Tian is excited, I want to learn this. Mr. Lin Mo, I brought Tian to open the jar. At this time, Hinata spoke softly and introduced Tian to Lin Mo. Hello, Mr. Lin Mo. Compared to the somewhat restrained Hinata, Tian was very lively and cheerful. He stretched out his hand and smiled at Lin Mo and said, My name is Tian. You can just call me Tian. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. In response to Tian extending his hand, Lin Mo smiled and nodded, then reached out and held Tianation's little hand. At the same time, he also looked at Tian. This one is wearing a pink Chinese cheongsam and a small side-breasted top. It's not as attractive as the white military uniform with 3/4 sleeves, but it's also very pure and lively. The most important thing is that he knew that Tian was not an ordinary ninja, but a wealthy woman. My family runs a ninja tool shop. Hinata did bring a good person. When Tian saw Lin Mo looking at him, he also looked at Lin Mo, his eyes fixed on the counter behind Lin Mo. On the counter, there were many ordinary jars, making it impossible to tell what was inside. Mr. Lin Mo, I found your store method very interesting when I heard Hinata say it. I think you are a very thoughtful person. The next second, Tian hurriedly asked, How did you come up with this sales method? I want to learn from the sales model of this jar. My family runs a ninja tool store. If we sell weapons according to your model, it will definitely be a small hit. Do you mind? At the end of the conversation, Tian felt a little embarrassed. After all, In Tianation's opinion, this sales model belongs to Lin Mo. If you do this at home, it would seem like piracy, which is a very bad behavior. The shops in Konoha village today do not have this sales model. Tian felt that if he wanted his own ninja tool shop to sell ninja tools in this way, it would be better to greet Lin Mo first, talk to Lin Mo in advance, and let Lin Mo know in advance. So she brought the money to open the jar, also thinking of interacting with Lin Mo. His family is not short of the kunao that Hinata has, but for the sake of this sales model, Tian thinks he can make friends with Lin Mo first. Of course I don't mind. Hearing Tianation's words, Lin Mo shook his head and laughed. If you don't copy this model, others will copy it. How can I possibly go to them one by one? Putting aside the contents of the jars, the way the jars are sold is indeed a good business model. If others want to copy, how can you stop them? It can't be stopped. On the contrary, it was Tian who made Lin Mo look at him twice. This little girl actually knew to say hello in advance, which is quite polite. When Tian heard Lin Mo's words, his eyes lit up. What the store owner meant was that he didn't care, which was great. After I go back, I can discuss it with my parents and sell ninja tools according to this model. Next to her, Hinata had already taken out a purse filled with money. While handing it to Lin Mo, he whispered, "Shopkeeper, I have opened 5 jars before, and I can open 5 more. This is 500,000 taels." Ah! Hearing Hinata's words, Lin Mo nodded. As he took the money, he said, "Choose. You've driven it. I won't say anything more." After hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata started to choose immediately. While Hinata was choosing, Tenten looked at her with curiosity. She wanted to see what Hinata would get out of the jar this time. 500,000 taels was not a small amount of money, and the shop owner would not have left any bad money in it, otherwise Hinata would not have come to open the jar again. Even if it is a bad one, it is impossible to put it in every jar. While Tenten was thinking this, Hinata had already picked out 5 jars. With a wave of Lin Mo's hand, 5 jars flew out silently and landed safely in front of Hinata, which made Tianation's eyes widen suddenly. What method is this? Just wave your hand and make things float up. Is it a ninjutsu that I don't know about? But I've never heard of any ninjutsu that can make things fly. If there was one, it wouldn't be so troublesome to retrieve the shuriken I threw out every time in the future. Even some that are thrown far away can only be discarded with great pain. Thinking of this, Tianation's face turned slightly rosy and he felt a little excited. This kind of ninjutsu will be of great help to me. I must learn this ninjutsu from this young shop owner. With this ninjutsu, you can completely recycle your kunao and shuriken. Unexpectedly, before the jar was opened, I saw a kind of ninjutsu that I had never seen before. She wants to learn this. Boom! While Tian was thinking excitedly, Hinata had already opened the first jar with ease. Suddenly there was a bang. The first jar broke and a ball of blue light fell down. Seeing this blue ball of light, Hinata's face was slightly excited. She immediately looked at Lin Mo and asked, "Shopkeeper, what is this ball of light? Is it chakra?" Chakra of ordinary genin, the chakra that comes from the hard practice of an ordinary genin. After fusion, it can instantly add on one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the level of an ordinary genin. Ah! Lin Mo glanced at the blue light ball and nodded, the chakra of an ordinary genin. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata immediately reached out and touched it. In an instant, the blue light ball merged into Hinata's body, making Hinata feel that the amount of chakra in her body had changed again. No! Tenten, who was standing by, suddenly widened her eyes when she saw the chakra aura escaping from Hinata's body. Is this chakra aura stronger than the chakra aura in my body, real or fake? She hadn't noticed this when she competed with Hinata before. Especially after Hinata smashed the jar and touched a blue ball of light, this scene appeared, which made Tenten completely stunned. The jar here, shopkeeper, contains a ball of chakra light. Once it is opened, there is no need for practice. You only need to touch it to fuse it. Hinata, who had fused the chakra ball, looked at Tenten, who was pointing at her with a look of astonishment, and immediately explained softly, opening the jars here can make you stronger even without training. What I opened was Genin chakra, so after the fusion, the chakra in your body has increased. The shop owner didn't tell me just now, and Tian doesn't know, so I'll just explain it myself. What? Hearing Hinata's words, Tenten's eyes suddenly widened. There is such a thing? How did you put it in the jar? Isn't chakra something that can only be acquired through practice? How can I take it out and put it inside something? It's okay to let go, but can they be fused by touching? Skip the steps of cultivation, I am confused every day. If chakra was so easy to obtain, then her teacher wouldn't be so biased. End of this chapter. Chapter 29, Tian can end number 039, T wait, storage ring and B-level ninjutsu. Chapter 29, Tian can't wait, storage ring and B-level ninjutsu. Anyway, the jars here by Mr. Lin Mo are so magical. Looking at Tenten with wide eyes, Hinata said softly, just watch me drive first, you will know after a while. Hinata continued to crack open the second jar as she spoke. Boom! The second jar shattered, and this time an antique bronze ring fell out. Ring! Looking at the ring, Hinata was stunned and subconsciously reached out to pick it up. The ring was ordinary, bronze in color, as if it had just been taken out of the junk. Storage ring, a magical storage ring from an unknown world, containing 1 cubic space, which cannot store living things. When Hinata picked up the ring, Lin Mo also saw the introduction of the ring and was surprised. It turned out to be a storage ring. Unfortunately, the space is too small. 1 cubic meter. This is a storage ring. Immediately, Lin Mo said, it has the same function as the sealing scroll. You can store anything you want to store in it anytime and anywhere. The space inside is only 1 cubic meter, so it is quite convenient to carry with you. If you feel it with your spirit, you will know how to use it. Storage ring. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata looked at the storage ring in her hand with surprise. Is it similar to the function of the sealing scroll? Immediately, Hinata tried to use her spirit. In an instant, Hinata knew how to use this ring. As Hinata thought about it, the ninja tool bag hanging around her waist disappeared out of thin air in an instant. So amazing! After trying out how to use the storage ring, Hinata's face lit up with surprise. This thing is so convenient. It is small and portable, which is completely incomparable to the sealing scroll. Oh, that's amazing! Next to them, Tenten, who had been witnessing all this, looked at the storage ring in Hinata's hand with astonishment. She also heard Lin Mo's words and knew the function of this storage ring. Subconsciously, Tian glanced at the sealed scroll on his waist. Today's sealing scroll is already the smallest size. There are only a few ninja tools sealed inside. But even so, sometimes it is still inconvenient to move. So when she usually carries the sealing scroll, she carries it on her back for more portability. When it is needed, take off the scroll, and then by unsealing the scroll, quickly throw out the ninja tools that were originally sealed inside. But now, there is a more convenient storage ring, in which you can put the ninja tools and take them out when needed. 1 cubic space is not small for her, it can hold many ninja tools. This thing was actually opened by Hinata from a jar. Moreover, it only cost 100,000 taels. Sealing scrolls are expensive already, not to mention other things. For a moment, Tian was a little excited. She finally understood why Hinata had told her that this jar was magical when they were in school. Not only are there ninja tools stored inside, but also incredible chakra and lightweight and portable sealing objects. I'm afraid no one would have thought that an ordinary ring can also be a space device that can store things. While Tian was excited, Hinata had already tried the storage ring several times. Suddenly, she remembered that there was still a jar that had not been opened. Her face suddenly turned slightly red, and she shyly stopped playing with the storage ring. There are still some jars that have not been opened. The storage ring cannot be played with at any time. Thinking so, Hinata continued to look at the remaining jars. Bang! Hinata then made her move and hit the third jar. A ball of blue light fell down. Is it a ball of chakra light? Looking at another blue light ball, Hyaga Hinata's face was slightly delighted, and she subconsciously looked at Lin Mo and asked. Not really. Hearing what Hyaga Hinata said, Lin Mo shook his head. Looking at the blue ball of light that Hinata opened up, Lin Mo felt deeply moved. Finally, I got what I wanted. B-level ninjutsu, wind style, vacuum ball. This is a B-level wind style ninjutsu practiced by an elite jonin. It uses chakra to take a deep breath and spray out several wind style light waves to attack the enemy, which disperse in different directions. It is similar to fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Due to the characteristics of this jutsu, the emitted shock waves can penetrate the opponent's body. After fusion, the jutsu can be mastered instantly. There is no need to practice wind style ninjutsu, you can learn it by fusion. I can finally use my chakra. No. When Lin Mo was thinking this, Hinata looked at Lin Mo with a confused expression. What is that? This is a B-level wind style ninjutsu, called wind style, vacuum jade. Lin Mo smiled and said, after the fusion, you can master this ninjutsu instantly. You don't need to practice. Combined with the wind attribute chakra you opened last time, you can use it easily. B-rank wind style ninjutsu. Hinata was surprised when she heard Lin Mo's words. Is it the vacuum ball that shoots out the chakra accumulated in the mouth like a bullet when exhaling? Although her family did not have this ninjutsu, she had heard her father talk about some ninjutsu. Among them is the wind style ninjutsu. So Hinata also understands this ninjutsu. This ninjutsu can exhale short breaths continuously, just like a machine gun, firing continuously, turning the opponent into a honeycomb. It is very powerful. Good. Lin Mo nodded, so you are very lucky. Hinata looked slightly excited when she heard Lin Mo's words. There are not many wind style ninjutsu in my family, and this wind style ninjutsu vacuum ball is not one of them. Now I have actually developed a ninjutsu, you don't need to practice on your own, the fusion will happen. The 100,000 taels are totally worth it. Immediately, Hinata stretched out her little hand and touched the blue light ball. In an instant, the memories of the hand seal method and the use of wind style, vacuum jade flooded into Hinata's mind, allowing Hinata to feel and understand it at the first moment. B-rank ninjutsu doesn't require training. Next to him, Tian, who was watching this scene, had red eyes again. B-level ninjutsu. That's not just any ordinary ninjutsu, it's wind jutsu. The most important thing is that it does not require any practice and can be obtained directly by opening a jar. This jar is amazing. Shop owner, I want to open one too. Thinking of the 3 jars that Hyaga Hinata opened, Tian couldn't wait to take out the money he had prepared and handed it to Lin Mo, saying excitedly, give me 10 jars first. Watching Hinata open the can, she could no longer sit still. Is it so easy to master ninjutsu these days? It sounds incredible. Well, you choose. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo nodded and took the money Tian handed over. At this time, Hyaga Hinata had already opened her eyes, her face full of joy. She has already mastered this B-level wind style ninjutsu. She could feel that she had no awkwardness at all and was extremely skilled, as if she had practiced for countless years. As long as she wants now, she can use it quickly. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, Open the Kin every day, Green Light Ball, Master Ninjutsu. Chapter 30, Open the Kin every day, Green Light Ball, Master Ninjutsu. However, she could also feel the chakra consumed by this ninjutsu. If it were me at the beginning, even if I mastered this ninjutsu, I wouldn't be able to use it. This jutsu requires a lot of chakra. The chakra that was obtained from opening the jar before was already enough for her to use this ninjutsu easily. The only pity is that even with the current amount of chakra, it cannot be used frequently. But Hinata was still very excited inside. After all, I can record this B-level ninjutsu. Looking at Tian who was choosing jars, he looked at the 2 remaining jars. Hinata Hyuga decisively knocked them all open. Bang bang twice. The 2 jars broke, and a ball of white light and a piece of paper fell down. A ball of white light. Seeing this white ball of light, Hyuga Hinata was stunned, subconsciously looked at Lin Mo, and asked softly, "Shopkeeper, what is the experience of this white ball of light?" As for the other one, I recognized it as the chakra testing paper. Chakra paper, a paper specially used to detect the attributes of a ninja's chakra. Chakra training experience. This is a chakra training method mastered by a certain ninja. Through this method, you can cultivate chakra, and after fusion, you can master it instantly and learn how to cultivate chakra. At this moment, Lin Mo's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the introduction of these 2 things. These 2 things are pretty good. This is the experience of chakra training. Immediately, Lin Mo spoke to Hinata and briefly explained the functions of these 2 things. Is it for chakra training? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hyuga Hinata suddenly felt a little disappointed. Whether it is the chakra testing paper or this practice method, you can master it and know how to practice chakra. These 2 things are not of much value to her. However, seeing that it had already opened, Hyuga Hinata immediately reached out and touched this chakra training experience, and instantly felt a huge amount of memories pouring into her mind, allowing her to integrate it. This chakra training method seems to be a little different from what I know. After the fusion, Hinata was a little surprised when she thought about what she originally mastered. This integrated chakra training experience is slightly different from the method of chakra training that I have mastered. I'll try to practice again after I get back. While thinking this, Hyuga Hinata put away the chakra measuring paper. Then he looked at Tian who was still selecting cans and said softly, "Tian, I'm done." "Yeah, I've made my choice too." Hearing Hinata's words, Tian also pointed to the bottom row of jars and said excitedly, "Mr. Lin Mo, I want that row. Although I paid the money just now, I didn't choose the jar. Instead, I watched Hinata open the jar and see what came out." Now that Hinata had opened the jars, she just happened to pick the one that she intuitively found. As Tian started to choose, Lin Mo waved his hand, and the jar picked by Tian flew out steadily and landed in front of Tian. "Mr. Lin Mo." Tian, who witnessed this scene once again, looked at Lin Mo with excitement and said quickly, "Can your method also be used to open the jar? Can you teach me? I can become your disciple and I can pay to learn." Tian is jealous of Lin Mo's method. She wanted to ask just now, but because Hinata was opening the jar and Lin Mo still had to explain, she held back. Now Hinata had opened all the jars and was the only one left in the shop. She couldn't wait to ask several questions in succession. "My method." When Lin Mo heard Tian's words, he looked surprised. He had never thought that Tian would want to learn his method of pulling the can. However, considering Tian's combat method of throwing ninja tools, it was not surprising that Tian wanted to learn this method. This method can indeed be opened by opening the can. Lin Mo smiled and said, "If you are lucky, it will be easy to open it. As for teaching, there is no way to teach this. The means that I have mastered are thanks to this small jar shop. In this shop, he is invincible. This ability to pull is simply not teachable. And similar things can indeed be found in the jar, such as telekinesis, gravity, etc." "Awesome!" Tian's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Mo's words. Although Mr. Lin Mo said that it cannot be taught, it can be opened from the jar, which is also a channel. It's not just me. Even if you open a jar and get some abilities, I won't be able to teach them. Lin Mo looked at Tian Tian, who was getting excited, and shook his head, saying, because some of the abilities you get by opening the jars can be directly obtained and used at will, but if you teach others, you can't teach them, so you have to be mentally prepared for this. If it is something like telekinesis, even if it is developed and integrated, it cannot be taught to people. Ah? Is that so? After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian seemed to be thinking about something. Just like the experiences gained from opening the jar, only the person who opens the jar can benefit from it. I see. Immediately, Tian Tian nodded, then looked at his first jar excitedly and knocked it open decisively. Boom! The first jar shattered and a ball of green light fell down. A green ball of light. Looking at the green ball of light, Tian Tian asked in astonishment, Mr. Lin Mo, what's in it? I just witnessed Hinata's blue and white light balls. I am also prepared to open these balls of light. Then, a ball of green light appeared in the blink of an eye. It's also the first time I've seen a green ball of light. Next to her, Hyaga Hinata looked at the things that Tian Tian had opened with a confused look on her face. There are too many colors in this ball of light. While Hinata was confused and Tian Tian was shocked, Lin Mo looked at the green ball of light and fell into deep thought. This thing. Ninjutsu Mastery Talent, the exclusive ninjutsu mastery from a certain female ninja. After fusion, it can speed up the speed of hand seals. Simple introduction, but the effect is not simple. If I remember correctly, this thing seems to be a skill that is mastered by a certain ninja profession? After thinking for a while, Lin Mo shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he simply spoke and explained the function of this green light ball. Speed up the seal-making process. After listening to Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian scratched his head and said, is there such a thing? How can the speed of sealing be increased? This thing completely depends on your own proficiency. Even if you master it, the time is limited. Can it be accelerated? I have both the no-hand seal ninjutsu and the one-hand seal. This ability to speed up the ninjutsu seal is not a good thing. Lin Mo shook his head and spoke. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, Tian Tian and number 039, S exaggerated hand speed, Judoka and number 039, S job transfer props. Chapter 31, Tianation's exaggerated hand speed, Judoka's job transfer props, one-handed hand seals and no-seal ninjutsu. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian thought about what he knew and nodded in agreement. In this ninja world, there are indeed ninjas who can release unparalleled ninjutsu. As for the skill of forming seals with one hand, it really seems to be a talent. However, Tian Tian is most excited about the fact that Lin Mo has the opportunity to open it. I am still a genin now, and I have mastered this talent of speeding up the speed of ninjutsu hand seals. There are only benefits and no disadvantages. Tian Tian stretched out his hand excitedly and touched the green ball of light. As a genin as well, I have a fast hand seal formation speed and can release more ninjutsu. In an instant, Tian Tian merged with the green ball of light. She only felt that her arms seemed to be wrapped by a force, and her fingers became more flexible. Shhhhh. After the fusion was completed, Tian Tian subconsciously reached out his hand to try it. Just after trying, Tianation's hands turned into afterimages and formed several seals in an instant. No, no. Tian Tian felt the speed of his seal formation, his eyes suddenly widened, and he was shocked. How can it be so fast? Isn't this speeding up the process of forming seals? Okay, so fast. Hinata looked at Tenten, whose hands turned into afterimages and formed seals, and her whole face was filled with shock. Tianation's hand speed is really too fast. With her naked eyes, she couldn't even catch Tianation's speed in forming seals. Is this what Mr. Lin Mo said, the mastery of ninjutsu that is not a good thing? Incredible. Tian Tian felt his own flexible fingers and said with a moved expression, I feel as if my fingers can move on their own as soon as I think about it. This speed far exceeds my previous seal-making speed, at least twice as fast. You know, the higher the level of ninjutsu, the more difficult it is to learn. The more seals you need to practice, the more troublesome it will be. Now that I have the talent to master ninjutsu, I can easily learn those difficult ninjutsu with complex marks. This makes it easier to get started. This is what the shop owner said, not really a good thing? Tian Tian subconsciously looked up at Lin Mo, feeling extremely surprised. Lin Mo didn't even mention who the store owner was. Lin Mo looked at this scene with a strange expression and fell into deep thought. This ninjutsu mastery talent was indeed beyond his expectations. In his opinion, this ninjutsu mastery talent would only speed up the speed of forming ninjutsu hand seals, but he really didn't expect that it would increase it so fast. Lin Mo was also shocked. This is fucking no different from the unmarried ninjutsu, right? It's like there's one more form. Okay, that's great. Hinata watched this scene with anticipation in her eyes. It would be great if I could seal the seal at such a fast speed. It's worth it, so worth it. At this moment, Tian Tian looked at his fingers with excitement. 100,000 taels of silver produced such an incredible skill. This kind of thing can instantly turn an ordinary ninja into a ninjutsu genius. It can be said that 100,000 taels completely changed one's destiny. It's very difficult to become a ninja these days. Even if you become a ninja, your ninja talent determines your ninja's upper limit. If those ninjas without talent knew about this talent that speeds up the seal making process, they would definitely go crazy. And all of this was just a talent that he had discovered in this mysterious jar shop at a cost of 100,000 taels. Tian Tian was really shocked. It's also great value for money. Who is the shop owner? Subconsciously, Tian Tian looked at Lin Mo with a strong curiosity in his heart. This kind of thing actually exists in a jar. After a long while, Tian Tian finally withdrew his gaze and let out a long sigh. I adjusted my mindset, looked at the remaining jars, and knocked them decisively every day. Boom! The second jar broke, and a test tube filled with liquid fell out. Vertebral muscle strengthener, a magical potion from a certain dungeon. It is one of the essential items for a judoka to change his job. After using it, the vertebral muscles will be greatly strengthened. Only adventurers who have used the vertebral muscle strengthener are eligible to change their job to a judoka who fights mainly with the body by training parts of the body such as fists, feet, shoulders, and knees. Really? Looking at the introduction of this test tube, Lin Mo understood. No wonder I just felt that the thing that Tian Tian opened was familiar. It was indeed the dungeon I was familiar with. If even this kind of thing can be opened, it also means that other things can be opened. There are so many good things in the dungeon. Mr. Lin Mo, what is this? While Lin Mo was thinking this, Tian Tian looked at the vertebral muscle strengthener with curiosity and asked Lin Mo curiously. This thing looks like medicine. I don't know what effect it has. It's a vertebral muscle strengthener. After hearing Tianatian's words, Lin Mo introduced, it is specially used to strengthen your vertebral muscles, allowing you to use techniques such as out-of-body techniques more easily. If I remember correctly, Tian Tian also seems to have a talent for physical skills. He even has a talent for space-time ninjutsu. Let me use the out-of-body technique easily. Tianatian's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Mo's words. Just now, I have experienced the accelerated speed of seal making. Now that this good thing has been prescribed, Tian Tian opened the vertebral muscle strengthener and drank it without any hesitation. As Tian Tian drank it all in one go, he suddenly felt a stream of water flowing through his body. The feeling was warm at first, like heat flowing slowly through the blood vessels and gradually spreading throughout the body. Close your eyes every day and feel the changes in this energy. Soon, she felt the heat concentrated in her spine, as if countless tiny needles were gently pricking her bones, but it did not feel like pain, but more of a numb feeling. She couldn't help but arch her back slightly, trying to ease the strange feeling. Gradually, the numbing sensation became more obvious, spreading to her muscles, as if every muscle was gradually being awakened and reshaped. Tian Tian could feel his muscles beginning to tremble slightly, as if an invisible force was constantly tempering and strengthening them. Her spine began to make slight cracking sounds, the sound of bones reorganizing and strengthening. Every day I can clearly feel my body becoming lighter and more flexible, as if every joint has been lubricated, making movement smoother and more natural. The change was not just a physical sensation, she could also feel her strength increasing. Every muscle seemed to swell, filled with endless power. He tried to clench his fist and felt a powerful force about to burst out of his fist. As time passed, the changes gradually subsided. Tian Tian took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, The fragrance is soft and the muscles are scattered. Tian Tian and number 039, S troubles, not Anug. Chapter 32, 10 fragrance softening powder, Tianation's troubles, not enough points amazing. Tianation's eyes were full of disbelief and excitement. The changes in her body made her feel stronger than ever before. She jumped and felt her body was much lighter than before, as if she had no burden at all. The next second, she clenched her fist again, feeling the powerful force flowing in her body. She couldn't help but swing her fists in the air a few times. Each punch was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, as if it could tear the air apart. This is amazing! Tian Tian couldn't help but exclaimed. While exclaiming, Tian Tian turned to look at Lin Mo, his eyes full of gratitude and excitement. Mr. Lin Mo, this enhancer is really amazing. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, saying, it can be seen that your body has adapted to the effects of this enhancer. Next, you can try some physical skills to see if there are any new changes. I have to say that Tian Tian has pretty good luck. Moreover, he can also get what is opened every day. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian nodded, stood in place to adjust his breathing, and then began to try some basic physical movements. As he practiced the basic taijutsu, Tian Tian found that his body became more flexible, each movement seemed easy and natural, and his strength was much greater than before. I tried a few difficult movements and found that I could complete them easily. I felt as if my body had been completely reshaped, every muscle and bone was brand new and full of endless potential. Tianation's face was full of excitement. Great! This is like a dream. I feel like I can make better use of my taijutsu strengths now. After I leave, I will go to the training ground to train well and get a feel for it. Then, Tian Tian thought of something, narrowed his eyes suddenly, and subconsciously rubbed his hands together. Beside her, Hinata whispered, Tenten, you're so lucky. Hee, it's okay, it's okay. Hearing what Hinata said, Tenten chuckled and said, I still have to thank you, Hinata. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known there was such a magical jar shop. I still have 8 jars left to open. I'll open those first. As he spoke, Tian Tian continued to crack open the next jar. Boom! The third jar broke and 2 steaming hot meat buns fell out. It smells so good. Tian Tian immediately smelled a strong meaty smell and said with a look of surprise, it's my favorite meat buns. As he spoke, Tian Tian sniffed vigorously and analyzed, it has a flavor that I have never tasted before. Calla lily sauce meat buns are made with fresh calla lily and fresh meat, and are extremely delicious. After a simple introduction, Lin Mo nodded and said, well, not bad, meat buns. Well, only 2. Tian Tian looked at the 2 braised pork buns and said angrily, but there are 3 of us. She really wanted to share a braised pork bun with Lin Mo, but if she did that, Hinata would be left without one. If it is divided among Lin Mo, then Hinata will be gone. For a while, Tian Tian felt a little distressed. But the next second, Tian Tian decisively handed his beloved meat bun to Lin Mo and Hinata, and said, Mr. Lin Mo, Hinata, you guys eat it. It doesn't have to be this way. Seeing Tianation's actions, Lin Mo shook his head and laughed, just give it to Hinata. After Tian Tian leaves, I can eat 2 meat buns directly, so I won't need donations. But Tian Tian is quite good at sharing. Is this okay? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Mr. Lin Mo is not being polite to me, right? But since you said so, Mr. Lin Mo, let's divide it this way. Hinata, come here. As he said that, Tian Tian immediately stuffed a meat bun into Hinata's hand. Don't be polite with me. I don't want to eat it. Hinata blushed slightly when she heard what Tenten said, and quickly waved her hand. I have to go back to eat later. It's just a braised pork bun. It won't fill you up much. Eat it while it's hot. Don't waste it. Tian Tian said as he took a bite of the braised pork bun. His eyes widened. This is so delicious. As he spoke, Tian Tian finished the meal in just a few bites. His eyebrows curved into crescents. Seeing Tenten's look, Hinata looked at the braised pork bun in her hand and carefully tried to take a bite. After taking a bite, Hinata's eyes showed surprise. It's delicious indeed. Soon, Hinata finished eating too. At this time, Tian Tian looked at Lin Mo, rubbed his hands excitedly and said, Lin Mo, when are you free? I will treat you to meat buns. Usually I'm only available when the store is closed. Hearing Tianation's words, Lin Mo chuckled and said, it will probably be very late by then. Well, let's wait for the next opportunity. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian nodded immediately. Then he turned his gaze to the remaining jars, reached out his hand and knocked open the fourth jar. Boom! The fourth jar broke, this time it was a detonating talisman. Waterproof detonating charm. Lin Mo took a look and started to explain. This thing is the same as the waterproof detonating talisman that Hinata opened before. I see. After listening to Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian understood and continued to knock open the fifth and sixth jars. This time, Tian Tian directly knocked open the two jars. With two bangs, the two jars broke, and a white light ball and a small paper bag fell down. Experience Light Group. Looking at the falling white ball of light, Tianation's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. As for the other small paper bag, it seemed to be wrapped with some powder-like stuff, but she didn't know. Immediately, Tian Tian looked at Lin Mo, waiting for Lin Mo's explanation with anticipation. 10 Fragrance Softening Muscle Powder. This is a drug from an unknown world. It is colorless and tasteless. Once the drug takes effect, all the muscles and bones in the body will become sore and weak. Although you can move normally after a few days, you will have no strength at all. A chef's cooking experience. The cooking experience of a master chef throughout his life. After absorbing and integrating it, you can instantly become a skilled chef. At this moment, Lin Mo looked at the things that were opened every day and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The chef doesn't have much cooking experience, but the 10 Fragrance Softening Powder is quite interesting. This is 10 Fragrance Softening Powder. Lin Mo said, this is a poison. It is colorless and odorless. Once the drug takes effect, the muscles and bones of the whole body become sore and weak. Although you can move normally after a few days, it is called a poison, but it is more like a drug, similar to an anesthetic. Drugs. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian pinched his snow-white chin and thought, this stuff, if applied to weapons, is very convenient. As he spoke, Tian Tian suddenly narrowed his eyes. What a good thing! This Toa softening powder can be sprinkled into the Kunao shuriken and then sealed on the scroll. When the time comes and you spill it out, it will definitely catch your opponent off guard. The most important thing is that this 10 Fragrance Softening Muscle Powder is not toxic at all. It just makes your muscles and bones sore and weak. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, Refreshing Sunset Fruit, Electric Grenade, and Daily Desire. Chapter 33, Refreshing Sunset Fruit, Electric Grenade, and Daily Desire. As for the other one, it is the chef's cooking experience. While Tian Tian was thinking about this, Lin Mo briefly talked about another white ball of light. After fusion, I can become a chef. Tianatian's eyes lit up after hearing Lin Mo's words. Great, this way, I can cook by myself in the future. I wonder if my mom will still say that I can't cook. You know, I can't cook, and my mother often scolds me for it. Now, with this chef's experience, you can become a chef, although I don't know what the effect will be. I can imagine the value of this experience since it can enable someone who knows nothing to become a chef. This doesn't require a lot of time to practice. In Tianatian's opinion, the experience light ball opened by Lin Mo can really change the fate of ordinary people. People who don't have any skills can have a good life once they acquire some. Without any hesitation, Tian immediately reached out and touched the white ball of chef experience light. In an instant, she felt a warm energy passing from her palm into her body, quickly spreading throughout her body, and at the same time, countless images suddenly flashed through her mind. There are all kinds of memories of chefs chopping vegetables, stir-frying, and cooking all kinds of delicious dishes. These images flashed by as quickly as a kaleidoscope, and each scene was extremely clear. Tian seemed to have experienced it herself. She saw how to select fresh ingredients, how to process and prepare various ingredients, how to control the heat, and how to match seasonings to make each dish taste perfect. Not only that, she also felt the experience and skills that the chefs have accumulated over the years, how to flexibly deal with various emergencies during the cooking process, and how to make the dishes more delicious through subtle adjustments. This knowledge and experience seemed to be directly implanted in her mind, and she had fully mastered these skills without having to go through a long period of study and practice. When the last picture flashed by, Tian opened his eyes sparkling with excitement. This feeling is really great. Tian looked at his hands and said excitedly, I have completely become an experienced chef, and my mind is full of countless recipes and cooking techniques. These experiences and skills are just like what I experienced in person. It's incredible. Only by experiencing the fusion of the experience light group can you know how exaggerated this experience light group is. Lin Mo looked at the excited Tian and nodded. This is the magic of the experience light ball. It can instantly pass on other people's years of experience and skills to you, allowing you to master skills that take years to learn in a short period of time, and even force you to learn even if you don't have the talent. I always have the urge to run to the kitchen and get busy. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian rubbed his hands excitedly and said, after I go back today, I must try to cook. Lin Mo. Looking at the excited Tian, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. Will Tian race on a certain track in the future? Keep going. Tian continued to excitedly crack open the remaining jars. With two bangs, 2 more jars broke. This time, 2 strange fruits fell down. What is this? Looking at the 2 fruits, Tian asked in astonishment, fruits? Or plants? The shape of this fruit is so strange. It's the first time she has seen it. And she also smelled a fragrance. This thing. Lin Mo looked at the thing that Tian opened and fell into deep thought. Sunset fruit, a natural blessing found all over a continent. This fruit is as beautiful as the sunset. It has a strange sweet smell that can make people feel refreshed. It can also be used to make jam, dyes, and even fish bait. This thing can make people more energetic, which is a good effect. But can it really make people 100 times more energetic? While thinking this, Lin Mo said, this is the sunset fruit, a fruit that can make you energetic. It can also be used to make jam and can be eaten directly. You need to try it yourself to see the specific effect. A fruit that brings spirituality. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian immediately took the sunset fruit in his hand. Suddenly, an extremely rich and sweet smell rushed into Tianatian's nose, making him feel as if he had endless energy. Very spirited indeed. Tian nodded in agreement. It's a pity that I can only put it in my pocket for now. It would be much better if I had a storage ring. Tenten put the sunset fruit in his hand into his pocket, and looked at the storage ring on Hinata's hand with some envy. It would be great if I had this storage ring. Compared to my own ceiling scroll, this storage ring is so convenient. It's okay, Tian Tian, you still have 2 jars left to open. Hearing Tianatian's words and seeing Tianatian's somewhat envious expression, Hinata whispered, maybe you will get a storage ring in your next jar. In Hinata Hyaga's opinion, the storage ring should be easy to get from the shop owner. Well, then I'll borrow your good words. After hearing what Hinata said, Tenten looked at the last 2 remaining jars and opened them with excitement. Bang sound. This time, Tian Tian chose to crack open a jar first. As a jar broke, a fist-sized ball fell out. What is this? Looking at this unfamiliar thing, Tian Tian was shocked and subconsciously looked at Lin Mo. It's something I can't understand. Lin Mo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he looked at this thing. It turned out to be something like a grenade. G35L electric grenade. This magical grenade comes from an underground world. After being thrown, it can cause all enemies within a certain range to suffer light and electric magic damage. Explosion range, 10 meters radius. Chance of electrocution, 78%. This thing, if I remember correctly, is a grenade from some ammunition adventurer, right? It looks like a smoke bomb. Next to her, Hinata Hyaga saw this G35L electric shock grenade and spoke hesitantly. Although they are different, the styles are somewhat similar. Well, it's something called a grenade. At this time, Lin Mo nodded and said, this is an electric shock grenade. Once it is thrown out, all targets within a certain range will be attacked by electric current and white light. The white light contains energy, and the explosion range is a radius of 10 meters. It can be understood that all personnel within this range will be blinded by the bright light and their hearing will be temporarily impaired. All objects and persons at the center of the explosion will be severely damaged. There is no concept of light attribute in the ninja world, so what Lin Mo can use to describe it is the white light of explosive energy. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Excellent Sniper Rifle. Tian Tian, let's try it. Chapter 34 Excellent Sniper Rifle. Tian Tian, let's try it. It sounds like a flashbang. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian looked surprised, and compared to the flash bomb, this thing is more effective. Okay. Hearing Tianatian's words, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Are there flash bombs in Naruto? I seem to remember that there were smoke bombs. According to his memory, Uzumaki Naruto once used a smoke bomb to cover himself, transformed into countless small stones, and caught Pain off guard. It's really exquisite, and it's electric. At this time, Tian Tian had already picked up the electric shock grenade, played with it for a while, and commented, it's a good weapon. I can research this kind of grenade in my own ninja tool shop. Originally, flash bombs and smoke bombs were researched by her family, and they tried to make them, and they are still researching them to this day. Now that we have this thing, we can have samples when the time comes. The only pity is that there is only one of this thing. Once it is used up, it is gone and cannot be used casually. If 2 are opened in a row, you can go back and use them directly. It seems that opening 2 jars in a row makes it easier to get exactly the same thing. Tian Tian thought about how he had just smashed 2 jars in a row and got 2 identical sunset fruits, and felt a little regretful. If I had known this earlier, I would have smashed the last 2 jars at once. Instead of just smashing one like now. After calming down a bit, Tian Tian put away the electric grenade and continued to crack open the last jar. Boom! The last jar broke, and a finger-sized, pitch-black object fell out. Lin Mo. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar thing, Lin Mo's expression suddenly became strange. It turned out to be a gun. Excellent sniper rifle. This is a specially designed and manufactured sniper rifle with high shooting accuracy, long range, and good reliability. The rifle is equipped with a high power scope for precise aiming, ensuring that the shooter can easily lock on to a long-distance target. The barrel has been specially processed and has very high accuracy, ensuring that every bullet can accurately hit the target. The built-in bullet is made with a special process, which can add certain energy to increase the destructive power and penetration of the bullet, and the range is up to 2 kilometers. Looking at the introduction of this thing, Lin Mo's eyelids twitched. Not only is it a sniper rifle, it also comes with bullets that can add energy. It's simply a fully equipped rifle that has been modified by magic. However, the bullets it comes with are not unlimited. After shooting, you may have to design them yourself. But as long as we have this sniper rifle and the bullet as a model, it should not be difficult to copy a similar one. While Lin Mo was thinking this, Tian Tian had already reached out and touched this thing. Wow! Just as Tian Tian touched the sniper rifle rapidly grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't stop until it was 1.5 meters long. Okay, so big. Very long. Tian Tian was shocked as he looked at the sniper rifle that had suddenly grown larger. This thing can actually become so big and so long. It's obviously very small, but when I hold it in my hand, it suddenly expands and becomes bigger. It's really incredible. Next to her, Hyaga Hinata looked at this thing with a bewildered look on her face. Why does this thing look so strange? At this time, Tian Tian had already picked up the sniper rifle and saw where he could hold it with his hand. But Tian Tian, who held the sniper rifle, instantly felt the weight of metal. Fortunately, she is very strong and likes to run around carrying scrolls containing various hidden weapons. He is also proficient in physical skills, has good physical fitness and great strength, so he can lift it easily. But after picking it up and carefully looking at the sniper rifle, Tian Tian found that he really couldn't understand it, and immediately asked Lin Mo curiously, "Mr. Lin Mo, what is this?" The shape of this thing was so strange that she didn't recognize it at all. "It's a thing called a sniper rifle." Hearing Tianatian's words, Lin Mo slowly said, "It is a long-range attack weapon that can shoot weapons. The bullets inside can add chakra to increase the destructive power and penetration of the bullets." "What?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian scratched his head and was a little disappointed. "Is that it? It is just an ordinary long-range attack weapon. And it's so heavy, even a crossbow can't compare to it. Not to mention the hidden weapons that can be carried with you. She is an expert at using shurikens and darts, and is a genius at using hidden weapons." She wasn't bragging, she was very confident in her ability to control ninja tools. Teacher Akai once said that her long-range attacks are always on target. Ningji also said, there's no way her hidden weapon will miss. The chakra attached to hidden weapons can also be used, and can even be applied to various powders and plasters. This sniper rifle didn't seem to be very useful to her. Although this thing has a strange shape, it is useless to her. The main thing is that it's heavy. Don't underestimate this gun. Seeing the disappointment on Tianatian's face, Lin Mo shook his head and laughed. This sniper rifle is not simple. I do not believe. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian was silent for a moment and shook his head slightly. According to Mr. Lin Mo's introduction, this gun is nothing special. Although it was strange, he knew that the jars in the jar shop were magical, and they had opened some magical and incredible things before. But she also knew that the things in the jars in the shop were both good and bad, just like gambling. In her opinion, the sniper rifle in her hand was just a worthless thing. Isn't automatic aiming simple? Seeing the disappointment on Tianatian's face and his indifference to the sniper rifle, Lin Mo laughed dumbly. If you don't believe it, then just give it a try. Tianatian's family makes ninja tools, so it's not surprising that he has such thoughts about this kind of thing. Because just talking about it cannot prove it. When Tian Tian heard Lin Mo's words, he immediately looked curious. How to try? Simple. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, you use your hidden weapons, shuriken and so on, and I will use this sniper rifle in your hand to see who can shoot farther and more powerfully. I will show you why I said this sniper rifle is not simple. Lin Mo really wanted to play with this sniper rifle. He had never touched this thing before, and now he could play with it openly. The most important thing is to let Tian Tian witness with his own eyes how powerful this sniper rifle is. Sure. Tian Tian was surprised when he heard Lin Mo's words, then let's try it now. She likes throwing and manipulating ninja tools. When I have nothing to do, I practice my throwing technique. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Tian Tian is very proud, this girl is very powerful, Hinata Hayashi is shocked and praise. Chapter 35, Tian Tian is very proud, this girl is very powerful, Hinata Hayashi is shocked and praise. No, this mysterious Mr. Lin Mo actually said that he could play with her. For a moment, Tian Tian became excited. Well, let's go. Lin Mo nodded. There is a small yard in the back, which can be used to set up some targets. Although he had not visited all parts of Konoha village, Lin Mo still knew a little about the surrounding environment of his jar shop. Behind the jar shop is a large yard. It's just overgrown with grass and usually no one comes here, so it's a good place to display sniper rifles. Hinata Hyaga, who had been witnessing this scene, immediately followed Tian Tian and Lin Mo and walked towards the backyard of the jar shop. Seeing that Tian Tian was going to compete with Lin Mo, she was also very interested. However, just as she followed Lin Mo and Tian Tian to the back, Hyaga Hinata saw Hyaga Hayashi walking towards her holding Hanabi's hand, and her face was stunned. Father, why are you coming from behind with fireworks? Mr. Lin Mo. Hyaga Hayashi, who was walking hand in hand with Hyaga Hanabi, was also stunned when he saw Lin Mo, Tian Tian and Hyaga Hinata, and asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" He came with fireworks to open the can. Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived, I saw Lin Mo, his daughter Hinata, and Tian Tian coming out. I came out to try something, so I need to set up some targets. Looking at the arrival of Hyaga Hayashi and Hyaga Hanabi, Lin Mo smiled and said, "If Hanabi wants to open the jar, wait a while." "It's okay, brother Lin Mo." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hanabi immediately said, "Hanabi is willing to wait." Hinata Hayashi. Looking at her daughter who was so impatient, Hinata Hayashi had a feeling that if she didn't hold her hand, Hanabi would jump into Lin Mo's arms. But the next second, Hinata Hayashi looked at the sniper rifle in Lin Mo's hand and began to ponder. Is that what Lin Mo wants to try? The shape is a bit strange. Although it is rare, it is also very eye-catching. Let me set it up. Next to him, Tian Tian looked at the empty space and squinted his eyes and said, "Inside my ceiling scroll are some targets specially used for practice. You can set them up." As he spoke, Tian Tian took out his own sealing scroll and formed a seal to release it. Such speed! Looking at the speed at which Tenten was making hand seals, Hinata Hayashi's pupils suddenly shrank. What kind of hand speed is this? How could it be so fast? I didn't even capture it completely just now, what a joke. He knew Tenten, the kid from a famous ninja tool shop in Konoha village, and 1 year older than Hinata. Even the Hyaga clan would sometimes place orders with Tenten's ninja tool shop, commissioning them to make a batch of kunao or shurikens. But when did this little girl develop such a terrifying speed in forming seals? As a jonin of Konoha village, he knew the speed of hand seals very well. He also understood the technique to seal the scroll. But today, the speed of forming seals is too fast. Even he couldn't catch it with his naked eyes, but he unlocked the sealed scroll. This speed of hand seal formation would definitely be a great help if used to learn ninjutsu. It shouldn't be. Hinata Hayashi looked at Tenten and fell into deep thought. He knew that this child had a talent for physical skills and ninja tools. But I really don't know how fast this seal can be formed. With such a fast seal-making speed, he should have been famous long ago. Even in the ninja school. At this time, Tian Tian had already unsealed the scroll, taken out some targets, and ran quickly to set up the targets. As Tian Tian had experience in setting targets, he quickly set up the targets. Each target has a distance. It's done. After finishing all this, Tian Tian returned to Lin Mo with a proud look on his face and said, Mr. Lin Mo, I have already arranged the targets. Some of them are 1,000 meters and some are 100 meters. They are for better shooting training during training. I just arranged them simply, but one person can shoot and move forward, walk all the way to the end, then come back and take down the thrown ninja tools, and then repeat the training. Not only hidden weapons, but also some knives, ninja tools, and so on can be trained in this way. Very convenient. Hearing Tianatian's words, Lin Mo nodded in admiration, causing Tianatian's eyebrows to curve into the shape of a moon. But the next second, Lin Mo shook his head and said, the only pity is that the distance is too short. Day by day. Tian Tian, who was feeling very proud, was suddenly stunned. What does the distance being too short mean? I have arranged it as I can, which is enough for training. The environment here is also convenient, so I also set up a 1,000-meter target, but the 1,000-meter target is for a better cycle. She plans to use this place as a shooting range for a long time. Therefore, even if it is a simple arrangement, the scope should be set first. It will be convenient for me to train here in the future, and I can even look for Lin Mo and open the jar if I can. As a result, Lin Mo said, is this distance short? Shoot. Looking at Tian Tian, who was a little confused, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, you shoot first, and I will shoot behind you in a while. Then I won't be polite. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian suddenly looked excited. He walked to the front decisively, took out 3 kunao from his ninja tool bag, and aimed at the target 500 meters in the middle. He squinted his eyes, looked at it for a few times, and then threw it out smoothly. Shhhhhhh. 3 sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and the 3 kunao, like arrows shot from a bow, instantly and accurately hit the target at a distance of 500 meters. 500 meters. Looking at the range, Hinata Hanabi, who had been watching this scene, widened her eyes and said, great, that's amazing. At this moment, Hanabi had already opened her Byakugan without realizing it, and instantly noticed the target in the distance. All 3 kunao hit the bullseye accurately. Even my own sister can't do it. Subconsciously, Hyaga Hanabi glanced at Hyaga Hinata. At this time, Hinata Hyaga also had amazement in her eyes. As expected, she is Senior Tian Tian. It starts directly from the 500-meter target. Hey! Tian Tian looked at her masterpiece with narrowed eyes, quite proud. Well, my ninja tool throwing skills are really good. Tian Tian is extremely confident in his talent for ninja tools. The range of the kunao thrown by myself can hit the center of the bullseye from 500 meters away. Even other people have praised his talent for manipulating ninja tools. It is not impossible to shoot at a target 1,000 meters away, but she cannot guarantee to hit the center of the bullseye. But I can still guarantee the 500 meters. Good. Beside him, Hinata Hayashi couldn't help but clapped his hands and exclaimed in praise. This child's talent is really extraordinary. Especially when thinking about the speed of the seal just demonstrated, even he couldn't see it clearly. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, Fireworks and number 039, Expectations and Thoughts, Can the White Eyes See So Far? The Terrifying. Chapter 36, Fireworks, Expectations and Thoughts, Can the White Eyes See So Far? The Terrifying Sniper Rifle. Tian Tian looked even more proud when he heard Hinata Hayashi's praise. Even the head of the Hyaga clan praised her throwing skills. Father, can I ask Sister Tian Tian to teach me how to throw ninja tools? Beside them, Hinata Hanabi tugged at Hinata Hayashi's hand and whispered, how do you feel about teaching me right here? While Hinata Hanabi was speaking, she secretly glanced at Lin Mo. She felt that she definitely couldn't come to Lin Mo's place often, nor could she stay at Lin Mo's place. But if I train behind Lin Mo's shop, then I have a legitimate reason to stay here. If you are tired from training, then it is normal to go into Lin Mo's shop to rest, right? Of course can. Hearing what Hinata Hanabi said, Hinata Hayashi said calmly, but we can't do it here, we need to go to my Hyuga clan. After all, you know that yours. Having said that, Hinata Hayashi looked into Hinata Hanabi's eyes. It goes without saying. I've gotten good at controlling it. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Hyuga Hanabi quickly said, even if it is used in a nervous state, it is still a Byakugan. And we are definitely not the only ones who opened it here at Mr. Lin Mo's place. There must be others. Hide it for a while if you can. Hearing what Hinata Hanabi said, Hinata Hayashi shook his head slightly and said, you have to consider the family. Hinata Hanabi's Sharingan must not be exposed now. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan will not only be targeted by Konoha's high-level officials, and he will be targeted by that traitorous ninja. Thinking of the guy who defected, Hinata Hayashi fell silent. While Hinata Hayashi was thinking this, Hinata Hanabi had a look of loss on her face. The next second, Hyuga Hayashi looked at Tenten and said, my daughter wants to hire you to be her ninja tool throwing master. Are you interested? My Hyuga clan can pay you a salary. You only need to come to my Hyuga clan for instruction every time. If it were an ordinary guy, he would definitely agree. However, Tenten's own identity made Hinata Hayashi unsure. Tian is also opening jars here. If possible, he would like to pull this person closer to his family. There are only benefits and no disadvantages, so why not do it? Teach Hanabi. After hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Tenten hesitated and said, it's not impossible, but sometimes I need to go on missions, so I may not have time. It would be fine if I taught here, but going back and forth to teach the Hyuga clan would be a waste of time. It's okay, as long as you are free to come. Hinata Hayashi said, my little girl, come here when you have time. You can also teach here. What do you think? That's no problem, then. When Tenten heard what Hinata Hayashi said, his eyes lit up and he nodded in agreement decisively. If I teach Hanabi here, then I will have a legitimate reason to be here. Although she also plans to use this place as her own training ground in the future. After all, here, you can easily enter Lin Mo's shop and chat with Lin Mo in your spare time. Thinking of this, Tianatian's eyebrows curved into crescents. The next second, Tian looked at Lin Mo, Mr. Lin Mo, it's your turn. Lin Mo just said that he would shoot from behind her. Keep your word. She had already finished ejaculating, and it was Lin Mo's turn to ejaculate. Ah! Seeing Tian coming back, Lin Mo nodded. He set up the sniper rifle directly in mid-air. Scope. Observed, pull the trigger all in one go. Bang! A sound was heard, and a bullet shot out like lightning, instantly hitting the farthest target at a distance of 1000 meters. What? The sudden scene made Tian stunned. Is this gone? This is too fast. She seemed to see something shot out from the sniper rifle, but it didn't seem to hit the target. Yeah, done. Lin Mo had already put down his sniper rifle and said to Tian, you'll know if you go and take a look. It's the target at the farthest point. The automatic aiming of this thing is quite powerful. You just need to open the scope and observe, then you can pull the trigger directly. Day by day. Tian looked strange when he heard Lin Mo's words. So this is the target that's 1000 meters away that was hit, real or fake? I feel that Lin Mo's operation is too childish. Next to her, Hyuga Hinata had already rolled her eyes and easily saw through it. When he saw a hole in the target 1000 meters away, he was surprised and said, Tian, there is indeed a hole in the 1000-meter target you set up. What? Hearing Hinata's words, Tenten was shocked. It went through? How is that possible? My target is specially made and very durable. You know, for training purposes, I made a special training target at home. This is idiosyncratic, even the kunai that he used with all his strength could not penetrate it. I gonna go see. Having said that, Tenten decisively and quickly ran over to see if what Hinata said was true or not. As Tian ran over, Lin Mo looked at Hinata's rolling eyes with interest. He didn't expect that Hinata's Byakugan could actually see 1,000 meters away. Is the distance between the white eyes so far? But it seems that there is. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. If he remembered correctly, when the battle between Suzuki and Itaki ended, Hinata opened her Byakugan and saw Amaterasu's black fire 10 kilometers away. It may be a problem with the purity of the Byakugan or the level of cultivation. Hinata, who was rolling her eyes, looked at Lin Mo's gaze and her face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head subconsciously. No one had ever looked at her so bluntly. And he is a young man. It's actually true. At this time, Tian had already arrived at the target placed 1,000 meters away. I was stunned when I saw a hole shot through the middle of the target which was 1,000 meters away. What Mr. Lin Mo said was actually true. That sniper rifle, is it so powerful? You know, this is a specially made target. In order to prevent the targets from being damaged by the ninja tools during training and to reduce the need to change targets so frequently, her family specially made them with special materials. It can perfectly carry sharp ninja tools without the target being penetrated. Even if the chakra is not strong enough and the ninja tools are not attached, it will not penetrate the target but will just get stuck on it. As long as any ninja tools fall on it, they will not cause any damage at all and can be easily pulled off. But now, this specially made target was actually penetrated. Tian picked up the target in shock and returned to Lin Mo, looking at the sniper rifle in Lin Mo's hand with excitement. Mr. Lin Mo, your rifle is so powerful that it can even penetrate the special target I use for training. It's so powerful. It's broken. Next to him, looking at the target with a hole in Tian's hand, Hinata Hayashi's pupils suddenly shrank and his face was shocked. That pitch-black thing, does the stuff it shoots out have such destructive power? End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Tian blushes, this gun is super scary. Hinata Hayashi and number 039, S trading idea. Chapter 37, Tian blushes, this gun is super scary. Hinata Hayashi's trading idea. He knew the quality of the training targets made in Tian's ninja tool shop. Even the Hyaga clan had ordered quite a few of those targets. Even so, it was still pierced by that thing. The most important thing is that Lin Mo did not use any chakra at all, he just pressed something like a button. This means that anyone can use it. Even if a civilian has no chakra and is not a ninja, if he gets this sniper rifle, he can easily kill a ninja from 1,000 meters away. Ninjas are also human beings. Once hit by such weapons, they are sure to die. After all, the human brain is not as hard as a target of this nature. This kind of thing is too terrifying. It's a real killer, even he might not be able to avoid it completely. Although as a ninja, he can sense when he is being targeted, but at a distance of thousands of meters, this intuition can easily be wrong. If someone uses this thing against ordinary people, they will definitely be killed. The intuition of ordinary people cannot compare to that of ninjas. Looking at Tenten, Hyaga Hinata, and others who were still shocked by the sniper rifle, Hyaga Hayashi knew. They haven't thought of that yet. When Hinata Hayashi was thinking this, Lin Mo had already handed the sniper rifle in his hand to Tian and chuckled, "You have seen the power of this thing, how powerful it is. Do you still think it is not so good now?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian's face turned red and she felt extremely shy. I was too naive. This is not bad at all. This is obviously super scary. The next second, Tian took the gun with excitement. Because she fired the gun. Mr. Lin Mo just held her gun and let her see the effect. She was so excited at the thought of owning this gun. Compared to this gun, the shuriken darts she uses are garbage. Now that I own this gun, it will be easy to go on missions in the future. Thinking about some bandit suppression missions, I can do it alone if I squint my eyes every day. This thing can also help you complete the tasks you accept better. You can take on some solo missions by yourself. Although team tasks are easier to solve, they still need to be shared. This thing is really amazing. Beside them, Hinata Hanabi stared eagerly at the sniper rifle in Tenten's hand. She also saw the power of this gun. Are you selling this? Hinata Hayashi even asked Tian directly, sell it to me, the price will definitely not disappoint you. This thing is too simple, if possible, he really wants to get it. Not for sale. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Tenten quickly shook her head like a rattle. He held the sniper rifle tightly in his hands with all his strength. There is absolutely no way she would sell such a precious thing, because after we bring this thing back, we can still use it for manufacturing and research, it would be a shame to sell it. Although the jars here by Mr. Lin Mo can also be opened, the chance of getting the same thing is not high. She felt that this kind of thing shouldn't be so easy to make. I see. Seeing Tenten's refusal, Hinata Hayashi nodded slightly and said nothing more. I can understand why he refuses every day. When Lin Mo saw Tian holding the gun like a treasure, a faint smile appeared on his face. This little girl. Now you know how powerful this gun is. But I have to say, this thing is really a terrifying weapon. Okay, come to me if you have any questions. I'm going back to the store now. The next second, Lin Mo chuckled and spoke. He has also tried this sniper rifle and it feels very good. It's time to go back to the kin shop. After all, Hinata Hayashi brought Hinata Hanabi to open the jar. As he spoke, Lin Mo nodded to Hinata Hayashi and walked towards his own jar shop. When Tian heard what Lin Mo said, he quickly said, Shopkeeper, wait for me, I have some questions to ask you. Having said that, Tian quickly followed Lin Mo's footsteps. Hyaga Hayashi, holding Hyaga Hanabi's hand, and Hyaga Hinata also followed Lin Mo's footsteps. What is the problem? Lin Mo said casually as he walked, just ask. That's the bullet used in this sniper rifle. Tian quickly asked, the bullets in here must have been used up, right? What should we do when they are used up? You need to research it yourself. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo said, you can get this kind of bullet by opening a can, or you can make it with existing bullets. What this sniper rifle can use must be bullets. When you don't have a batch of bullets, you need to use them sparingly. Because once this sniper rifle runs out of bullets, it will really just become a decoration. That's it. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian suddenly felt a little lost and subconsciously fumbled for the sniper rifle in his hand. It seemed that his idea of shooting crazily had failed. Because the sniper rifle consumes a limited number of bullets, I need to try to see if I can make this kind of bullet first. As for opening the can, Tian feels that it is not that easy to open it. After all, she could only open 10 jars a week. Even if I drag my parents along, I can still open 20 more cans. Yes. Suddenly, Tian thought of his parents and his eyes lit up. I have to tell my parents the good news and let them open the jar. Next to them, Hinata Hayashi, who had been following them, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard these words. The disadvantages of this thing have emerged. He felt a little relieved. Actually, this gun is more than that. At this time, Lin Mo walked back to the kin shop, looked at Tian who was stroking the sniper rifle beside him, and chuckled. What? Tian, who was excited, was stunned when he heard Lin Mo's words. What do you mean, and more than that? Because this gun has a range of more than 1,000 meters. Lin Mo looked at Tian who was coming over to him obediently and said softly, the distance is within 2,000 meters. What? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at the sniper rifle in her hand in disbelief. The shooting range of this gun is 2,000 meters. Look at the telescope above. Lin Mo pointed at the special scope on the sniper rifle and whispered, "This thing allows you to see very far. The bullets of this gun are also made of very special materials, so it can hit at a distance of 2 kilometers. In other words, you can use this gun to shoot whatever you want within a 2,000 meter range, with yourself as the center, because it also has an automatic aiming function." End of this chapter. Chapter 38, Hinata Hayashi and number 039, S Little Plan, the Super Lollipop is out. Uzumaki Naruto, it smells S. Chapter 38, Hinata Hayashi's Little Plan, the Super Lollipop is out. Uzumaki Naruto, it smells so good, hiss. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. The thing in my hand actually has a range of 2,000 meters. Originally she thought 1,000 meters was the limit. Within this 1,000 meter range, every shot hits the target, which completely exceeds the distance of bows and arrows and hidden weapons throwing. Now the shop owner actually said that the distance range is 2 kilometers. She was completely shocked. 2,000 meters. What is this concept? As a genius who is proficient in ninja tool throwing, she knows and understands it very well. With this gun, I will be invincible within a range of 2,000 meters. Retreat after one strike, so that the opponent can't catch you. For a moment, Tian Tian held the sniper rifle in his arms tighter. Lin Mo turned his gaze towards Hinata Hanabi and continued, "Okay, you can choose the jars now." The last time Hinata Hanabi opened a jar. This time, 9 can be opened. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi immediately let go of Hanabi's hand. Hanabi stared at the jars on the counter with sparkling eyes, thinking about which ones to choose. "Well, Lin Mo, I'm leaving first." Watching Huahuo selecting cans, Tian Tian thought for a moment and said, "I need to go back and research the bullets for this sniper rifle as soon as possible. The Hyuga clan is opening a jar here, so I think it's better to avoid suspicion. If it was just with Hinata, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But since Hinata Hayashi was there, she thought it would be better to leave first. I just happened to go back and tell my parents about Mr. Lin Mo and the store, so I asked them to open the can." "Ah." Hearing Tianatian's words, Lin Mo nodded, "Go. Hinata, you should go back too." Seeing this, Hyuga Hayashi immediately instructed Hinata, "When you go back, if any elders ask you where I was, just say I took Hanabi out for a walk." "Yes." Hyuga Hinata was stunned when she heard what Hyuga Hayashi said. He nodded immediately and left with Tian Tian. After Hyuga Hinata and Tenten left, Hanabi had already picked out a jar. "You can pick 8 more." Seeing Huahuo pick out a jar, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, "You opened a jar at the beginning." "Uh-huh." Hanabi nodded. Hanabi knows, but Hanabi is choosing. As she spoke, Hanabi continued to choose. While Hanabi was choosing, Hyuga Hayashi looked at Lin Mo and said, "Shopkeeper, is the thing you just used easy to open from this jar?" Hinata Hayashi is still thinking about that sniper rifle. "I can't guarantee that for you." Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo shook his head and said, "That kind of thing, in the jar, is not a good thing. Just some guns." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi's expression became strange. As the owner of the jar, how could you not know what is inside the jar? Is this a joke? Could it be that the things in this jar were not put in by Lin Mo? But Miss Hinata was beyond my expectations. The next second, Lin Mo said with emotion, "As far as I know, Miss Hinata has always been introverted and timid, but from the time I met her to now, I didn't find that she is so introverted. From the first day I met Hinata, until just now, Lin Mo discovered that Hinata was not a timid person. After all, my daughter is the eldest daughter of the clan, so she naturally needs some training." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi shook his head and said, "Even so, she is still introverted and timid. If she is with someone she is familiar with, then she will not be introverted or even timid. You can also see this from the communication between the little girl and me that day. I taught her a lot of knowledge, whether it was about the family or about ninjutsu, or other things. As the eldest daughter of the clan, she knows no less than ordinary people. I see. After hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo seemed to be thinking about something. After all, she is the eldest daughter of a large family in Konoha, and the education she received is different. I think my daughter's personality has changed a lot after being in contact with you for a long time. Hinata Hayashi smiled and said, I seem to be more outgoing here with you, so I will come to you often in the future. I hope you don't mind and will trouble you to take care of me. As the patriarch of the Hyuga Hayashi clan, it is impossible for me to run to Lin Mo whenever I have time. But if there is no intersection, it will be impossible to establish a good relationship with Lin Mo. So it is entirely possible to let Hinata run to Lin Mo. Wait until Hanabi is sure that she will not expose her Sharingan at will, and then arrange for her to come over to increase Lin Mo's favorability towards the Hyuga clan. Maybe they will find something better when they open the kin next time. In his opinion, if he had a good relationship with Lin Mo, he would definitely be able to get good things. Even if I can't open it, it doesn't matter. After all, letting Hinata and Hanabi run around here more often will only bring benefits and no harm. Not to mention that Lin Mo, as the owner of this jar shop, is even more mysterious than the jars themselves. Lin Mo. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo's face turned strange. It's fine for her to come to me, but I think she can take care of herself. He himself didn't even know how he could take care of Hinata. It's really outrageous that Hinata Hayashi would have such an idea. Brother Lin Mo, I have made my choice. At this time, Hinata Hanabi was already excitedly pointing at the opening of the selected jar. Seeing this, Lin Mo waved his hand, and the jar flew out silently and landed in front of Hinata Hanabi. Looking at the jars in front of her, Hinata Hanabi couldn't wait to open the first one. Boom! The first jar broke and a colorful lollipop fell out. Forward! Seeing the colorful lollipop, Hanabi was stunned. Candy! It is round and flat, and looks like candy and also like a cake. If it were candy, it would be round. It has a sweet smell. The next second, Hinata Hanabi sniffed her nose and said excitedly, and it's so beautiful. The taste made her want to take a big bite. Super lollipop, a lollipop from a certain world. After eating it, you can become extremely powerful, but the effect only lasts for a few minutes and cannot last too long. You will also be exhausted after the effect disappears. At this time, seeing the property introduction of this lollipop, Lin Mo also fell into deep thought. It's actually this thing. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that it could also be transformed into a high-tech instrument. In addition to being able to transform into high-tech equipment, it can also perform various martial arts skills. It smells so good, owner, what delicious food do you have here? Just then, a surprising voice rang out. I saw Uzumaki Naruto running in quickly from outside, sniffing hard as he ran in. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 of Naruto Comics is out. Uzumaki Naruto, My Future? Chapter 39 of Naruto Comics is out. Uzumaki Naruto, My Future? Forward! Uzumaki Naruto ran in excitedly and sniffed hard. After coming in, he saw Hinata Hanabi and Hinata Hayashi, and his face suddenly froze. Why is it Hyuga Hayashi, the unfriendly uncle to him again? When Hyuga Hayashi saw Uzumaki Naruto walking in, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Why is this nine-tailed brat here again? Where does the money come from to open the jar? As the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the ninjas in the village don't want to have anything to do with him. Because that would attract that mad dog Danzo. If Uzumaki Naruto came to the owner's shop often, he would probably have to ask Hinata and Hanabi to come less often. I'll also remind the owner later. If the Nine Tails Jinchuriki stays in one place for a long time, he will inevitably attract the attention of the surveillance, and then the jar shop will be exposed. This is not good news. Even if the owner's store is exposed, it should be postponed a little longer. What beautiful candy! While Hinata Hayashi was thinking this, Hinata Hanabi had already picked up the super lollipop with excitement on her face. She couldn't wait to tear off the candy wrapper and put it in her mouth. This is a super lollipop, don't eat it yet. Seeing Hinata Hanabi's expression, Lin Mo tried to stop her, causing Hanabi to look up in confusion. Why? Because this isn't just any candy. Lin Mo said slowly, eating this candy will make you extremely powerful, but it will also have side effects. You will be weak for a while. The more you eat, the longer you will be weak. Hearing Lin Mo's words, before Hinata Hanabi could say anything, Uzumaki Naruto next to him widened his eyes and said, "There is such a magical candy. It tastes good and can also make you stronger. Isn't that great?" As for the minor problem of being weak for a while, he didn't take it seriously at all. That's definitely not edible. Hinata Hayashi nodded slightly and also persuaded Hinata Hanabi not to eat for the time being. Huahuo is very well behaved and obedient. And Hyuga Hayashi turned his head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said, "Boy, what are you doing here?" If possible, he didn't want this Kyuubi brat to see Hanabi opening the jar. "I'm here to open the can." Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, "And I also have some questions I want to ask the owner, but it doesn't seem appropriate at the moment." She wanted to ask Lin Mo some information about her mother. There are more things about that era to confirm my guess. But now that the Hyuga clan leader was here, he felt it was not a good idea to ask. After all, Hyuga Hayashi is also from Konoha village. What if you knew your problem and went to tell others about it? By the time the higher UPS at Konoha knew what he was going to ask, it would be horrifying. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto's expression became a little serious. "I absolutely cannot let anyone other than the store owner know what I want to investigate." When Hinata Hayashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who suddenly looked serious, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. Why did this nine-tailed brat suddenly become so serious? "Shopkeeper, this is my money, I'll open a jar." The next second, Uzumaki Naruto took out some money from his trouser pocket with a painful look on his face. While handing it to Lin Mo, he said with some pain, "It's enough to open a jar. My ninja graduation exam depends on this jar." This money was scraped together with great difficulty. Yet, hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Lin Mo nodded and took it. Then he signaled Uzumaki Naruto to choose. Uzumaki Naruto started choosing immediately. A jar was quickly selected. He knew that Hinata Hayashi might dislike him a little, so he had to open the jar quickly and leave. "I'll come back to find the owner later." Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto decisively smashed the jar in front of him. Boom! The jar broke and a palm-sized book fell out. It's not an experience light group. Looking at this palm-sized booklet, Uzumaki Naruto's face turned green. The ninja graduation exam is about to begin. If I can't pass the clone jutsu, won't I have to delay my graduation for a year? No. I placed all my hopes on the jar, hoping that it would give me a way to clone myself. As a result, now a tattered book is opened? If I use these 100,000 taels to buy books, how many books can I buy? Uzumaki Naruto's face turned dark. Is my luck so bad? When Uzumaki Naruto's face turned green, Hyuga Hayashi, who had been witnessing the incident nearby, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This nine-tailed brat seems to have very bad luck. Hinata Hanabi next to her was also looking at her curiously. Because Uzumaki Naruto knocked the jar open, she didn't continue opening the jar. Only Lin Mo's eyelids twitched violently as he looked at the book that Uzumaki Naruto opened. How did Uzumaki Naruto open this thing? Can this thing be opened? Naruto Comics Volume 1 records a total of 10 chapters of Naruto Comics, hardcover color version. This simple introduction made Lin Mo fall into deep thought. Can this thing actually exist in a jar? Why is there a picture of me in this comic? At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was very frustrated when he picked up the album. However, as soon as he picked it up, he saw his own appearance on the cover. His eyes widened immediately, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Even the color of my clothes is exactly the same. Uzumaki Naruto wasn't the only one who noticed. Hinata Hayashi also noticed it and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Because the words on this book were words he knew. And on the cover are the words Uzumaki Naruto Volume 1. You can understand that this is a comic about you. Lin Mo pinched his chin, thinking of some sentences in his mind, organized them, and said, or, what you will do in the future. What will I do in the future? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto looked up in confusion. What do you mean? He didn't quite understand. Do you know prophecy? Predicting what will happen tomorrow, or in the next few days. Lin Mo said slowly, this contains the prophecy about you and what you will do next. For example, when you graduate from the ninja school, who will be your assigned teacher and what will happen are all unknown, but this comic records the details. This originally belonged to your future life, but now it has been made into a comic book. Through this picture book, you can predict what will happen tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so you can get information in advance and understand the situation. If you hadn't met me, the comics written here are what you would have done next. You can take a look at it. Lin Mo tried his best to make his words simpler so that Uzumaki Naruto could understand more easily. If it's not explained clearly, Uzumaki Naruto's brain can sometimes be really stupid and incomprehensible. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Uzumaki Naruto, There is Such a Thing? Hinata Hayashi and number 039, speechless. Chapter 40 Uzumaki Naruto, There is Such a Thing? Hinata Hayashi's speechless when Uzumaki Naruto heard Lin Mo's words. His eyes widened with astonishment. Predicting what I will do tomorrow? Is there such a thing in this world? It sounds so magical. Predict future? Know what will happen tomorrow today? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, somewhat confused, but also somewhat unbelievably, and subconsciously flipped through the book in his hand. Next to him, Hinata Hayashi was also surprised when he heard Lin Mo's words. Predict future? Even for him, this information was a bit ahead of its time. Subconsciously, Hinata Hayashi looked at the comic book that Uzumaki Naruto was opening. But at the first glance, when he saw the first page of the comic book, Hinata Hayashi's pupils shrank suddenly. Wasn't that a secret back then? How could it appear so clearly? This is the nine-tailed demon fox. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the records and his eyes widened. The first page records the situation about the nine tails and the fourth Hokage. Subconsciously, Uzumaki Naruto continued to flip through the pages and saw himself carrying a paint bucket and painting on the Hokage rock. He was discovered by the third Hokage with a crystal ball, and was caught by Iruka-sensei to practice the clone technique. He was invited by Iruka-sensei to eat ramen, and so on. This information. Looking at the recorded scene, Uzumaki Naruto widened his eyes with a look of astonishment. This is my future. You can see your whereabouts clearly on it. But I have never done it. In other words, I was going to paint the Hokage rock myself, but I hadn't done it yet, and the paint had already been bought and left at home. Good. Lin Mo looked at Uzumaki Naruto with wide eyes and nodded. Think about it, if you hadn't met me, then everything would have gone according to the above picture album, right? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's expression suddenly became serious. If I didn't see Mr. Lin Mo when I was eating ramen, then, completely. Exactly the same. Uzumaki Naruto murmured, with a look of surprise in his eyes. If I hadn't met this person, the same situation as in the comics would have happened. This. Hinata Hayashi, who was standing behind Uzumaki Naruto, looked down at the comic book that Naruto had just finished reading. and his expression was moved. Is this the future picture of this nine-tailed boy? There are such incredible things in the jars here. Who is the store owner? Subconsciously, Hinata Hayashi looked at Lin Mo and was shocked. Someone else's future was actually opened out of the jar. If he opens the jar, is it possible that he will open his own future? For a moment, Lin Mo's image once again became unfathomable in Hinata Hayashi's heart. Because Lin Mo was not surprised at all, that meant he had known about it for a long time? Hinata Hayashi remained silent, not daring to think any further. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto continued to flip through the pages, and soon came to the point where he failed the test, met Mizuki after school, and was told about the Book of Sealing and so on. After a while, Uzumaki Naruto flipped through the pages where Mizuki told the truth and his eyes widened. The truth that Shuimu said was exactly the same as what Mr. Lin Mo said before. The whole village has an unwritten rule. That's because he is a fox demon. Hinata Hayashi was also watching with a horrified look on his face. Because he actually saw that the third Hokage let Uzumaki Naruto get the Book of Sealing, that is a treasure. How could Uzumaki Naruto get it? The security is so tight that even their Byakugan cannot see where the sealed book is. But in the end it was taken by a nine-tailed kid? Why did the third generation do this? He also saw Mizuki using Naruto to obtain the Book of Seals, but similarly, Hinata Hayashi thought of a deeper level and his expression gradually became solemn. So you don't have to worry about failing the exam. Lin Mo looked at the moved Uzumaki Naruto and said slowly, because next you will be approached by Mizuki teacher, who will instruct you to steal the sealing scroll. The fact that you can get this kind of thing must be due to the third Hokage's letting you go. After all, this is the treasure of the village. And you are a genius. You were able to learn the multiple shadow clone technique in such a short time. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto fell silent. He continued to flip through the rest of the comics and saw that he had graduated, met the grandson of the third Hokage, etc., which made him suddenly squint his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to be immersed in silence. The only sound in the entire store was the sound of Uzumaki Naruto flipping through the comics. Hinata Hanabi didn't open the can either, and Hinata Hayashi was also looking at the comic book in Uzumaki Naruto's hand. It wasn't until the third chapter that when Hinata Hayashi was reading intently and wondering which teacher Hinata would be assigned to, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly closed the comic book. Hinata Hayashi. He was enjoying watching this nine-tailed brat. Shopkeeper, I'm leaving. Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and secretly glanced at Hyuga Hayashi, then said something decisively to Lin Mo and left. When he was flipping through the book, he always felt someone was staring at him, and he felt very uncomfortable, especially the guy he hates. Compared to Hinata Hayashi, the shop owner didn't even stare at his comic book. Hinata Hayashi. Looking at the leaving Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata Hayashi was speechless. If possible, he really wanted to take the comic book from Naruto's hand and read it, but he couldn't do that. But can't we at least wait until he finishes reading it? But the next second, Hyuga Hayashi looked at Lin Mo and whispered, the owner also knows that this person is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If you get too close, you may be in danger. The eyes of Konoha's high-level officials are very sensitive now. Okay, I know. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo nodded. He knew it without Hinata Hayashi telling him, but there was nothing he could do. You can't just close the door and do Uzumaki Naruto's business, right? Moreover, the comic book that Uzumaki Naruto opened can also help him deepen his memory. Now he only hopes that Hinata Hanabi will leave after opening the jars, so that he can slowly integrate the jars opened by Hinata and the others today. Because with the arrival of Uzumaki Naruto, that old silver coin Danzo will definitely target him. Without basic resistance, we will really be blocked. Thinking of this, Lin Mo felt a sense of urgency. How come there was such a thing as Danzo in Konoha village? Seeing Lin Mo nodding, Hinata Hayashi knew that he didn't need to worry about Lin Mo, and he felt relieved after thinking about it. Because the owner is mysterious, what does it matter even if the KONOHA high UPS target him? If you end up offending this person, you will probably be asking for trouble. What I need to do is to build a good relationship with this person as much as possible before that. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hayashi narrowed his eyes, glanced at Hyuga Hanabi, and thought of Hyuga Hinata. End of this chapter. Chapter 41, The air cannon is fired. Will Hinata Hanabi turn into a cannon loli? Chapter 41, The air cannon is fired. Will Hinata Hanabi turn into a cannon loli? Okay, Hanabi, time to open the can. Hinata Hayashi tapped Hanabi's head gently, which made Hanabi come back to her senses instantly and look at the jar she had chosen. Boom! Another jar was smashed open by Hinata Hanabi, and a blue ball of light fell down. Chakra of ordinary genin, the chakra that comes from the hard practice of an ordinary genin. After fusion, it can instantly add on one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the level of an ordinary genin. Good luck! Looking at this thing, Lin Mo nodded and said, the chakra of an ordinary genin. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hanabi's eyes lit up. You can become stronger without refining chakra. Without any hesitation, Hinata Hanabi immediately reached out and touched it, instantly merging with the chakra light ball of the genin, feeling the extra chakra in her body. It's so comfortable. Soon, Hinata Hanabi looked very happy. I don't even need to train to become a genin. It feels more comfortable to grow stronger while lying down. Thinking so, Hinata Hanabi continued to knock open the third jar. Boom! This time the jar broke, and a cylindrical object with a hollow interior fell out. Is this iron? Looking at this thing, Hinata Hanabi was a little confused. She didn't recognize it at all. Subconsciously, he looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, good luck! Air cannon, an air cannon from an unknown world. Put it on your hand and shout bang and it will emit invisible air pressure to attack the enemy. Remember, the energy of this weapon is limited. It turned out to be an air cannon. The only pity is that the energy inside this thing is actually limited. If it were infinite, it would be comfortable. This is an air cannon. Lin Mo immediately spoke up and briefly described the air cannon. Hinata Hanabi scratched her head and said, so it's a weapon, but this weapon is so ugly. Looking at the air cannon, Hinata Hanabi had a conflicted look on her face. This air cannon is so ugly, she doesn't like it at all. You can try out its power. Lin Mo suggested with a smile, with a hint of encouragement in his tone. Although Hinata Hanabi thought that the appearance of the air cannon was a bit ugly, after listening to Lin Mo's words and out of curiosity about new things, she decided to give it a try. She carefully put the air cannon on her wrist, feeling its weight and texture, feeling a little uneasy. Hinata Hayashi, who was standing aside, was observing quietly. Although he didn't quite understand the principle of this strange cylindrical weapon, he believed that Lin Mo would not do it without a purpose, so it would be okay to give it a try with fireworks. Okay, I'll try. Hanabi took a deep breath, stood firm, and her eyes became focused. She raised her wrist and pointed the air cannon at a tree outside the ken shop. She silently repeated what Lin Mo said and whispered, bang. For a moment, the air cannon emitted a low humming sound. Immediately afterwards, an invisible pressure spurted out from the muzzle and hit the tree almost instantly. The tree trunk shook violently, as if it was hit by a huge force. The leaves fluttered down and there was even an obvious dent on the trunk. The sound of bang was not loud, but the power of the air vibration was surprisingly evident. Hinata Hanabi clearly felt the slight vibration on her wrist. Although there was no direct counterattack, the invisible force made her heart tremble. This power! Hinata Hayashi, who was standing aside, suddenly narrowed his eyes. The power of this thing was surprisingly not small. Although he was the patriarch of the Hyuga clan and had seen a lot, this was the first time he had seen such a powerful air vibration attack method. The air was vibrating, and even an ordinary ninja would feel uncomfortable if they encountered it at close range. He didn't expect that this seemingly simple weapon could produce such powerful power. This is enough to play a huge role in battle. And Hanabi looked at her wrist, her excitement evident. She didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary cylinder could have such powerful power. Although its appearance was unpleasant, its power far exceeded her expectations. That's amazing! Huahuo said excitedly, turning to look at Lin Mo, her eyes full of gratitude and admiration. Lin Mo smiled slightly, nodded and said, "Don't be careful, the energy of this air cannon will be exhausted, and it is not certain how many times it can be used." What? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hanabi suddenly felt a little disappointed. I can't use it all the time. I was thinking about going back and having fun, but this happened several times. You can't use this thing right now. Beside them, Hinata Hayashi said to Hinata Hanabi, "Hanabi, although this air cannon is incredibly powerful, you must be careful when using it and not show it to others easily. It is a powerful weapon, but you must also know how to control it. You don't have much use for it in the village, but you can always carry it with you." If possible, Hyaga Hayashi wanted to put away Hyaga Hanabi's air cannon and place it in the Hyaga clan. But he thought of something else and decided to give up. "You can let the fireworks carry it with you first." Ah! Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Hanabi nodded solemnly, "Yes, father, I will be careful." As she spoke, Hinata Hanabi put the air cannon on her hand and covered it with her long sleeves. If you look quietly, you can see that the air cannon is well hidden in Hinata Hanabi's hands. Then Hanabi continued to crack open the fourth jar. Boom! The fourth jar broke, and this time a ration pill fell out. It's Bing Liang pills. Looking at this Bing Liang pill, Hinata Hanabi recognized it instantly, and subconsciously looked at Lin Mo and asked, "Brother Lin Mo, is this Bing Liang pill special?" "Specially made military ration pills, the same as the ones your sister prescribed before." Lin Mo took a look and said, "I won't say much." Oh. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hanabi understood. Then continue to crack open the fifth jar. Boom! The fifth jar shattered and a ball of green light fell down. Seeing the green ball of light, Hinata Hanabi was stunned. A green ball of light. She only knew about white and blue light balls, and this was the first time she saw a green light ball. Next to him, Hinata Hayashi also looked over, his eyes attracted by the green light. Lin Mo thought about how when Tian opened the jar just now, Hinata Hanabi and Hinata Hayashi were not there, and he did not see the green ball of light. But the next second, Lin Mo looked at the introduction of this green light ball and fell into deep thought. Gunner heavy armor expertise exclusive professional proficiency from a female gunner. After fusion, it can increase strength, close combat, and ranged attack hit rate when equipped with heavy armor. This simple introduction made Lin Mo's expression even weirder. Hinata Hanabi won't turn into a cannonball, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 42, There is endless cheese to eat, so you don't have to worry about Danzo anymore. Chapter 42, There is endless cheese to eat, so you don't have to worry about Danzo anymore. I thought of the scene where Hinata Hanabi walked towards the female gunner and took out a flamethrower or something like that. Lin Mo fell into deep thought. Even though she was a female gunner, she was tall, which was not something Hinata Hanabi could become in a short period of time. Instead, you will become a prankster. That picture seems a bit beautiful. Brother Lin Mo, what is this? At this time, Hinata Hanabi was still blinking her beautiful big eyes, looking at Lin Mo eagerly and asking, "This is the first time Hanabi has seen a green ball of light. This is a special light group of ability." After hearing what Hinata Hanabi said, Lin Mo said, "It's a wearable specialization. Once you fuse this thing, once you wear heavy armor that feels very heavy, you can increase your strength, and the hit rate of close-range and long-range attacks. If this thing were to be opened every day, it would be quite appropriate." Hinata Hanabi looked confused after hearing what Lin Mo said. What does Lin Mo mean by this? She didn't quite understand. If Tian Tian uses this thing of yours, then the shurikens and kunao she throws with the sealing scroll on her back will be more powerful, and it will be easier for her to hit the target. This is what is called the hit rate. Seeing the confused Huahuo, Lin Mo slowly said, melee attack is your physical strength, which will be blessed and suddenly become bigger. Lin Mo tried his best to make his words easy to understand, which made Huahuo look stunned. She seemed to understand something. If that's the case, then does my daughter also fall into the state of weight-bearing? Beside him, Hinata Hayashi understood what Lin Mo said and immediately asked, can I understand that while my daughter can exercise under the weight, it does not affect her physical skills and will not weaken, but will be stronger than before the weight is not carried? If that's the case, then this thing is very valuable. The so-called heavy armor can be created. Just from what he knew, there was a maverick Jonin in Konoha who had been training himself in this way. That's understandable. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Lin Mo nodded. While being able to get training, it does not affect my ability to display, and it may even strengthen it. The only drawback is that it is quite hard. Speaking of this, Lin Mo looks strange. At the very least, it is inconvenient to walk and move around at the beginning. Hinata Hayashi listened and seemed to be thinking about something. Hinata Hanabi, Hinata Hanabi suddenly fell silent. She suddenly felt that this thing didn't seem so good. However, seeing the way her father was looking at her, Hinata Hanabi immediately reached out her hand and fused this gunner heavy armor specialization. The fusion process was not as intense or painful as she had imagined. Instead, it was a warm and fulfilling feeling, as if a force was flowing slowly within her, transforming her body bit by bit. As the fusion was completed, Hinata Hanabi opened her eyes. I feel like my strength has become stronger. Hinata Hanabi clenched her fist in surprise, it seems to have transformed my body. Normal. Lin Mo was not surprised at all, but nodded and said, these are all brought by ourselves. The same is true for the green ball of light that appears every day. Directly exercise your fingers and make them extremely flexible. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi instantly thought of the speed of Tianatian's hand seals that he had seen not long ago, and had some guesses in his mind. If nothing unexpected happens, Tian Tian must have opened something special to cause this. Hinata Hanabi, who had integrated the gunner heavy armor specialization, continued to crack open the sixth jar. Boom! The sixth jar broke, and this time a piece of cheese fell out. It smells so good. Looking at this piece of delicious cheese, Hinata Hanabi sniffed hard with a look of surprise. Delicious! Endless cheese, a piece of cheese from a certain planet with a soft surface and an alluring aroma. It returns to its original shape every time you bite it, but be careful, your stomach may not be able to hold on before your mouth. Lin Mo's eyelids twitched violently as he looked at the thing that Hinata Hanabi had opened. Why did this thing remind him of something very bad in the world? Fortunately, it wasn't the kind he had imagined. Otherwise, the entire ninja world would probably be filled with cheese. It's an endless amount of cheese. Lin Mo immediately spoke up and briefly explained, causing Hinata Hanabi to be stunned. Can't finish it. Is there anything left over? Subconsciously, Hinata Hanabi picked it up and took a bite. She felt the rich aroma of cheese, which made her feel slightly full. And the next second, the cheese bitten by Hanabi recovered in the eyes of Hinata Hayashi, Hinata Hanabi, and Lin Mo. It's so magical. Looking at the restored cheese, Hinata Hayashi's eyes widened. This food can be completely reused. Lin Mo also felt a little happy in his heart. The food problem that I need to worry about is solved. If I hadn't become stronger, and that bastard Danzo had brought people to block the door, I could have just squatted in the shop and eaten cheese. For a moment, the threat posed by the team leader was not so great. However, Lin Mo also knew that he couldn't keep chewing cheese, nor could he stay in the store forever. Because not being able to go out and not wanting to go out are two different things. This thing is very valuable, don't carry it with you. Beside him, Hinata Hayashi looked at Hanabi seriously and said, when you get back, put it in your room and don't let anyone see it. If people were to see that food could be reused, it would cause an uproar. This is completely abnormal. Recycled food is scary to think about. And if this cheese can regenerate, then other things can also regenerate. The jars sold by Mr. Lin Mo are truly magical. Subconsciously, Hinata Hayashi looked at the row of jars on the counter behind Lin Mo. His heart became more and more solemn, and he became more and more reserved towards Lin Mo. As he learned more and more, he felt more and more uneasy. This feeling hasn't appeared for many years. Ah! Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Hanabi nodded obediently. Hanabi knows. It's incredible to think that food can be regenerated. But she has decided that she can feed some small animals without worry in the future. You can also raise some small animals without having to worry about food. Thinking of this, Hinata Hanabi's eyebrows curved into crescents. I am really lucky. I found these good things after opening 6 jars. Even though she was young, she knew that the things in her hands could not be bought with money. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Returning Chakra and number 039, S. Shattered Fire. Accelerate the mastery of fire chakra properties. Chapter 43, Returning Chakras Shattered Fire. Accelerate the mastery of fire chakra properties. Looking at the remaining 3 cans, Hinata Hanabi put away the cheese and opened 2 of them at once. With 2 bangs, the 2 jars broke, and immediately a teacup and a blue ball of light fell down. Self-repairing teacup. This seemingly ordinary porcelain teacup comes from a certain world. No matter how it is broken, it will automatically repair itself within a few minutes, but it will leave more cracks after each repair. Shattering fire can release a terrifyingly high-temperature magical flame, which can be mastered instantly after fusion. It consumes a certain amount of chakra. If the condensed shattering fire kills the target, a certain amount of chakra will be returned. Looking at the 2 things that Hyuga Hanabi bloomed, Lin Mo suddenly narrowed his eyes. He could understand a teacup, but he couldn't understand the next shattering fire. This ability appears in Naruto, doesn't it represent the unmatched ninjutsu? A ball of blue light. Hinata Hanabi and Hinata Hayashi were also attracted by the blue light. Especially Hanabi, whose face was filled with surprise. If it is a ball of chakra light, then I will become stronger again. It's really cool to be able to gain chakra without practicing. Is it chakra? Hinata Hanabi asked Lin Mo impatiently, causing Lin Mo to shake his head and say, it's not chakra, it's a kind of flame. Flame. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hanabi was stunned and looked confused. You can think of it as a non-sequence ninjutsu. Once it is integrated, it can be released instantly. Lin Mo slowly said, if the target you release is killed on the spot, then the chakra you consumed will be returned to a certain extent. The specific effect needs to be tested by yourself, but you don't need to make hand seals when releasing it. As for the other teacup, it is also a little interesting. If it is broken, it will automatically repair itself, but when it repairs, it will leave cracks. Hinata Hanabi's eyes widened as Lin Mo gave her brief introduction. Muji ninjutsu? Can you use chakra to create fire directly? This is incredible. Especially Hyuga Hayashi, his expression was solemn. What he values is not the sealless ninjutsu, but the chakra return he will get if this flame kills the target. He knew the power of some of the unmarried ninjutsu, but the unmarried ninjutsu would not return any chakra. Once your chakra is consumed, it is consumed. How can it be returned? While Hinata Hayashi was thinking this, Hinata Hanabi had already reached out and touched the blue ball of light. In an instant, Hinata Hanabi felt a ball of blue light pouring into her body, making her feel slightly hot inside. Her face flushed instantly and her head felt a little hot. However, this process only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing completely. Hanabi could feel that as long as she wanted, she could just stretch out her hand and release flames at the target without having to make any seals. This made Huahuo look very excited, and she felt eager to try. Because she doesn't have fire attribute chakra. Now that this shattering fire can consume her chakra, she is very excited. Can you feel the chakra transforming into the nature of fire chakra? Hinata Hayashi looked at the excited Hinata Hanabi and asked. The changing properties of chakra are difficult to master. Hanabi does not have fire attribute chakra properties. Now that we have this shattered fire, can we use it to control the changes in the properties of the fire attributed chakra? If you can, you will make a lot of money. It seems like, I have some feeling. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Hanabi was stunned and said hesitantly, the flow of chakra is the same as usual, but when I want to send out this fire, it will change in an instant. If this process continues, it should allow me to master the changes in the nature of fire chakra faster. Very good. Hearing this, Hinata Hayashi was overjoyed. When we get back, we will practice this ability well. You know, Hinata Hanabi is only 5 years old. Once you have mastered the property changes of one chakra, you will be able to master more in the future. Although it is possible to open a jar from Mr. Lin Mo to reveal the nature of chakra and master it, so far it seems that only his daughter Hinata has opened one. The fireworks did not bloom. But now, this special flame produced by fireworks can accelerate the changes in the properties of fire chakra, which is a huge profit, not to mention that this flame can also return chakra. He could already imagine how exciting Hanabi's future would be. Even if this store owner closes his business and stops selling cans, the potential of fireworks has undergone a qualitative change. It is good. Hearing what Hinata Hayashi said, Hinata Hanabi nodded. She was not one of those common ninjas and knew how important the change of chakra properties was to ninjas. Many ninjas have trained for years but still cannot master the changes in the nature of chakra. Only ninjas who have mastered the changes in the nature of chakra are qualified to become jonin. When a ninja reaches a certain level of training, in addition to refining chakra and practicing ninjutsu, he must also practice physical skills or techniques, and then master the changes in the nature of chakra in order to become stronger. Seeing that there was only one jar left, Hanabi excitedly reached out and knocked it open. Boom! The 9th jar broke, and a strange purple thing fell down, which surprised Hinata Hanabi and Hinata Hayashi. This is something I have never seen before. True Vision ward a strange item from an alliance. Once placed, it becomes a guard that can detect invisible units and monitor an area until it is destroyed by the enemy. The field of view is 1 kilometer. Once it is removed after placement, it will become ineffective. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows at the simple introduction. This is a good thing. With this thing, you can place it directly at the door of the store and immediately see the situation in all directions clearly. You don't need to go out to see everything around the store. Even if an invisible ninja passes by, he will be discovered. Comfortable. Although he is invincible in the jar shop, he cannot see the surrounding situation outside the shop from a distance. With this, you can definitely be foresight. Lin Mo immediately smiled and said, this is a reconnaissance guard. After it is placed, it can monitor the surrounding area within a range of 1000 meters. If a ninja comes in stealthily, you can easily find him. The opponent's invisibility technique is useless. Monitoring stuff. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Hinata Hayashi's pupils shrank suddenly. The function of this thing doesn't sound simple. It can completely replace the ninja patrol. Even though Hyuga Hayashi's family is large, there are ninjas patrolling around the territory at night to avoid any unexpected factors. Now that he has this thing, he can definitely be foresight. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Placing True Vision Guardian, no wonder Tian Tian blushes. Chapter 44, Placing True Vision Guardian, no wonder Tian Tian blushes. Not only that, you can also arrange it in other places. For example, the Hokage's office, or. After all, no one would have thought that this ordinary thing in front of them could be able to monitor an area within a kilometer radius. Thinking of this, Hinata Hayashi's breathing became rapid. The value of this thing is too great. Well, it doesn't sound like it's going to be of any use. While Hinata Hayashi was getting a little excited and out of control, Hinata Hanabi, who was standing next to him, scratched her head in confusion after hearing what Lin Mo said, thinking that this thing was useless. However, when she thought about the things she had gotten from the jars so far, including things that made her stronger and some interesting things, Hinata Hanabi looked very satisfied. Mr. Lin Mo, Huahuo has finished opening the jar, and it's time for us to leave. When Hinata Hanabi put away the True Vision Guardian, Hinata Hayashi said with a slightly respectful tone, "If there is anything you need help with, my Hyaga clan is willing to help." He was already impatient to go back and test out this so-called True Vision Guardian. Ah! Hearing what Hinata Hanabi said, Lin Mo nodded gently and said, "Go ahead. Also, once this True Vision Guardian is placed, it cannot be cancelled. Once it is removed, it will be useless. You need to pay attention to this and consider it carefully when placing it." Hinata Hayashi wanted to leave, and he also wanted Hinata Hayashi and others to leave. After all, only after Hinata Hayashi and others left was he able to integrate the things they had opened up to improve himself. "Goodbye, brother Lin Mo." Hinata Hanabi, who wanted to stay a little longer, felt a little disappointed when she saw this scene and waved at Lin Mo. After hearing what Lin Mo said, Hinata Hayashi nodded respectfully, "I understand, thank you, owner." After saying that, Hinata Hayashi said goodbye to Lin Mo and left with Hinata Hanabi. Lin Mo simply waved his hand, and suddenly things appeared in the air. The chakras of the two ordinary genin were fused as soon as he touched them. What a pity, it's still not strong enough. Feeling the amount of chakra in his body increase again, although it was a little refreshing, Lin Mo still sighed. Growing too slowly. The next second, Lin Mo looked at the energy ball of the shattered fire again and decisively stretched out his hand to merge it. In an instant, Lin Mo felt that he could release this shattered fire anytime and anywhere. As long as you kill the target, a certain amount of chakra will be returned. Next, Lin Mo looked at the wind-style ninjutsu, vacuum jade again and reached out to touch it. In an instant, Lin Mo felt a large amount of knowledge and practice about this ninjutsu pouring into his mind, and he instantly mastered it. With my current chakra amount, I can release it many times. If you use additional shattering fire to replenish the damage and kill the target, you can return a certain amount of chakra. Lin Mo felt the power he now possessed, and his face became more and more joyful. The use of shattering fire and vacuum jade is very good. There is also ninjutsu mastery and gunner heavy armor specialization. The latter specialization is useless to me. I don't need any weight. Lin Mo looked at the two green light balls again, and without any hesitation, he decisively reached out to touch and merge them. In an instant, Lin Mo felt that the bones in his body had been strengthened. The feeling of increased strength made him feel it very clearly. An experience in chakra training. Lin Mo looked at the chakra training experience that Hyaga Hinata had previously revealed. With this thing, you can also refine chakra yourself. Thinking of this, Lin Mo reached out and touched it, and instantly mastered how to refine chakra. Next time, when I have nothing to do in the store, I can also become stronger by refining chakra. He couldn't always rely on others to open the jars and become stronger. After all, there won't be a lot of people opening the jars right now. By the way, my significant chakra is still unknown. The next second, Lin Mo looked at the only chakra test paper. Yesterday he was still worrying about how to get chakra test papers so that he could test his significant chakra. Got it today. When Lin Mo picked up the chakra test paper and injected chakra into it, the chakra test paper was immediately cut into two halves. Lin Mo. Seeing this phenomenon, Lin Mo's face turned dark. Doesn't this mean that he has no significant chakra attributes at all, in other words, he does not have the qualifications to become a ninja. If Hyuga Hinata hadn't revealed the wind-attributed chakra properties before, he wouldn't even have the wind-attributed chakra properties. It's okay, there will be some in the future. Lin Mo took a deep breath and adjusted his mentality. As long as other people come to open the jar and get other chakra properties, I can also obtain them. Now I am no longer weak. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at the vertebral muscle strengthener again and decisively chose to use it. In an instant, he felt a crackling sound coming from his body. It was the process of his vertebrae being transformed and strengthened, which made Lin Mo almost scream out in pleasure. Only then did he realize the physical condition that he had when he used this vertebral muscle strengthener every day. No wonder Tianation's face was so red at that time. If I don't control myself, I'll moan. Soon, this process disappeared, and Lin Mo felt his body getting stronger. He immediately stood up and tried to move around, feeling unprecedented relief. Now, everything that can make me stronger has been integrated. Next, some weird stuff. This cheese. Lin Mo turned his gaze to endless cheese again, pinching his chin and thinking. The introduction of this thing is very strange. The cheese that Hanabi ate in front of him grew back instantly. So the question is, will the cheese eaten by Hanabi be digested? Lin Mo was confused about this. It won't stay in the stomach forever, right? This cheese clearly has a regenerative effect, so if it is eaten, it should not be digested. Of course, it is also possible to be digested, as long as this subject is there. Lin Mo thought about it for a while, then stopped thinking about it and threw the thing into his storage ring. Then he looked at the True Sight Guardian. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo decisively chose to place the True Vision Guardian in his shop. Buzz! A slight vibration sounded in the air. As Lin Mo placed the True Vision Guard in the store, the entire guard instantly emitted a faint light, which quickly spread out, as if invisible ripples were spreading in the air. After the True Vision Guard was activated, Lin Mo immediately felt a powerful perception surge out of the guard, as if the entire store was instantly shrouded in a layer of invisible energy. This energy quickly spread to every corner of the store. It even extends to the streets outside the store, with a coverage area of up to 1,000 meters. The number of collections and recommended votes has increased quite a lot in the past 2 days, so today I will update at least 5 chapters with 10,000 words, and there will be one at 4 p.m. I will post the rest when I get up in the evening. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Route and Number 039, S Action, Uzumaki Naruto, Make Money, Make Money. To open the can. Chapter 45, Roots Action, Uzumaki Naruto, Make Money, Make Money. To open the can, within this area, all the movements appeared clearly in Lin Mo's mind. The scene outside the store was instantly taken in. Every move of the pedestrians on the street and every corner of the surrounding buildings seemed to become transparent. Even those invisible beings hiding in the shadows have nowhere to hide. Lin Mo could even see 2 special figures walking on the street not far from the store. They seemed to be some ninjas walking in the dark. He has to be invisible when walking in broad daylight. You can tell at a glance that he is definitely not a normal person. But under the surveillance of the True Vision Guards, these invisible units seem to be locked by an invisible gaze, exposing themselves completely. Sure enough, the effect of this True Vision Guard is immediate. Lin Mo secretly admired in his heart. His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze penetrated the wall of the shop and locked directly on the 2 auras that were hiding in the dark and hurrying on their way. Okay. 2 root ninjas who were on their way suddenly stopped and looked around with a suspicious look. What's wrong? Matsuri. Next to him, a root ninja who was shrouded in darkness saw this scene and said in a cold tone, "Why did you stop for no reason?" "I don't know why, but I feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it." The root ninja called Matsuri frowned and said, "Wait a moment." As he spoke, Ji immediately released chakra to sense his surroundings, but found nothing. Is it an illusion? For a moment, Ji murmured. What's wrong? Our top priority is to complete Lord Danzo's order. We must get this batch of ninja tools. The root ninja, who was shrouded in darkness, said coldly, complete the mission as soon as possible and go back. Don't waste time. Having said that, he sped up towards a certain place. Seeing this, the root ninja called Matsuri was silent for a moment, looked around again, and when he found that there was really nothing, he immediately left. Interesting. Lin Mo, who had been witnessing all this, smiled gently. The effect of True Sight Ward was more powerful than he expected. Not only does it allow him to fully control what's going on around the store, but it can also effectively guard against potential threats. Even those ninjas who possessed advanced stealth skills could not escape his surveillance and could not be discovered. From now on, whenever Go Ba Danzang comes to block the door, he can easily see where the hidden threats are. Lin Mo looked around with satisfaction, feeling the all-round vision brought by the True Vision Guard. He was invincible inside the store and everything outside the store was under control, which made him feel an unprecedented sense of security. Lin Mo knew that as long as this True Vision Guard was there, anyone who tried to approach or spy on his shop would be exposed to his sight. Now, no matter who it is, they can't do anything tricky to me. Also, what is this Naruto doing here with a bucket? Lin Mo whispered to himself, his eyes looking in another direction with a strange expression. In Lin Mo's sight, he could see Uzumaki Naruto carrying a bucket and sneaking towards the dark corner. And the target was his jar shop. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto trotted all the way to Lin Mo's jar shop. Lin Mo, what are you doing here with a bucket? Looking at Uzumaki Naruto who ran in, Lin Mo's expression was strange. This bucket is also broken. It can't be that you are here to see him off. Hey, this is the paint I bought, and the boss won't let me return it. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and said, so I brought it along on the way. Lin Mo, Uzumaki Naruto hasn't given up on smearing the Hokage rock yet. Haven't you read the comics? So what's the matter with you calling me here? Well, I want to ask for information about my mother. Uzumaki Naruto said in distress, I went to the school's library and looked up some information about the Whirlpool country, but it was fragmented and there were some parts I didn't understand. What do you not understand? Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and said, I remember I have already explained the general situation before. I want to learn about the Senju clan. Uzumaki Naruto asked quickly, according to the information I looked up, when the Whirlpool country was destroyed, Konoha village had the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Why didn't they go to help? Wasn't the Whirlpool country an ally of Konoha at the time? Tsunade is the only one left in the Senju clan now. There are no other Senju clan members in Konoha village. Lin Mo really didn't expect Uzumaki Naruto to come and ask about the Senju clan, but he still said casually, Tsunade is out of Konoha village now, and no one knows where she is. Just one person. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly widened. So, the two big families who founded the village are gone, the Uchiha clan was destroyed, and only the arrogant Sasuke was left. The Senju clan was destroyed, leaving only a guy named Tsunade. As for why Konoha village did not rescue the land of whirlpools at that time, you can only ask the Konoha high-level officials. Lin Mo shook his head slightly and said, the top leaders of Konoha village at that time definitely knew about it. I won't say something that I can't confirm. Who else knows what happened back then except the people involved? I see. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Uzumaki Naruto fell silent, and became a little dejected. Just think about it, it is impossible for the Konoha high-level officials to tell him such a thing. Even his status as a Jinchuriki was kept secret. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto felt even more uncomfortable. Now the source of everything points to Konoha's top leaders. If I want to know the answer, I must find Konoha's top leaders. But there was no way the Konoha High UPS would tell him. This is a complete contradiction. How can he get the Konoha high-level officials to tell him what happened back then? Uzumaki Naruto pondered. While thinking, Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously touched the comic book in his pocket. Finally, I said goodbye to Lin Mo and left the jar shop. Lin Mo looked at Uzumaki Naruto who was leaving, and pinched his chin, lost in thought. Uzumaki Naruto actually keeps pursuing the truth. Then, Lin Mo stopped paying attention to Uzumaki Naruto and continued to focus on the things that Tenten, Hinata, and Hanabi had created in front of him. The shop owner can open the jars, but they are very expensive. I don't have that much money. I need a lot of money to open something that will allow me to see my mother and father. I can definitely ask my mother about some of the truths at the time. She definitely knows more than I do. But I don't have any money. I have to find a way to make money. The contents of the jars in the shop owner's jar shop are full of uncertainty. One person can only open 10 jars a week. I feel that these things should not be so easy to open. It seems easy to prescribe something that increases strength. Either I become strong enough, then I can let the Konoha high-level officials tell me the truth directly. But if I want to become stronger, I still have to open the jar. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto walked out of the jar shop with a frown on his brows. It seems that everything I want to achieve now is inseparable from opening cans. But opening the can requires money, and he doesn't have that much money. So the most urgent task is to make money. Then the problem is coming. How to make money? Oh, right, comics. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly touched the comic book in his pocket. This comic is about the future. Maybe I can get some information about making money from it. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes became brighter, and he decisively quickened his pace back. You must go back and read this kind of comic carefully, there will be 2 to 4 more chapters in the evening. Because of your collections and recommendations, I will release a new chapter today. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, Sarutobi Hiruzen, How Did Iruka Teach Naruto? Wasn't and number 039, his ninjutsu very bad? Chapter 46, Sarutobi Hiruzen, How Did Iruka Teach Naruto? Wasn't his ninjutsu very bad? After returning home impatiently, Uzumaki Naruto sat on the bed, opened the comic and started reading. He has already read the 3rd episode. When I was watching the 3rd episode at the store owner's place, I left on the spot because of that annoying Hinata father and never watched it again. So Uzumaki Naruto immediately sat on the bed and began to read with relish. Hey! Sakura and I have the same teacher? That's awesome! Soon, Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly showed surprise. But the next second, after seeing Uchiha Sasuke was also in his group, Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly turned dark. Why is this arrogant guy here too? So, I can do this? It is indeed something I can do. Oh, what a pity, why do I have diarrhea? As he watched, Uzumaki Naruto slapped his thigh in anger. Uzumaki Naruto flipped through the pages and saw the 3rd Hokage and a strange guy appear in his home. His eyes suddenly widened. Who is that guy and why is he in my house? Subconsciously, Uzumaki Naruto sped up flipping through the comics. Then he saw himself, Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke staying in the classroom, waiting for the teacher of Group 7. Is it him? What a stupid guy! How could this be a problem? When seeing the contents of the comics, Uzumaki Naruto's face was conflicted. It's bad. My future will be assigned to a stupid teacher. Say a wish. As Uzumaki Naruto flipped through the pages, he soon came across the wish he had expressed and suddenly fell silent. Surpassing the Hokage. Let everyone in the village recognize my existence. What an idiot. And my paint can't go to waste. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists, stood up suddenly, looked at the paint bucket he had brought back, and then looked at the contents of the comics. Looking up at the sky outside, which was gradually getting darker, Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and said, "Action." Without any hesitation, Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, decisively put the comic book close to his body, picked up the paint bucket next to him and ran out. Looking left and right along the way, Uzumaki Naruto took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and ran towards the Hokage rock. It's getting late. At this moment, Hokage's office. After the third Hokage finished processing the documents, he stood up and stretched his waist. "It's late to go back today, and I have to, okay." Just as the third Hokage was speaking and was about to walk out of the office, he was suddenly stunned when he saw Uzumaki Naruto acting sneakily in the corner diagonally opposite below the window. What is Naruto doing sneakily at this late hour? Are you going to cause trouble again? Thinking of Uzumaki Naruto's usual style, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very upset. He immediately decided not to leave. He wanted to see what this guy would do. "Hokage-sama." At this moment, a figure from the Anbu suddenly appeared beside the third Hokage and said respectfully, "Uzumaki Naruto." "Okay, I know." The third Hokage interrupted the Anbu, "I'm watching." As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who had already arrived at the base of the Hokage rock. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was looking around suspiciously. After a long while, he seemed to find that no one really noticed this place, so he decisively moved his mind and transformed into a ninja turtle. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching this scene, suddenly widened his eyes with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of transformation technique is this? Next to him, the Anbu ninja who had been standing next to Sarutobi Hiruzen also saw this scene and suddenly fell silent. What an ugly turtle! It was the first time she had seen such an ugly turtle transformation. The appearance of the ninja turtles made Sarutobi Hiruzen and this Anbu ninja subconsciously ignore the fact that Uzumaki Naruto did not perform any hand seals. "Hey, I'm applying it late at night, so no one will notice it. My masterpiece will definitely attract attention tomorrow morning." At this time, holding a paint bucket, transformed into a ninja turtle, and carefully approached the base of the Naruto statue. With excitement and anticipation in his eyes, Uzumaki Naruto looked very proud and smiled like a fox who stole a chicken. Having read the comics, it is no longer possible for him to openly paint the Hokage rock. If you want to do it secretly. I'll transform myself and do it tonight, there's no way anyone will see it. Thinking of this, he climbed up the sculpture quickly and neatly. When he stood on top of the Hokage sculpture, the breeze blew, and Naruto overlooked the entire Konoha village, and suddenly a feeling of conquest arose in his heart. But this feeling only lasted for a moment. "Let them see my artwork first." Naruto took a deep breath, immediately grabbed the paintbrush in one hand and the paint bucket in the other, and began to paint the Hokage's face. The brush was waving on the face of the sculpture, and the red, blue, and yellow paints were mixed together and painted on the faces of the first, second and third generation Hokage at will. As layer upon layer of paint covered the sculpture, the originally solemn and dignified images of the first, second, and third generations of Hokage gradually became ridiculous. Naruto even went so far as to paint exaggerated beards and eyebrows on the Hokage's face, in all different colors and ridiculous compositions. With every stroke he made, the pride in his heart grew, as if he could already imagine the shocked expressions of the residents of Konoha village when they saw this scene tomorrow. When the time comes, they won't be able to think that it was me who did it even if they rack their brains. The more Naruto thought about it, the happier he became, and the faster he applied the cream. Sometimes he stopped to admire his work, and sometimes he continued to paint frantically, as if he was afraid of missing any details. The smell of paint filled the air in the night breeze, but Naruto didn't care at all. He smeared the last bit of paint on the nose of the sculpture of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, painted a mess, and stepped back with satisfaction, admiring his masterpiece. Perfect! Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself proudly, standing on a high place overlooking the Hokage statue that had become unrecognizable. Then, under the cover of night, Naruto quickly evacuated the scene, transformed into a ninja turtle, and slid down the Hokage rock nimbly, sneaking all the way back to the streets of Konoha village with that naughty smile still on his face. "I'll transform myself and do it tonight, there's no way anyone will see us." Naruto's heart was filled with pride and complacency. He was sure that no one would know who was behind the prank. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Anbu ninja, who had been witnessing all this, remained silent. Looking at the painted Hokage rock gave me even more headache. Why is this kid coming here with a paint bucket in the middle of the night to paint the Hokage rock? What a hell! How did Iruka teach Naruto? How did Naruto mess up the transformation technique like this? The third Hokage rubbed his brows in a state of headache. Isn't his ninjutsu very bad? Naruto Uzumaki's clone technique is terrible, but he is very talented in transformation techniques. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Anbu ninja next to him whispered, "It's just that he is different from ordinary people in the development of transformation techniques." Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, Will Lord Danzo still deny your debt? Chapter 47, Will Lord Danzo still deny your debt? And according to yesterday's intelligence, an ugly turtle appeared in the village browsing through the Shudo bookstore. At present, we can determine that the ugly turtle may be Uzumaki Naruto. The Anbu ninja continued to speak, and Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly narrowed his eyes. He thought about the report he had received this morning. Then think about the scene of Uzumaki Naruto's transformation that we just saw. The answer is self-evident. But the next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen became puzzled. What is Naruto doing in the bookstore? Do you love reading so much? Hokage-sama, I will go and capture that brat now. The next second, the Anbu ninja continued respectfully, let him clean up. He is not allowed to leave until he finishes cleaning up. Need not. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, go and call Iruka directly. I will ask him about Naruto's affairs. Let him take charge of Naruto's affairs. Yes. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Anbu ninja nodded respectfully and left immediately. Only 3 were applied. Watching the departure of the Anbu ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked at the Hokage rock that was painted with paint. Only the sculpture of the 4th Hokage was not painted, and he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Is it a coincidence, or did Naruto notice something? But the next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be the thought in my mind. He had already given the order, and Uzumaki Naruto had no way of knowing it. Besides, Uzumaki Naruto is a stubborn person, how could he know these secret things? Even ordinary villagers don't know that Uzumaki Naruto is the 4th generation's child. Maybe there wasn't much paint in that bucket. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the sculptures of successive Hokage that were scribbled casually on the Hokage rock, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd generations. When he saw once again that he was smeared with a mark of feces, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned extremely dark. Damn it! At the same time, the other side. A street in Konoha village. A ninja tool shop opened by Tianation's family. Tianation's parents looked at the things their daughter took out, their eyes widened, their breathing became rapid, and they couldn't believe it and said, "You bought all these with your own money." When they learned that Tian came back and said he had spent 1 million, their faces turned green. Even for Tian, 1 million is not a small amount. They provided Tian with food and drink, and their family ran a ninja tool store. They all suspected that Tian had been cheated. As a result, they were all completely silent after seeing Tianation's speed in forming seals, the sunset fruit that made one feel refreshed just by smelling it, and the G35L electric grenade that they had never seen before. They were even more shocked after they personally tried the sniper rifle fired by Tian. With this kind of weapon, even if a civilian masters it, it can easily pose a threat to ordinary ninjas. Study now. Tianation's father said excitedly, if it is copied, then our ninja tool shop will definitely become bigger. It's confusing. We can only study it secretly. Hearing this, Tianation's mother said coldly, do you think that after the research is completed, it will still be yours? Forward. Hearing this, Tianation's father's face froze. Indeed so. We can just study this thing in secret. Tianation's mother whispered to Tian Tian, try not to take this thing out. If you take it out to use, it's best not to let others see how you use it. As a ninja tool forger and owner of a ninja tool shop, Tianation's mother is well aware of the value of this sniper rifle. Not only sniper rifles, but also this special grenade. Okay, I know. Hearing what his mother said, Tian nodded heavily, don't worry, Mom, I know it even if you don't tell me. In this way, even if the head of the Hyuga clan knows that you have this thing, he probably won't tell others, because he didn't bring any extra clan members to open the jar. Tianation's mother continued thoughtfully, at present, not many people know about this store. We must seize this opportunity. At this point, Tianation's mother looked at Tianation's father and said, Dad, get ready. We are going to open the cans now. You and I can open 20 cans. Now that you know about this magical shop, you must not miss it. The sooner you open it, the better. If you open 20 jars and find something good, you'll make a lot of money. For her family. Whether it is the improvement of strength or strange things, they can become stronger quickly. Ah! Hearing this, Tianation's father nodded heavily and said, we should go visit this person. If we can establish a good relationship with this person, there will only be benefits, no harm. Just based on what Tian has obtained so far, this mysterious shop owner is worth a visit and a visit. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around and went into the back room of the shop to get the money. Hey, Dad, Mom, I also have this 10 fragrance softening powder, you can also study it. Tian smiled and took out the 10 fragrance muscle softening powder, apply this stuff on the kunao. As long as we use chakra to isolate it, we can protect ourselves and make the enemy unable to fight back. While speaking, Tian had already taken out a few kunao and dipped them in the 10 fragrance softening powder a few times, then isolated himself with his chakra. Well, this is also a good thing. Hearing Tianation's words, Tianation's mother nodded and said, but powder and other things are not our strong points. Why don't we study grenades and guns? Put them aside for now, and we'll think about them after we come back in the evening. I had introduced my prescriptions to them every day before, so that they also knew about this kind of drug. It is good. Hearing what his mother said, Tian nodded and put it aside. Then Tianation's father came out in a hurry with a purse hanging around his waist. Okay, let's go. Just as Tianation's father was speaking and taking a step forward, two figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere at the door of the store and walked in silently. The sudden appearance of these two people made Tianation's father and mother look suddenly unhappy, but this unhappy expression only appeared for a moment. The two men stepped forward in an instant and blocked Tian behind them. I have come here on command from Lord Danzo to retrieve those ninja tools. A root ninja walked in and said calmly, where's the goods? Is it ready? Already prepared. Father Tian immediately opened a large cabinet nearby, revealing some bundles of kunao and shurikens, and bowed his head respectfully, we are just waiting for the two adults to come and pick them up. Ah! Hearing this, a root ninja instructed his companion beside him, send it and seal it up. Ah! Upon hearing this, the root ninja named Yoji immediately stepped forward, took out a sealing scroll, and sealed all the ninja tools on the spot. That! Seeing this action, Tianation's father hurriedly said, the balance has not been settled yet, the total is. The balance will be settled next time. The root ninja said coldly, Danzo-sama will not deny your debt? Stop talking nonsense and take these ninja tools away. As he spoke, he pointed at the ninja tools placed on some cabinets around him. Ji immediately stepped forward and quickly sealed all these things into the sealing scroll. Seeing that even his own ninja tools stained with Toa softening powder were sealed away, Tenten couldn't help but speak out. As a result, before he could say a few words, he was stopped by his parents. For a while, Tian was very dissatisfied with his mouth puffed up. The root ninja didn't even look at Tenten. After seeing Ji seal all the ninja tools present, he nodded and turned to walk out. At least I can write one more chapter. The collection and recommendation votes have increased, and a big guy has given me a reward. Let's continue to explode. End of this chapter. Chapter 48. Do you think the third generation really dozed? And number 039, no? Hinata Hayashi and number 039, Plan 3. Chapter 48. Do you think the Sandame really doesn't know? Hinata Hayashi's plan words. Ugh. After the two root ninjas left, Tianation's father sighed and said, how many times has this happened? Not only have we not received several final payments, but the deposit they paid in advance is also getting less and less. The roots are just trying to take advantage of us. Tianation's mother whispered, it's getting more and more outrageous. Is it related to the last time I reported the situation to the third generation master? Then what can be done? Father Tian sighed, isn't this what it's like to live in KONOHA village? At least compared to other people, we are still useful and don't have to worry about danger. It's just that compared to before, I have to earn a lot less. Let's just get by. At this point, Tianation's father remained silent. I just got the 10 fragrance muscle softening powder. Next to him, Tenten looked distressed, they took away my Toa softening powder and the contaminated kunao. Hearing this, Tianation's parents' expressions changed. From today on, you'll just pretend you never got that thing. Tianation's father looked at Tian nervously, don't let anyone know that you have that thing. Hearing what his father said, Tian nodded quickly. But the next second, Tian hesitated and said, Dad, what did you report to the Hokage before? Tian was very confused when he thought about what his parents had just said. It's about Danzo's default on the final payment. Father Tian whispered, some time ago, the root came to our shop every now and then to take ninja tools. As a result, they asked for more and more, and paid less and less. Some even took them for free. That's fine. Now the ninja tools they took away were made by us at our own expense. Because of this matter, your mother talked to me and said that we couldn't go on like this, so we went to the Hokage's office. The Hokage said at the time that he would control the Anbu, because we have also come into contact with Anbu ninjas. Although they are cold, they will pay for the goods when they come to buy ninja tools, and they will not delay payment. Later, we learned from a friend that the two ninjas who came to retrieve the ninja tools were not ANBU ninjas at all. Instead, they were root ninjas who were subordinate to ANBU and were controlled by Danzo-sama. The root ninjas are very cold and impersonal. They are even able to take away some ninjas from some ninja families to join the root. They are very dangerous. At this point, Tianation's father looked solemn and said, so if you can avoid offending others, then do so. Hearing this, Tianation's face became dull. Is there such a thing? Then Hokage-sama doesn't care. Tian looked at his parents in confusion, it is only natural to pay back debts. You have to pay for your things. How can you keep delaying? Lord Hokage, don't you care about your subordinates? Hokage-sama, Hikage, how can you have so much time to care about the trivial matters below? Tianation's mother said in a sad tone, the root is under the jurisdiction of Danzo. If you want to manage it, you should look for Danzo. And after we went to talk to the Hokage about this matter last time, the people from the root became even more aggressive. They came more frequently, took more and more, and even stopped paying. Then go find the Hokage again. Tenten said without hesitation, if you report it twice in a row, the Hokage will definitely take it seriously. It's also possible that none of our stores would have them at that time. Seeing Tenten's look, Tenten's father sighed and said, do you think Hokage-sama really doesn't know? Forget it, let's not talk about it. At this point, Tianation's father shook his head and continued, just in case, we won't open the kin today. Let's open it tomorrow. All the ninja tools in the ninja tool shop have been taken away. We need to get a new batch out as soon as possible. The ninja school is about to graduate, and those parents will definitely come to order ninja tools. If you lose money, you can earn it again. Your mother and I will work all night to make new ninja tools. Try not to use those things of yours. If you want to use them, go to the basement to train and don't let those ninjas see you. As he spoke, Tianation's father and mother walked to the cabinet nearby and started to tidy up. The two ninjas from the route just took away some things, causing the cabinet to become a little messy. When Tian saw this scene, he was silent. What she saw when she came back today made her feel a little depressed. Then, when his parents went into the house to busy themselves, he left the store and had no intention of staying at home to continue training. Irika-sensei. Not long after Tenten walked out of the house, she was suddenly surprised to see Irika and an Anbu ninja moving quickly towards the Hokage's office. What was Irika-sensei doing in the Hokage's office so late at night? Every day I have an urge to catch up. But thinking of what his parents said, Tian was silent for a moment, sighed, and stopped looking. Instead, he decided to go to the jar shop to talk to Mr. Lin Mo. When I go to the jar shop every day. Irika had already arrived at the Hokage's office with the Anbu ninja. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was already sitting and waiting, Irika was a little nervous and said quickly, Hokage-sama, you are looking for me. He really didn't expect that the Hokage would look for him so late at night. Did something happen? Look at that. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked out the window. Irika was stunned by what he heard and subconsciously turned his head to look. In an instant, Irika's eyes suddenly widened, and he was furious. Who did this? How dare they be so disrespectful to the successive Hokages? Especially when he saw a large lump of shit-shaped paint on the sculpture of the third Hokage, Irika kept taking a deep breath. Who else could it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his brows with a headache. Besides that brat Naruto, who else could have done it? Irika. Hearing this, Irika's face froze. Naruto did it? I just thought Naruto was good today and knew to read books, but in the blink of an eye I've smeared the Hokage rock? I'm going to get him back now. Irika immediately frowned and gritted his teeth. I will definitely make him clean it up. No need. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to stop Irika's behavior and shook his head. I didn't ask you to come here for this. Irika. If it wasn't for this matter, why would the Hokage-sama have called him over so late at night? I came to you to ask you about the recent situation of Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Irika and said, it's been a while since I asked you to find out about Naruto. How's it going lately? Still the same as always. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Irika was stunned and immediately briefly talked about Uzumaki Naruto's recent situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded from time to time as he listened. But the only thing to worry about now is Naruto's clone jutsu. The next second, Irika sighed and said, Naruto's transformation technique is excellent, but his clone technique is not good. If there is no breakthrough progress, he will not be able to graduate this year. Don't worry about his clone technique. Hearing Irika's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand casually and said, let's talk about his transformation technique first. His transformation technique is very outstanding. Hokage-sama, do you know? Irika was surprised to hear what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Of course. Sarutobi Hiruzen then took out a piece of paper and handed it to Irika with the image of Uzumaki Naruto transforming into a ninja turtle just now. This is the image of Naruto who just painted the Hokage rock. Have you seen this image? Is this Naruto? After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and seeing Irika like this, his face suddenly twisted. That kid Naruto has this kind of transformation technique? Okay. Seeing Irika's reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette. It seems that you don't know. This is beyond my expectation. I only know that Naruto's transformation technique was developed by him into that kind of vulgar seduction technique. Irika looked embarrassed. As for this ugly turtle, I don't know anything about it and I have never seen it. It seems he tinkered with it himself at home. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Okay, let's leave it at that. You can go back. Hokage-sama, I will go clean up the Hokage rock now. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Irika quickly said, make sure to clean it up tonight. This is Hokage rock. If I leave it alone, it will be a big deal if someone sees it tomorrow. Need not. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Naruto made it, let Naruto clean it up. Just supervise Naruto to clean up this Hokage rock tomorrow. If he wanted to clean up quickly, he could just ask someone next to him to do it. But, hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Irika said quickly, if we clean it up tomorrow, the smear on the Hokage rock will definitely be seen by others, and that will be bad. This is simply damaging the image of Hokage. Haha, it's okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and shook his head, if you really want to clean it up, go and get Naruto to clean it up early tomorrow. Okay. Seeing the third Hokage say this, Irika nodded even though he didn't understand why. Then he left with a dark face. Naruto, that bastard. Hokage-sama, are you sure you don't want to clean it up? As Irika left, the ANBU ninja next to him whispered, if we clean it up, we can finish it tonight. No, wait till tomorrow Naruto to clean it up. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and said, that's it for tonight. Yes. Seeing the third Hokage say this, the ANBU ninja immediately nodded and retreated. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left the Hokage's office, he walked towards his clan's territory. But not long after he walked, he saw Hinata Hayashi walking towards him, and he looked slightly surprised. It's Hayashi. Hokage-sama. When Hinata Hayashi saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, he immediately greeted him with a little respect, good evening. But I sighed in my heart. Pity. It seems that the true sight guardian is really not suitable to be placed here. Good evening. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and asked casually, since we meet, it's a good opportunity to walk around and chat. Hinata is about to graduate, right? Do you have any plans? Yes. Hinata Hayashi nodded and said, I have contacted Yui Kurane Jonin, and she will lead my daughter. The daughter of Yui Shinku. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, good choice. Although students from the ninja school will be assigned jobs after graduation, some of the assignments are already predetermined. He was not surprised by Hinata Hayashi's arrangement. After chatting with Hinata Hayashi, they walked all the way to the door of the house and then separated. After bidding farewell to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Hayashi went straight home. Okay. Just as Hyuga Hayashi was walking towards the territory of the Hyuga clan and chose the road where Lin Mo's jar shop was located, he suddenly saw Tian Tian walking into the shop. End of this chapter. Chapter 49. Tian Tian, is there no other solution? Open the jar and everything is possible. Chapter 49. Tian Tian, is there no other solution? Open the jar and everything is possible. For a moment, Hinata Hayashi was surprised. He had clearly opened the jar that day, but he still ran to Mr. Lin Mo's shop. Do you want to have more contact with the owner? For a moment, Hinata Hayashi was in deep thought. In his opinion, those magical jars were sold by Lin Mo. If you have a good relationship with Lin Mo, then there is a high chance that you will get good stuff. We need to let Hinata run around here more. For a moment, Hinata Hayashi pondered for a moment and made a decision in his heart. This jar is really magical. If you can establish a good relationship with the owner, you will most likely get more good things. As the head of the Hyuga clan, it is impossible for him to come here often. It is totally unreasonable. But if it's Hinata or Hanabi, it's not impossible. It would be best if I could lend a hand in Mr. Lin Mo's shop. Nowadays, no relationship appears out of thin air, but requires exchanges. While thinking this, Hinata Hayashi left and walked towards his family. And in the jar shop, Lin Mo, who was preparing to have a midnight snack, looked at Tian Tian who had arrived and raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" "I was getting ready to go out for some ramen, but I didn't expect to meet Tian Tian." When Tian Tian came, he saw through the true sight guard and saw the distress on Tianatian's face, so he was quite curious why Tian Tian had such an expression. "You know, a lot of good things were discovered today. I want to talk to someone." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian, who came in, was silent for a moment, and whispered, "Something happened at home. What's up?" Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately became interested. "Doesn't your family run a ninja tool shop? What could go wrong? You know, these days the business related to ninja tools is a jack of all trades. Tenten is a well-known rich woman in Konoha village. It's about the ninja tool shop." Tian Tian whispered, "I just found out about the situation that my parents have been in recently. I didn't know about it before." As he spoke, Tian Tian briefly told Lin Mo about the root ninja's visit, which made Lin Mo raise an eyebrow. Such shameless behavior is indeed something that Danzo is capable of doing. "I can't understand why Dad would say that Hokage-sama really doesn't know." Tian Tian scratched his head and said in confusion, "Dad stopped talking halfway through. That's not hard to understand." Seeing Tian Tian looking confused, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, "In this world, there are white things and black things. For some inconvenient things, there will naturally be special people to do them." Tian Tian was stunned when he heard Lin Mo's words. Like this? What Lin Mo said was impacting the education she received in the ninja school. Everyone in this world has their own way of doing things, which may seem good or bad to a third party, but they themselves would not think so. Lin Mo continued slowly, "Of course, people like Danzo are pure bad guys. Day by day. As for the things taken away by the roots, don't even think about taking them." Lin Mo said, "Your father is right. If you go to the Hokage again, your ninja tool shop may not be able to continue. Konoha village will not be affected by the closure of a ninja tool shop, because if you don't do it, someone else will naturally do it. This kind of thing is easy to support. Maybe just after you finished speaking, the Sandame hasn't agreed yet, and then your ninja tool shop catches fire. Do you think the Sandame will blame Danzo, who is also a high-ranking official in Konoha, for the loss of a ninja tool shop? Even if he blames Danzo, what will you gain? The ninja tool shop is gone, there has been a loss, and this is still the best-case scenario." After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian fell silent. Is there no other solution? After a long silence, Tian Tian looked up, his face confused. "What should I do if this continues?" "Of course," Lin Mo said slowly, "before you have enough power, you can only go with the flow. Everything is based on strength. If you have the strength of a shadow, then you are naturally qualified to talk to others and make them take you seriously. If you have the power to sweep away everything, no matter how powerful you are, you can just slap the opponent and he will have to endure it." "I see." After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tianatian's eyes showed some understanding and he became more determined. "Yes, strength is the most important thing. As long as I become strong enough, will the Konoha's high-ranking officials still blame my family for the debt? Impossible. If you want to become stronger quickly, the fastest way is to open the can. Anything is possible with a jar opener. I was just about to go out for some late-night ramen." Lin Mo walked and casually asked, "Want one?" "Okay." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian Tian nodded heavily and hurriedly followed Lin Mo to Ichiraku Ramen restaurant. When the two of them went to Ichiraku Ramen. The other side. In Hinata Hayashi's study. Hyuga Hinata looked at the returning Hyuga Hayashi and immediately handed over the scroll she had written and said, "Father, I have written down this B-rank wind-style ninjutsu." "Yes, not bad." Hearing what Hyuga Hinata said, Hyuga Hayashi nodded. "As for the storage ring, you can keep it yourself, you don't have to give it to me, it belongs to you." After coming back with Hyuga Hanabi, Hinata told her what she had opened the jar before. Especially the storage ring, which made him marvel. Later, he considered the role of the true sight guard and wanted to see if he could place it in the area where the Hokage's office was located, so he went out. Unexpectedly, he met the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and had to give up. On the way back, he was also thinking about how to make the most of this true vision guardian. At present, it can only be placed in the territory of the Hyuga clan and radiate the surrounding areas, so that they can know everything at the first time and avoid being discovered when Hinata Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga are training or using strange things opened from the jar. He was also happy that Hinata mastered a B-level wind-style ninjutsu. This is a rare ninjutsu, but now it has been written down by Hinata and can be included in the family's ninjutsu library. Even for the Hyuga clan, this B-level wind-style ninjutsu is not something that can be found everywhere. "Okay, father." Hinata nodded after hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said. Hinata Hayashi took out the true vision guard and placed it directly in his study. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, he knew very well that too many eyes were watching the Hyuga family. This true-sighted guardian can see anyone who attempts to spy or approach. It's a good opportunity to see if there are any people outside my family who are trying to spy on me. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, What is Danzo trying to do so blatantly? KONOHA and number 039, S medical community is in such a me. Chapter 50, What is Danzo trying to do so blatantly? KONOHA's medical community is in such a mess. While thinking this, Hinata Hayashi placed the true sight guard. As the true vision guard was activated, an invisible energy quickly spread out, like a transparent barrier, tightly protecting the entire study. In an instant, Hinata Hayashi felt the flow of this power, and at the same time found that the area covered by the true sight guard appeared in his sight. The walls of the study seemed to become transparent, and the field of vision quickly expanded to the entire territory of the Hyuga family. He could clearly see the family's courtyard, corridors, every house, and even the guards hiding in the shadows and patrolling clansmen. It's really magical. Feeling this vision, Hinata Hayashi was amazed. Incredibly, he could easily see within a radius of 1 kilometer and see everything clearly. The building will not be affected at all. However, as his sight continued to extend beyond the family territory, his gaze suddenly froze. In the woods shrouded in darkness, he spotted several ninjas in dark clothing hiding deep in the forest, their movements cautious and secretive. They were actually in the Hyuga family's territory, their eyes were cold and focused. These ninjas did not wear any obvious insignia, but Hinata Hayashi recognized them at a glance. They were root ninjas, belonging to that mysterious and dangerous organization. The actions of the root have always been secretive and efficient, specializing in carrying out some shady tasks. Damn it, what does Danzo want to do? He even came to the territory to spy. Looking at this scene, Hinata Hayashi's face became extremely ugly and gloomy in an instant. He already knew about some of the surveillance families of the root and the Hokage's Anbu, but there was nothing he could do. Just don't interfere. But that was outside the territory, not in the territory. This route appeared directly in the territory, which is completely across the line. Because once the Hyuga clan's ninjas open their Byakugan, they can also see these guys, but these guys are hiding in the dark so blatantly. No worries about being exposed. Or does he look indifferent? And it is impossible to keep your eyes open all the time. That mad dog Danzo. Hinata Hayashi frowned. What exactly does Danzo want to do? He actually sent root ninjas into the Hyuga clan's territory and openly monitored the Hyuga clan. Although these root ninjas did not directly enter the family's important territories, their spying and surveillance seemed to be looking for some opportunity. This behavior made Hinata Hayashi feel an inexplicable threat. He understood that these root ninjas would not stop without Danzo's order. The existence of roots means they may take action at any time. And every move of the Hyuga family is under their surveillance. However, along with this feeling of uneasiness, a sense of relief also welled up in Hinata Hayashi's heart. Fortunately, he has this true sight guardian, which allows him to detect the presence of these snoopers in advance. This powerful detection capability allows him to be prepared before the other party takes action and nip any potential threats in the bud. It cannot be removed, but it can be avoided. Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and secretly thanked Lin Mo for the jar. If it weren't for this true vision guardian, he might not have been able to grasp the movements outside the family so clearly. The actions of the roots may also continue to remain hidden in the dark, until it poses a substantial threat to the family. The owner's jar is truly magical. It's a pity that there is no sound. It's a pity to put this kind of thing in the Hokage's office. Its greatest use is to keep it in the family. Hinata Hayashi's thoughts were racing. Now that the root ninjas were monitoring him so blatantly, he had to make a decision on how to respond. He understood that relying solely on the surveillance of the true sight guards was not enough, and that some measures had to be taken to protect the safety of the family. He thought quickly about how to bolster the family's defenses without alerting the root. I'll communicate with the third generation next time I see them. Hinata Hayashi murmured, already having a plan in mind. At night, he would secretly mobilize the elite ninjas in the family to quietly set up traps and counter-surveillance to deal with threats that might come at any time. Now within the range of True Vision Guard, Hinata Hayashi felt a little relieved. But he knew that this was just the beginning. As the roots become more visible, the situation in the future may become more complicated and dangerous. As the patriarch of the Hyuga family, he must plan ahead and protect the safety and dignity of the family. Next to them, Hinata Hyuga and Hanabi Hyuga, who had been watching all this, looked at each other, somewhat confused as to why their father suddenly had such an expression. Hyuga Hayashi slowly withdrew his gaze, looked at Hinata and Hanabi in front of him and instructed, "Next, you will walk in the family and stay away from these places." Hyuga Hayashi revealed the location of the root ninja, and Hyuga Hanabi and Hinata nodded after hearing it. "Hinata, if you have time, please visit the owner more often." Suddenly, Hinata Hayashi thought of the time when he came back and saw Tenten, and instructed Hinata, "The training ground behind the store can be used for training. When you have time, go into the store and talk to Mr. Lin Mo. He knows a lot, and you can ask him if you don't understand anything." "Yes, father." Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Hyuga Hinata immediately nodded slightly. Hinata Hanabi blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, I want to go too. For the next 2 days, continue to practice using your Sharingan." Hinata Hayashi shook his head, "Don't use the Sharingan in any emergency." Originally he wanted Hinata to take Hanabi with her, but considering that the root ninjas were becoming more and more blatant in their behavior, he always felt that something was wrong, so it was better to play it safe. If that mad dog Danzo knew that his little daughter had the Sharingan. Okay. Hinata Hanabi felt a little disappointed after hearing what Hinata Hayashi said. And at this moment, in Ichiraku Ramen, Shouta handed 2 bowls of ramen to Tian Tian and Lin Mo with a smile. "You too, this is the ramen you ordered." "Thank you, uncle." Tian Tian immediately thanked his hand and picked up his chopsticks to eat. Next to him, Lin Mo also picked up his chopsticks and started eating. However, while eating, he suddenly raised his eyebrows, looked towards a table full of people in the corner, and listened to their discussions. "Have you heard? A big incident happened in the medical department." In order to compete for a beautiful female medical ninja, a medical ninja severely injured his captain. Is this true? Where did you get the information? Of course it's true. Many people were discussing it today. The two ninjas who were fighting each other seemed to be in their 50s or 60s. Hey, I know some inside information. That female medical ninja is only a chunin, but she lives a comfortable life in Konoha village. She also has a big house close to the ninja family. It was bought by a medical ninja. While dating that ninja, she also brought the man who beat people back to the house, and then was seen by his captain. Forward. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, Danzo-sama was attacked. Sarutobi Hiruzen and number 039, S suspicion. Chapter 51, Danzo-sama was attacked. Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion. Listening to these discussions, Lin Mo's expression became more and more strange. Is the medical department of Konoha village so messed up? Next to him, Tian also heard these words. His face suddenly turned red, and he lowered his head and continued to eat ramen. Lin Mo also discovered that not only people at this table were communicating, but people at other tables were also whispering. Apparently, this matter is still quite lively. And even some civilians were talking about ninja matters. Lin Mo listened and continued to eat ramen, and time passed quietly. Soon, after eating and drinking their fill, Lin Mo and Tian walked out of Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Mr. Lin Mo, my parents should be able to open the cans in your store tomorrow. After leaving Ichiraku Ramen, Tian said to Lin Mo hurriedly, I was planning to come over in the evening, but something like that happened. Well, welcome. Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo nodded, I usually open the door from this time in the morning. Mr. Lin Mo, have you ever considered actively soliciting customers? Tian said curiously, if you want to sell more jars, you can take the initiative to find a merchant. That way, you can sell more jars. Tian knew that Lin Mo really wanted to sell more jars. But he doesn't go out to contact businessmen. Tian is still a little confused by such a contradiction. That requires them to believe. Lin Mo shook his head slightly, it's a hassle just to attract customers. It's better to wait for customers to come to us automatically, and then your introduction will be enough. A jar costs 100,000, which is not affordable for ordinary people. Even if you are a businessman, it is impossible to spend 100,000 to buy a strange jar. Instead of going through so much trouble, it's better to wait for customers to come in the store. 2. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian was stunned, and immediately nodded in agreement. If she hadn't learned about the magic of the jar from Hinata and was brought by Hinata to open the jar, and if she hadn't wanted to understand Lin Mo's marketing method, she would never have met Lin Mo. Now, I have met Lin Mo and got some good stuff. Correct. Suddenly Tian thought of something and knocked his head in annoyance, I forgot to say it. When I went back, I was busy talking to my parents about the jars and didn't mention anything about marketing. I don't know if my parents have thought about this. I'll have to remind you when I get home at night. It just so happens that her family's ninja tool shop can be marketed in this way and make some money. Thinking of this, Tian and Lin Mo walked and talked, and only left in a hurry when they walked all the way to the jar shop. Lin Mo simply chose to close the door and go upstairs to sleep. It's so late, there's no way anyone would come and open the jar. But there will be one tomorrow. Tian's parents. In that way, another 20 jars were sold, and he was one step closer to getting his own exclusive jar. Delicious. Thinking of this, Lin Mo went to bed. Silent all night. The next day, the sun spread its golden, radiant wings like a peacock. Congratulations on signing in successfully and getting 200 ordinary jars. When Lin Mo woke up, a prompt that only Lin Mo could see appeared. Seeing this prompt, Lin Mo instantly became alert. Compared to yesterday, I signed in today and got 200 cans, which is a direct doubling of the number. He seriously suspected that the number of cans he got from signing in every day might be related to the number of cans sold. Of course, it could also be random. Thinking of this, Lin Mo got up, packed up briefly, and went downstairs. Then he waved his hand at the cabinet behind the counter, and the jar obtained by signing in fell silently on the cabinet. The cabinet, which originally had few jars, now had more jars than before. Then Lin Mo opened the shop door. "I have nothing to do, so I'll go have a bowl of ramen." Lin Mo walked out, lost in thought. "It seems I need to find a new food. I can't eat ramen every day." While thinking this, Lin Mo walked. However, as he was walking, he saw a patrolling ninja passing by, which made Lin Mo look up suddenly and raise his eyebrows. There are surprisingly more ninjas on patrol today. You know, there were almost no ninjas patrolling here yesterday. He could even sense that the atmosphere of these ninjas was extremely serious, which made Lin Mo fall into deep thought. Did something happen in KONOHA village last night that he didn't know about? Not only Lin Mo was curious, but other villagers from KONOHA village also looked at him curiously and talked in low voices. "It's strange, why are there ninjas patrolling here today, and I saw 3 waves of them this morning. I'm not sure. It looks like he's looking for someone, but it also looks like he's not. It's very strange. There have been thieves who robbed several stores here before, and there haven't been so many ninja-sama patrolling here." One after another, people were whispering to each other, very confused and not understanding. All Lin Mo heard along the way were these discussions, which made him curious about what had happened. And at this moment, the other side, the Hokage's office is located. When Sarutobi Hiruzen walked over, he frowned. Because along the way, he actually saw root ninjas wandering around the village. Even though it is very secretive, it seems very open and above board to him. What is Danzo trying to do? With this in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the door of the Hokage's office and said in a deep voice, "Send a message to Danzo." What does the captain want to do? He even mobilized the ninjas from the village's security department. What does he want to do? Hokage-sama. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, a ninja from the Anbu appeared out of nowhere in front of him and said respectfully, "According to the intelligence, Lord Danzo was ambushed last night, along with some ninjas from the route. Konoha is now under martial law." What? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed drastically. Danzo was ambushed? What happened? Why didn't you tell me in time? How is he? What a joke! Danzo usually lives in the root organization, so how could he be ambushed for no apparent reason? It happened in the late night and you were already asleep, so I didn't disturb you. The Anbu ninja said in a deep voice, "Danzo-sama is fine, but his whole body is limp and weak. It seems that he has been poisoned by some strange poison. Many ninjas in the route are also weak all over, which has caused quite a lot of trouble. They are currently receiving treatment. We have immediately implemented martial law and guarded the entrances and exits of the village, but we have not found any suspicious persons. Continue to deploy more personnel and conduct strict inspections around the route environment." Hearing this, the third Hokage said solemnly, "Danzo and the root organization have been attacked. This is not a trivial matter. Immediately study the poison in Danzo's place. In addition, let Danzo come to see me. You know, root tissue is very secretive. Even an ordinary chunin or even a jonin would not be able to know. Danzo has always lived in seclusion, so how could he have been ambushed?" Sarutobi Hiruzen even suspected that Danzo was directing and acting in the show himself. Or maybe something went wrong while researching. Yes. After hearing the words of the third Hokage, the Anbu ninja immediately obeyed the order respectfully and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Crack! Just as the Anbu ninja disappeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen's door was suddenly pushed open. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, Danzo, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Sarutobi Hiruzen, forget this. Chapter 52, Danzo, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Sarutobi Hiruzen, forget this. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around suddenly and saw a root ninja walking and pushing a wheelchair. Danzo was slumped in a wheelchair, his face filled with rage. Hiruzen, I've been ambushed. Send your envoy out to investigate who has been in and out of the village during this period of time, and then seal off the entrances and exits of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing the collapsed Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a strange look on his face. Will Danzo ever see this day? Envoy have their own duties and cannot be transferred at will. The next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, the entrances and exits of the village cannot be blocked. Students from the school are graduating soon, and merchants from outside the village will come here from time to time. If the entrances and exits are blocked, it will easily affect the newly graduated children from accepting missions. But are you sure you were attacked by someone? You are fine and not injured. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully looked Danzo up and down, frowned and said, if it was a spy from another ninja village, it shouldn't be like this, and how could they know the location of the organization's base? You know, the location of KONOHA village and the organization is more secretive than the location of the Anbu. Normal ninjas don't know the existence of the root. They only regard root ninjas as ANBU. How is it possible that spies from other ninja villages could find the core ninja base of a ninja village? So I suspect it was definitely someone from the village who did it. Danzo's face was dark, and he said in a low voice, otherwise, how could I be attacked? And a large number of people were attacked? This time, it is very likely a warning. How courageous! Do you have a target you suspect? Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. How do you feel now? In Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, the people who attacked the root organization must be from the village. He could understand why Danzo was hated. But going to the organization's location and poisoning it would be too reckless. This matter cannot be left unresolved like this. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo said coldly without hesitation, it must be the Hyuga clan who did it. Now the Hyuga clan has become a danger. Hiruzen, we must clean them up. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a toothache. How has the Hyuga clan offended Danzo recently? How can you be so sure it's the Hyuga clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and looked at Danzo. Danzo said coldly, is there any need to think about this? The Hyuga clan has the Byakugan, which makes it the easiest for them to find the location of the root organization. How could others know the location of the organization's base? And I recently sent people into the Hyuga clan's territory to monitor it. I seriously suspect that it is because of this that the Hyuga clan attacked our root organization and used this unknown poison. The Hyuga clan in KONOHA village is becoming more and more dangerous now. We must eliminate them. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his brows with a headache. Why did you send people to monitor the Hyuga clan? And go to their territory? Isn't this a door-to-door provocation? To be frank, I am going to monitor you. Because we need to nip the danger in the bud. Danzo said coldly, if the Hyuga clan has a clear conscience, then they will have no objection. Now the location of my root has encountered an unknown toxin. I am sure that this is definitely the Hyuga clan's revenge on my root organization. They are insubordinate, Hiruzen. I don't think the Hyuga clan needs to be kept. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Withdraw your men. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and said slowly, this incident was definitely not done by the Hyuga clan. Don't be so hostile to the Hyuga clan. KONOHA can't suffer any more losses now. He knew Danzo too well. As expected, Danzo probably wants to study the Byakugan. Hiruzen, you must listen to me on this matter. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo was furious. otherwise you will regret it. If he could, Danzo would really remember to slam Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. But he had no strength left in his body now. That's out of the question. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and ordered the Anbu ninja beside him, sent Danzo to the medical department and let them see if they can research anything. Yes. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Anbu ninja next to him immediately stepped forward and took the initiative to push Danzo away. Hiruzen. Danzo was furious and wanted to say something, but he was unable to move at all. He could only collapse in the wheelchair and be pushed away. Go check the Root organization's latest member recruitment list. Seeing this, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to give orders to the air in front of him, see if there are any people from the Hyuga clan. At the same time, please invite the Hyuga clan leader Hayashi for me. I'm afraid that the Hyuga clan will need to assist us in investigating the assassination of Danzo. Yes. A respectful response suddenly rang out in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back in his chair, knitted his brows and tapped the table lightly, muttering, "In this situation, we need to speed up, otherwise it will be bad if we are affected." As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his hands on the crystal ball in front of him and began to inject chakra into it. And at this moment, the other side, Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Lin Mo was eating ramen and listening quietly to the people in the corner talking in low voices. I know the reason. It seems that Lord Danzo has been ambushed. That's why there are so many ninjas patrolling today. I heard this from my friends. No, what I heard was that a ninja from the Anbu was poisoned and was powerless. I also saw a place this morning where many people were carried out. I don't know what happened, but the area was blocked off. It was terrifying. Say less, there are ninjas patrolling everywhere now, it would be bad if they heard it. Tisk, where do you think I heard that from? I heard it from their mouths. Listening to these people's discussions, Lin Mo's expression became more and more strange. Danzo, were the Anbu members ambushed? Poisoned, feeling weak all over? Isn't that the effect of the 10 fragrance softening muscle powder that is prescribed every day? Thinking about what Tian Tian said yesterday that a ninja from the Root went to her ninja tool shop and took the ninja tools without paying, the next day news came out that the Root organization was poisoned. And the one who got hit was Danzo. How did Tian Tian know where the Root organization's base was? Could it be that he first applied the 10 fragrance muscle softening powder to the ninja tool, and then the ninja tool was taken away, and he was unable to stop it? Lin Mo pondered for a moment and soon figured out the general situation. If you want to be sure, you have to come to the store every day to ask. After all, Tian Tian said that her parents would come to open the jar today. By the way, it's not just this incident. A big thing also happened at Hokage Rock. The statues of successive Hokages were smeared with paint. Suddenly, someone thought of something and said quickly, I suspect that so many ninjas patrolling may also be related to this matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 53 Naruto's plan to get rich. Teacher Irika, please lend me some money. Chapter 53 Naruto's plan to get rich. Teacher Irika, please lend me some money. I know about this, but I don't know who did it. They are really brave. Especially the third Hokage, he was smeared so much, I don't know why those ninjas didn't clean it up. I'm confused about this, too. That's the Hokage Rock. It was smeared and not cleaned up in time. Could it be that they want to find the person who did such a bad thing? The topic of the Hokage Rock being painted over was brought up one after another, and Lin Mo listened more carefully, shaking his head slightly. It goes without saying that it was definitely Naruto who did it. When that guy came to see me yesterday, he was holding a paint bucket in his hand. When Lin Mo shook his head. The other side. Uzumaki Naruto's home. Uzumaki Naruto was sitting on the bed, looking at the finished comic in front of him, pinching his chin and muttering, I don't need to worry about the exam now. With Mizuki-sensei using me, and with the tacit consent of the third Hokage, I can get the sealing scroll and learn the multiple shadow clone technique on it. What I want to do now is to make money. Then I should make good use of this opportunity. If possible, I should memorize as many ninjutsu as possible and sell them. Ninjutsu is very valuable. As for how to sell it, the first mission we took on involved a mist shadow coming to cause trouble for us. The short, fat guy in black in the comics also sent a mist shadow demon Mamakai Zabuza, proving that this short, fat guy has money. I have to look it up, and then I'll take the opportunity to go out of the village and see where I can sell ninjutsu. Yeah, perfect. As Uzumaki Naruto continued to whisper and think, he soon gradually perfected a rough plan. Currently, the only way for him to get the money quickly is probably to get the Book of Seals. The ninjutsu in there is a secret of the village. It will definitely be valuable if sold. As for mist shadow or something, you can just ask this stupid teacher when the time comes. Very good, class. In just one night, Uzumaki Naruto had finished reading all 10 chapters of the comic. He has already predicted the future. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto pounded his fist heavily. After keeping the comic book close to me, I went out decisively. I have to go to school today. Thinking so, Uzumaki Naruto headed straight to the school. Before I entered the school, I saw Irika standing quietly at the school gate, as if waiting for someone. Uzumaki Naruto skillfully extended his hand and greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Irika." With that said, Uzumaki Naruto prepared to walk into the school. But before he could walk in, Irika stopped him with a dark face. "Naruto, you don't need to go to class today." "What?" Hearing Irika's words, Uzumaki Naruto widened his eyes and said in surprise, "I don't have to go to class? Then I'll go back." Although he didn't understand why Irika said that, Uzumaki Naruto thought that skipping class was a good thing, and immediately prepared to turn around and leave excitedly. However, after taking just 2 steps, he was grabbed by Irika and couldn't move. "Before that, come with me to the Hokage Rock to wipe off the paint you applied." Irika deadpanned, "Then come with me to apologize to the Hokage-sama." Hearing Irika's words, Uzumaki Naruto's expression suddenly changed. "What Hokage Rock paint, Irika teacher? I don't know what you are talking about." "Hee." Irika sneered, "Do you think what you did last night was perfect? If it weren't for the Hokage looking for me, I really don't know if you still have the courage to do such a thing." Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing Irika's words, Uzumaki Naruto's mouth twitched. So this is where the problem lies. Having read the comics, he already knew that the third Hokage had a crystal ball in his hand, which could be used to monitor certain places. Ugh! Uzumaki Naruto immediately became dejected. "I know. I thought I had done it perfectly, but I didn't expect that the old man saw everything. Damn it! Tomorrow is the graduation exam for the Ninja Academy, which you failed twice before. Yesterday you were studying hard and didn't participate in the practical training, so I won't say anything." Irika lifted Uzumaki Naruto and said through gritted teeth, "And you suddenly gave me a big one and went to apply the Hokage Rock? What qualifications do you have to do this? If you don't clean up for me today, don't even think about going back." Thinking about how he was called over by the third Hokage yesterday and looked at the smear on the Hokage Rock, he felt like the sky was falling. I know. Hearing Irika's words, the carried Uzumaki Naruto curled his lips and said, "If you don't want to go back, then don't go back. I'll be alone anyway." Irika. Listening to what Uzumaki Naruto said, Irika frowned, was silent for a moment, and slowly said, "If you finish cleaning up during the day, I will treat you to Ichiraku ramen, how about it?" However, what Uzumaki Naruto said next was beyond Irika's expectations. When Uzumaki Naruto heard Irika's words, he curled his lips and said, "Is there only Ichiraku ramen? What else do you want?" Irika's face darkened. Can Ichiraku ramen no longer satisfy Naruto? It shouldn't be. Even Naruto can't eat Ichiraku noodles every meal. He knew that Uzumaki Naruto's favorite food was Ichiraku ramen. I want to borrow some money from you, Iruka-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto hesitated a bit, and Iruka frowned. Borrow money? What for? Do you want to buy something? I'm about to take the graduation exam. After graduation, I'll be a ninja. I want to purchase some ninja tools and other ninja items, and then do the mission. Uzumaki Naruto counted on his fingers and said, so I need money. That is what ninjas need to prepare for when they are tasked with leaving the village. You newly graduated students will not receive such tasks. Iruka was speechless. When you graduate, you just take on some missions in the village. They are usually E rank or D rank. You don't need to prepare for those. Secondly, do you think you can pass the graduation exam? What if you fail? I will definitely pass the exam. Uzumaki Naruto puffed his cheeks. When I have money, I will pay it back to you, Mr. Iruka. Ro. Hearing this, Iruka nodded, then I will lend it to you when the time comes. How about 5,000 taels? That should be enough. Not enough. Iruka. Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Iruka mentioned Uzumaki Naruto with a strange look on his face, and said suspiciously, not enough? Then how much do you want to borrow? You know, the reward for a ninja's E-level mission is several hundred taels. The D-level missions are worth between 500 and 10,000 taels. Uzumaki Naruto said 5,000 taels is not enough? What a joke! What is this kid borrowing so much money for? 1 million taels. Uzumaki Naruto blinked and looked at Iruka. If it really doesn't work, 800,000 ryo is not impossible. End of this chapter. Chapter 54, Naruto, are you being blackmailed? Hinata Hayashi, this is the effect of the fragrant soft. Chapter 54, Naruto, are you being blackmailed? Hinata Hayashi, this is the effect of the Toa softening powder, Iruka. What? 1 million. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Iruka's face turned green. You want to borrow 1 million? Do you know what 100 is? Do you have no concept of money? Iruka had thought about how many tens of thousands Naruto would have to borrow. But unexpectedly, Uzumaki Naruto actually wanted to borrow 1 million. Judging from Uzumaki Naruto's expression, he must know the amount of money that is 1 million. Of course I know. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Iruka suspiciously. Teacher Iruka, you don't have it, do you? You don't have a wife, and you're usually alone. You also get paid for teaching. You should have saved a lot of money over the years. Iruka. Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Iruka's face darkened. I don't have that much. 1 million is not a small amount of money. Especially, why is Naruto speaking so harshly now? What do you mean he has no wife? Doesn't he just doesn't want to find it. How many do you have? When Iruka was thinking this, Uzumaki Naruto said hesitantly, if we can't have 1,800,000 will be fine. I have already opened 2 jars from the owner, and I can open 8 more. And 8 jars would cost 800,000 taels, nor. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words and seeing his serious expression, Iruka's face darkened. What do you want so much money for? Are you being blackmailed by someone? Tell me the truth, teacher. He wanted to see what this kid Uzumaki Naruto wanted so much money for. Buy ninja tools. With so much money to buy ninja tools, I can't even carry them all on my body, so I can just use one and throw one away. Even an ordinary chunin doesn't have so much money, you know, a sea-level out-of-village mission only costs tens of thousands of taels, and it is shared. It would take a long time for an ordinary ninja to save up 1 million taels of silver. Your ninja tools also need to be repaired, your equipment needs to be updated, and you even need to learn some things, all of which require money. Even some of the senior ninjas may not be able to produce them immediately. I'm not being blackmailed, I just need money. Uzumaki Naruto pouted and said, "Who can blackmail me? I am the only one who blackmails others. Besides, I will not watch such embarrassing things. I just need money. I have graduated, so I should celebrate and buy some things. Besides, Iruka-sensei, it's not like I won't pay it back. I will pay it back to you when I have the money. I won't tell Iruka that the jar is so magical." When Iruka heard what Uzumaki Naruto said, he felt a toothache. This kid is definitely not honest. But after thinking about it for a while, he couldn't figure out what Uzumaki Naruto needed so much money for. "I don't have the hundreds of thousands you want." Seeing Uzumaki Naruto staring at him, not even willing to move, Iruka's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, "But I still have a small amount of 100,000. You have to clean up the Hokage rock for me. As long as you pass the graduation exam of the ninja school, I will lend it to you. If you can't pass it." Now that we know that Uzumaki Naruto is short of money, there is a way. Use money directly to promote Naruto. As long as Naruto cleans up the Hokage rock today and passes the ninja school's graduation exam, it's not impossible. But if you don't pass, then I'll be sorry. Really? When Uzumaki Naruto heard Iruka's words, his eyes suddenly widened. "Do you keep your word? I hadn't expected Iruka-sensei to lend it to me. After all, Iruka-sensei really has no money. Unexpectedly, I could actually give him 100,000 yuan. I can open another jar." "Of course." Iruka narrowed his eyes and said, "Only if you can clean the paint off the Hokage rock today and pass the graduation exam. Also, this money is a loan and must be repaid." "No problem." Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, "I promise to complete the task today." Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto's enthusiasm was aroused, Iruka immediately looked satisfied. Then he took Uzumaki Naruto and headed straight to the Hokage rock. This scene was also seen by some villagers who came to watch, and their eyes widened. I was wondering who in Konoha village had the guts to paint the Hokage rock, and it turned out to be that brat. This bastard is always playing pranks. Aren't you afraid of retribution for smearing the statues of past Hokage like this? When Uzumaki Naruto heard these discussions, he curled his lips and said, "What a bunch of nagging idiots. Stop talking nonsense and get to work." Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto still had time to turn around, Iruka said in a frown, "You applied too much. If you don't hurry up, you may not be able to finish it during the day. Don't expect me to help you." "Yes, yes, yes." Hearing Iruka's words, Uzumaki Naruto immediately got to work. After all, as long as you listen to Sensei Iruka, you're guaranteed to open a jar. And at this time, the Hokage's office not far away. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched this scene, smoking a cigarette and nodding approvingly. Naruto is quite obedient, that's good. Iruka is quite capable of teaching Naruto, it's worth picking him out specially. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door, and Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately said, "Come in." "Hokage-sama, are you looking for me?" As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Hyuga Hayashi walked in and said with a little respect. The third Hokage actually came to see him so early in the morning, and he couldn't figure out the reason along the way. After all, we just talked about it last night. "Hi." Seeing Hyuga Hayashi coming in, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Some ninjas from the Anbu were ambushed last night, and Danzo was the first to bear the brunt. Now it is considered that it was done by someone from Konoha, so I hope you can mobilize the Hyuga clan and use the Byakugan to investigate and find some clues. The head of the group's advisor was ambushed. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Hyuga Hayashi was shocked, and understanding suddenly appeared in his eyes. No wonder there were so many ninja patrols this morning, this is the reason. But could that old guy be ambushed? He was doubtful. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded again and said, "The only thing to be thankful for now is that the murderer did not hurt anyone, but we cannot rule out that this was his test." At present, Danzo and some Anbu ninjas are weak all over. This is a new type of toxin, and we don't know if it is harmful. So Konoha village needs your help now. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly explained Danzo's situation, and Hinata Hayashi nodded slightly after listening. But in his heart, Hinata Hayashi was creating a huge storm. Isn't this the symptom that Hinata told him yesterday, the effect of the Toa softening powder that Tian got from the store owner? Although he was surprised in his heart, Hinata Hayashi remained very calm on the surface and listened quietly. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, the third Hokage is still so shrewd and calculating, the Hokage and number 039's grandson. Chapter 55, the third generation is still so shrewd and calculating, the Hokage's grandson? Haha, I understand. After listening to this, Hyuga Hayashi said respectfully, I will mobilize the free clansmen to assist the Anbu to participate. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen came to him, he couldn't refuse. Okay. Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He had no doubt that this was done by Hinata Hayashi. Because there is no motivation. Then he chatted with Hyuga Hayashi again. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly thought of something and said, Hayashi, when are you going to send your Hanabi to school? My daughter is only 7 years old now, and we are not planning to send her to a ninja school. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Hyuga Hayashi said softly, because my daughter has already mastered all the knowledge in the ninja school, she is currently training with me. Well, although the disciples of the big families are different from the civilian ninjas, it is best for them to integrate into the school. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and said slowly, after all, companions in childhood are the most important. It is easy to make friends in school. Hanabi is also a smart child. If she is admitted, I can put her in the same class as my grandson. It is my honor to be in the same class with the Hokage's grandson. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Hyuga Hayashi smiled and said, I will ask my daughter when I get back. This child has been independent since she was young. Even I have to ask her sometimes. Ah! Hearing what Hyuga Hayashi said, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Then he talked to Hinata Hayashi again and started to deal with things. And Hinata Hayashi left the Hokage's office. After leaving the Hokage's office and walking out of the Hokage building, Hinata Hayashi, who originally had a smiling face, suddenly turned gloomy, and the fists in his sleeves clenched slightly. The third Hokage actually set his sights on his daughter Hanabi. Of course, he also knew what kind of person Konohamaru was. If he wasn't the Hokage's grandson, his parents would have been called to justice long ago given his level of mischief. When his eldest daughter Hinata ran away from the family and encountered that boy, the shadow of the third generation was also involved. He was disappointed with Hinata at that time, not because of Hinata's strength, but because of Hinata's mentality. As the eldest daughter of the clan, she was timid in the competition with her younger sister under his watchful eyes, and couldn't bear to use too much force, so she lost to her sister who was 5 years younger than her. As the heir of a family, such an attitude is unacceptable, so he was very disappointed. But in just that moment, it was ridiculous that Hinata Hyuga was bullied by 3 little kids after she ran away from the Hyuga clan. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, how could people around her not know Hinata? Especially around the Hyuga clan. Moreover, he had specially arranged protection personnel for Hinata, but unexpectedly they were unable to reach Hinata in time due to some matters. When he arrived at Hinata's side, a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who was also young and under constant surveillance actually appeared around the Hyuga clan's territory. He was beaten up for saving Hinata. He absolutely didn't believe that there was no conspiracy of 3 generations here. Now, not long after that, Sarutobi Hiruzen has set his sights on his second daughter. Just ridiculous. While thinking this in his mind, Hinata Hayashi had already walked some distance away from the Hokage building. When he looked up, he saw Uzumaki Naruto cleaning paint on the Hokage rock not far away, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. This nine-tails brat actually smeared the Hokage rock. So, this means that it won't be long before this nine-tailed brat obtains the sealing scroll? It should be in the next 1 or 2 days. Thinking about the contents of the comics he saw in Mr. Lin Mo's shop yesterday, he roughly knew the future situation of the nine-tailed boy. I was shocked at that time that I could get the sealing scroll so easily. Just think about it and you will know that this is the method used by the third generation. A very shrewd man. Hinata Hayashi sighed inwardly. Not only is he strong in strength, but he is also very calculating, and he almost has the Hyuga clan figured out. But with the owner's jar, all this can be changed. The next second, Hinata Hayashi thought of Lin Mo who ran a canning shop, and a smile appeared on his face again. Before the third generation comes along, I have to build a good relationship with the store owner. Also, it's interesting that Danzo was ambushed. When we get back, ask Hinata about what she found that day. How could the things she found be able to plot against the root organization? But at this moment, we can send someone to investigate openly. Hinata Hayashi thought of Danzo again, and immediately walked quickly towards his family. After returning to the family, he quickly arranged people to investigate. Soon, the Hyuga clan got into action. Continuous information was gathered and sent to Hinata Hayashi. The root organization was attacked by an unknown poison. The whole body is weak and powerless, and even the chakra cannot be mobilized. The hospital has not yet investigated the cause. Danzo, this mad dog, actually turned his suspicion on our Hyuga clan. But how did the 10 fragrance muscle softening powder in Tianation's hand get to the root of the tissue? Looking at the information in front of him, Hinata Hayashi fell into deep thought. Hinata is currently in school, and it is impossible for me to go to school specifically to ask Hinata about the Toa softening powder. I have to wait for Hinata to come back from school. Or you can go to the jar shop and ask Mr. Lin Mo, but it's not a good idea to ask so directly in person. The last option is to go to Tianation's ninja tool shop and ask Tian Tian, but this is also impossible. He didn't think Tian Tian would tell him such a thing. Especially now when there are problems with the root organization, this kind of thing can only be kept secret. Ninja tool shop, root. Hinata Hayashi pondered for a moment and felt that he must have guessed it right. Just go buy some ninja tools. Hinata Hayashi immediately stood up and walked out, saying, "Someone come here." As soon as the words fell, a member of the Hyuga clan suddenly appeared in front of him. "Go order some ninja tools." Hinata Hayashi ordered, "By the way, report the situation in the ninja tool shop." As Hyuga Hayashi gave the order, the Hyuga clan member nodded and left quickly. Time passed quietly. After this tribesman returned, he immediately reported the situation of Tianation's ninja tool shop. Really? When he heard that he could not order ninja tools and that there were no ninja tools in the store, Hinata Hayashi confirmed his guess. Just as I thought. After guessing the reason, Hyuga Hayashi stopped thinking about it and began to mobilize the Hyuga clan to actively cooperate with the actions of the Anbu. For a moment, the entire Konoha village became busy. By the afternoon, no clues were found and we had to give up temporarily. Phew, it's finally done. At this time, Hokage Rock. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the cleaned Hokage rock in front of him, sat down on the ground, and panted heavily, "I am so tired. Do you know the consequences now?" Beside him, Irika sneered, "What did you do earlier? It's also thanks to the third Sama that he didn't argue with you. Now come with me to apologize to the third Sama." End of this chapter. Chapter 56. Tian Tian brings people to open the can. Tian Tian gloats over the misfortune, Danzo deserve. Chapter 56. Tian Tian brings people to open the can. Tian Tian gloats over the misfortune, Danzo deserves it. Naruto's calculations. What? Hearing Irika's words, Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed drastically, are we still going to the third Hokage? He really doesn't like seeing the third generation now, of course. Irika's face darkened. You have smeared the third Sama's sculpture the most seriously, if you still want to borrow money. I go. Hearing Irika's words, Uzumaki Naruto sighed and said, is it not okay for me to go? Immediately afterwards, Uzumaki Naruto, under the leadership of Irika, went to the Hokage's office and apologized to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. After leaving, Irika took him to Ichiraku Ramen and treated him to ramen. Irika-sensei. Looking at Irika who was eating ramen, Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes and whispered, can you give me the money in advance? If I could give myself the money in advance, I could open the jar later. No. Hearing what Uzumaki Naruto said, Irika's face suddenly became serious. You must pass the exam for the ninja school. Tell me honestly, what do you want so much money for? Now that Uzumaki Naruto has finished cleaning the paint, all that's left is the ninja school graduation exam. He has time now, so he can ask Uzumaki Naruto about it. 100,000 taels is more than enough to purchase ninja tools. Flowers. Uzumaki Naruto sighed, what else can it be used for? Irika. Of course I know it's a flower. Irika was speechless, I'm asking where you spent your money. Don't tell you. Uzumaki Naruto curled his lips, causing black lines to appear on Irika's forehead. He wanted to punch Uzumaki Naruto on the head. But thinking that children also have secrets, Irika shook his head and stopped asking. As long as you don't do anything bad, it's fine. Time passed quickly. After Irika and Uzumaki Naruto finished their ramen, they paid the bill and left. It was already time to go home from school, so Uzumaki Naruto did not follow Irika back to school, but separated from Irika. What a shame! If Irika-sensei had given me money, I could go to the owner and open the cans right now. Uzumaki Naruto muttered as he walked towards his home. He really wanted to open the jar as soon as possible. It would be even better if something that could help me make money, or tell me how to replicate the sealed book, came out at this time. Naruto. Just as Uzumaki Naruto was thinking this, a greeting sounded, causing Uzumaki Naruto to look up. When he saw Mizuki coming towards him, Uzumaki Naruto widened his eyes and said in surprise, Mr. Mizuki. No way, this bastard comes to find me so soon? You haven't been to school today. Are you sure about your clone skills? Shoimu got straight to the point and said with a smile, after all, the exam will be in 2 days. But I heard that you were taken by Irika to clean up the Hokage rock today, and you didn't even get to practice. Not sure. Uzumaki Naruto's expression became more and more strange, and the contents of the comics he had read emerged in his mind. I have a way to help you pass the test. Mizuki then said to Uzumaki Naruto in a gentle and persuasive manner, do you want to know? Okay. Uzumaki Naruto nodded heavily. Then he and Shoimu left the place and walked to an empty chair nearby to communicate. It was not until Mizuki left that Uzumaki Naruto's mouth twitched uncontrollably. In the comics, this guy came because I failed the exam. I haven't taken the exam yet, but I'm here straight away. This is totally different from what is shown in the comics. This is really weird. But this is a good opportunity for me. The third generation will definitely let me go. I need to memorize it well, speed up my actions, and spend more time recording the ninjutsu on the scroll. This is my only chance to get rich, I can't miss it. Thinking of some of the ninjutsu registered in the Book of Seals, Uzumaki Naruto's heart burned with excitement. Those are all good things. When Uzumaki Naruto thought so, Mizuki, who had already left, had a smile on his face. He really didn't expect that it would be so smooth, and Uzumaki Naruto took it seriously. If it weren't for the recent situation in Konoha village today, he wouldn't be so anxious. He also heard about the assassination attempt on the Anbu. It seemed to be a spy from another village, letting him know that he couldn't wait any longer. When many ninjas are patrolling a certain area, it is time for you to take action. Come to think of it, this is a good opportunity to replenish our ninja tools. If you leave the village, the ninja tools outside will definitely not be cheaper than those in the village. As Mizuki was thinking this, he suddenly stopped walking back to the school dormitory, changed a street, and walked towards the ninja tool shop. Soon, Mizuki arrived at Tenten's ninja tool shop. This ninja tool shop is very popular among some ninjas. They usually like to buy things here. However, when Mizuki arrived, he saw Tionation's father and mother arranging ceramic jars in front of the door of the ninja tool shop. It's Mizuki-sensei. Seeing Shoimu coming, Tionation's father recognized him instantly and said with a smile, "Are you here to buy ninja tools?" "Sorry, we are out of stock today. We will have more tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." "Oh, I see." After hearing this, Shoimu understood. Then he looked at the jars curiously and asked, "Why did you suddenly get so many jars? What does this have to do with ninja? Things like jars shouldn't appear in a ninja tool shop. This is our next marketing approach and will be announced tomorrow. Please forgive me." Tionation's father smiled and said, "You will know when you come again tomorrow." After discussing what Tian said last night, they decided to immediately implement the plan of putting some ninja tools into jars and promote them so as to earn their first pot of gold. Unfortunately, there are not that many ninja tools, so I have to prepare some today. All right. Hearing this, Shoimu nodded, but sighed in his heart. I will have left the village tomorrow. Thinking of this, Shoimu said goodbye and turned to leave. Dad, Mom. Just as Shoimu left, a cheerful voice was heard, and Tian came back skipping. My dear girl, you are finally back. Seeing Tian coming back, Tianation's parents quickly signaled Tian to go into the store first. Tian was a little confused, but still went into the store out of curiosity. Problem occurs. After entering the store, Tianation's mother stood outside the store and looked around, while Tianation's father pulled Tian to sit down and whispered, "From now on, you have to forget what happened yesterday." What? Hearing what Tianation's father said, Tian was a little confused, forgot. She didn't quite understand. That's it. As for Father Tian, he simply talked about how many root ninjas were carried out today, looking weak and powerless. After listening to it every day, his face looked extremely excited. No wonder I came back and saw so many ninjas gathered in one place. Tian chuckled softly, they deserve it. You'll suffer for letting those bandits take away your ninja tools. So just pretend you don't know about this. Tianation's father said softly, if it is discovered, the consequences will be disastrous. Ah! Tian nodded when he heard what his father said. Then he thought of something and asked quickly, Dad, Mom, have you opened the can? No, I've been busy. Then why don't we go open the jar now? I told Mr. Lin Mo yesterday that I would take you to open the jar. I can't break my promise. Besides, there are only advantages and no disadvantages in opening cans. If you find something good, you will make a lot of money. It's just right. We can also ask Mr. Lin Mo about the 10 fragrance softening powder and see if anyone else knows about it. Tian spoke quickly, and Tianation's father nodded and said, yeah, I thought so too. I won't wait for you to come back and let you take us to open the can. With you leading us, we can communicate better with Mr. Lin Mo. I'll ask your mother to pack up, and we'll go to the jar shop and meet Mr. Lin Mo. Having said that, Tianation's father walked out. After putting away some of the ceramic jars they had purchased, the two closed the shop and took Tian to Lin Mo's jar shop. It was already late at night, and many people were taking their children for a leisurely stroll on the streets. Tianation's family's trip did not attract anyone's attention. As they headed to the jar shop. In the jar shop, Lin Mo was sitting cross-legged, refining his chakra. At the end of the day, this efficiency is still not very good. Lin Mo opened his eyes and frowned. Compared to the chakra obtained directly, this method of practicing chakra is really slow. He was somewhat dissatisfied with this efficiency. If someone else has a method for refining chakra, can I use it to increase the speed of refining chakra? Currently, the ones who have opened the jars are Hinata, Hanabi, Hyuga Hayashi, Tenten, and Naruto. That leaves only about 40 jars, and there are still about 50 jars to go before the exclusive jar. If you want to become stronger quickly, you still have to ask someone to open the jar. The atmosphere in Konoha village is tense. If our strength is not significantly improved before being discovered by Danzo, it will be troublesome to get out. Thinking about what might happen next, Lin Mo rubbed his brows with a headache. In Konoha village, if you don't have the power to suppress everything, everything will be in vain. Okay. Lin Mo, who was having a headache, suddenly saw Tian coming with a middle-aged man and woman in the true vision guard range, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Does she bring her parents to open jars every day? Mr. Lin Mo. After a while, Tian walked into the kin shop first and said with a smile, I brought my parents to open the cans. While Tian was talking, Tianation's parents also saw Lin Mo. When he saw Lin Mo's appearance, he was slightly surprised. He looks so young. He doesn't seem much older than Tian. Such incredible jars are actually for sale. Who is this young man? Thinking of this, the two looked at the jars placed on Lin Mo's counter. Nice to meet you. Tianation's father took a glance and then looked away. Instead, he smiled and stretched out his hand to Lin Mo and said, Tian didn't cause you any trouble before, did he? End of this chapter. Chapter 57 The Powerful Shrinking Lamp. Tian is confused, what is physics? Chapter 57 The Powerful Shrinking Lamp. Tian is confused, what is physics? Dad. Hearing this, Tian, who was smiling next to them, stomped his feet in shame and anger. What do you mean by causing trouble for Lin Mo? No. When Lin Mo heard this, he laughed dumbly and shook his head, saying, if you want to open the cans, just pay and choose. I won't say any more nonsense. All you have to do is collect the money and wait for Tianation's dad to select the jars. Correct. Tian thought of what he had said before coming here, and hurriedly asked in a low voice, Lin Mo, can you tell me, before me, has anyone else prescribed the 10 fragrance softening powder? Something happened in Konoha village today. As he spoke, Tian told Lin Mo about what happened today, and Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged. Just as he had guessed, there was nothing strange about it. I also know what you are talking about, and I guessed it. Lin Mo nodded and said, you are the only one who can open this thing. No one else in the ninja world can open it. And you don't have to worry about these things. At this point, Lin Mo shook his head again and continued, Konoha's medical department will definitely study this kind of thing. As long as you don't say it, no one will know. There was no way I could go and tell Konoha. So in Lin Mo's opinion, Tianation's family has nothing to worry about. When Tianation's parents heard this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This was great. Then, Tianation's father and mother each took out the money they had prepared and handed it to Lin Mo. After seeing Lin Mo take it, he turned his eyes to the jars. The jars are all exactly the same and there is no way to tell which one is special, so if you want to choose, you have to choose all at once. By the way, Mr. Lin Mo. Suddenly, Tianation's father thought of something and said quickly, we also bought some cans today, and we are preparing to sell them in the ninja tool shop next time. We will refer to the sales method here and put the ninja tools into sell. I've heard about this every day. Lin Mo nodded and said, this is your way. Even if you don't copy, others will. Don't worry that I will blame you. Why, didn't Tian tell you? Said. Tianation's father said a little embarrassedly, but I feel it's better for me to talk to you in person about this kind of thing. Lin Mo nodded and said nothing more. And Tianation's father quickly picked out 10 jars. Tianation's mother didn't make a choice, but waited until Tianation's father finished opening before making a choice. Anyway, the money has been paid, so there is no rush. Looking at the 10 jars flying steadily in front of him, Tianation's father took a deep breath and decisively smashed the first one. Boom! The first jar broke and a piece of stone fell out. The surface of the stone is a mixture of dark blue and black brown, just like a treasure sleeping deep underground. A faint glow shone through the surface of the stone, as if it contained some ancient and mysterious power. The light is not dazzling, but as gentle as the starlight at night, giving people a sense of peace and tranquility. What a beautiful stone! Seeing this stone, Tianation's eyes lit up slightly. Is it a kind of fluorite? The gems here can be sold for more than 100,000 taels. Next to him, Tianation's father looked at the stone that had been opened, made a judgment in his mind, and was suddenly surprised. This means that he made no loss at all by opening this jar. If sold to a merchant, this would definitely be a rare gem. Nightstone, a rare mineral from a certain continent that glows faintly in the quiet night. It is said to be a precious gem formed by the elements flowing between heaven and earth in a mutation. Lin Mo looked at this thing, raised his eyebrows, and chuckled, "This is Yebo stone. It contains elemental power. It can be used to make weapons, as decoration, and also as fluorite." Lin Mo briefly talked about Yebo stone, and Tian rubbed his hands with a little excitement. "What a nice name! I fell in love with it instantly." And Tianation's father smiled and said, "It seems that I am lucky. Stones that glow at night are very valuable." Immediately, Tianation's father put away the stone and continued to crack open the second jar. Boom! The second jar broke and a detonating talisman fell out. Detonating talisman, waterproof. Lin Mo took a look and spoke simply without saying much. "This thing doesn't need to introduce itself. It's a bit of bad luck." Tianation's father put away the detonating talisman, feeling regretful. "This jar is a loss." After calming down and looking at the 8 jars left, Tianation's father decisively smashed 2 more. With 2 bangs, 2 objects fell down, a black kunao and a white ball of light. It's an experience light group. Looking at the white ball of light, Tianation's eyes lit up. "Dad, you are lucky. Experience light group." Hearing Tianation's words, Tianation's father's eyes lit up and he looked at Lin Mo, "Shopkeeper, what is this experience? I have heard people talk about some experience light balls every day, and I just hope that this white experience light ball will be helpful to me." Fragile kunao. A certain low-quality kunao is on the verge of breaking. It can be easily broken with a little force. Don't pin your hope on this kunao. 1000 push UPS training experience. The training experience from a certain trainee can be integrated after touching, and you can instantly gain 1000 push UPS training experience, achieving the effect of slightly enhancing your physical fitness. At this time, Lin Mo, who was watching the introduction of these 2 things, also spoke immediately. "I talked about experience light balls and kunao for Tian Dad. Exercise experience." After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tianation's father's eyes lit up. "That's good. He also likes exercising very much and his physical skills are quite good." Immediately, Tianation's father reached out and merged them. Suddenly a ball of white light surged into his body, making him feel that his arms suddenly became stronger. "I really got the exercise effect out of nowhere." Feeling the changes in his own muscles, Tianation's father's breathing became rapid. "You know, there is no shortcut to exercise. How many ninjas have shed countless sweat while exercising to improve their physical fitness? Now, I have easily spent money and gained exercise out of nothing. It is unbelievable to tell others about this effect. Only by personally experiencing the process of light group fusion can you feel the magic." Next to her, Tianation's mother's eyes also lit up. If there weren't outsiders here, she would have touched it. Lin Mo looked at this scene and shook his head slightly. These things are not what I want. While Lin Mo was thinking this, Tianation's father continued to knock on the jar excitedly. With 2 bangs, 2 more jars broke, and 2 things fell down immediately. A black shuriken and a palm-sized flashlight. Lamp. When Tianation's father saw this thing, he recognized it instantly. Oh! Hearing this, Lin Mo was surprised. Is there such a thing as a flashlight in the world of Naruto? He didn't remember having one. The technology in this world is not advanced. The ninjas' lighting methods are usually torches or fire escape techniques. But the next second, Lin Mo looked at this thing, pinched his chin, and sighed in his heart, what a good thing. Hard shuriken. The shuriken is made of high-quality materials and is very durable. Its strength is beyond your imagination. Disposable shrinking lamp, a magical prop from an unknown world. Its light can be used to reduce the size and weight of people and objects. It will return to its original state after another use. It is a very practical prop, but it has a time limit. If it is not continuously shown on, it will return to its original state after a while. This stuff is pretty good. The only pity is that it is disposable and cannot be recycled. At this time, Tianation's father had already picked up the shrinking lamp. Before he could turn it on, Lin Mo shook his head and said, "This is not an ordinary light bulb. Don't use it yet." Not an ordinary light. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tianation's father was stunned. He immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Is there anything unusual about this thing? This is the shrinking light. Looking at the surprised Tian dad, Lin Mo spoke directly and explained the function of this thing. Tian dad's eyes suddenly widened after hearing it. Make the target smaller? This effect is too exaggerated. While being surprised, Tianation's father was also glad that he did not use it, otherwise he would have wasted an opportunity to use it. This thing can work wonders when used at a certain time. That sounds nice. Tian looked at the shrinking lamp in his father's hand with excitement. This thing can actually make the illuminated target smaller. Lin Mo, is this possible even for a jonin? The next second, Tian thought of something, his breathing quickened, and he looked at Lin Mo, will it work on powerful ninjas? If it works, it would be incredible. With this thing, a powerful ninja can be directly shrunk. It's incredible to think about it. And if it shrinks, how small can it be? Tian is very curious. If possible, she really wants to try it. Unfortunately, this was opened by my own father. Moreover, it is a disposable item. It will be gone after use, so it must not be wasted. Of course. Hearing Tianation's words, Lin Mo nodded and said, whether it is for people or objects, the shrunk person or object will not only shrink in size, but also its strength and mass will shrink accordingly. In other words, the strength of the shrunk person will become relatively weaker. After all, this is because in the basics of physics, force is generally proportional to volume and mass. When the volume decreases, the mass decreases, which means the strength and other physical properties of the muscles decrease accordingly. Therefore, when faced with the external environment, the shrunk person's strength becomes negligible, and they are usually only able to move small objects, or face greater dangers after being shrunk. For example, if a person were shrunk down to the size of a toy, something that was once easy to move might become very heavy. Accordingly, when interacting with normal-sized people or objects, the shrunken force will appear weaker and movement will be more difficult. Lin Mo talked eloquently, leaving Tian with a confused look on his face. Physics, what is that? End of this chapter. Chapter 58 Momotaro rice balls that are useful for the tailed beasts? Empty poke balls. Chapter 58 Momotaro rice balls that are useful for the tailed beasts? Empty poke balls, but she had understood. That is, this shrinking lamp can really affect the strong. If this is used in a battle, it can completely determine the outcome of the battle. It's not just effective against powerful ninjas, it's also effective against tailed beasts. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, think about the night when the nine-tailed fox caused chaos. If there was a shrinking lamp at that time, the fox would have become the size of a palm, and its strength would have also been reduced. Hiss! Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tianation's parents took a deep breath. As old residents of KONOHA village, they naturally knew how horrific the situation was at that time. That time, the nine-tailed demon fox caused KONOHA to suffer heavy losses. Whether it was ninjas, civilians, or buildings, large areas were affected. They were naturally well aware of how terrifying the fox demon was. But now, this thing can even affect that kind of fox demon. It is really incredible. Tianation's father carefully looked at the shrinking lamp in his hand and immediately put it carefully into his pocket. After doing all this, Tianation's father looked at the remaining 4 jars with excitement. Without any hesitation, he chose to knock them all open. Bang 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 bang! 4 jars broke one after another, and 4 objects fell down at once. There were some he didn't know, and some he did. Chakra of an ordinary chunin. It comes from the chakra that an ordinary chunin has cultivated with great effort. After fusion, it can instantly add on one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the level of an ordinary chunin. Empty Pokeball comes from a magical Pokemon world. It is a prop created specifically for capturing Pokemons. It cannot capture Pokemons that have owners, and it can only capture Pokemons. It cannot be used on humans. C-Rank Ninjutsu Scroll records the training method of C-Rank Wind Style, Fierce Wind Palm, which transforms chakra to produce wind, and uses clapping as an opportunity to compress the wind and evolve it into a violent ferocious wind. 9 Flowers Jade Dew Pill, a famous elixir from a certain world, made with rare medicinal materials and the dew on 9 kinds of flower petals in the early morning. It is scarlet in color and has a refreshing fragrance, which can replenish the mind, strengthen the body, and prolong life. Looking at these 4 things, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Daddy's luck was pretty good that day, as he also opened a ninjutsu scroll. Apart from the ninjutsu scroll, there is only a chunin level of chakra. The remaining 2 things are of no use to me. This is a ninjutsu scroll. Father Tian had been attracted by the ninjutsu scroll and his breathing became rapid. For civilian ninjas like them, ninjutsu scrolls are very valuable. Yes, it records the C-Rank Wind Style, Fierce Wind Palm Ninjutsu. Lin Mo nodded and said, in addition, this blue light ball is a chunin level chakra. Once you touch it, you can save the steps of cultivation and obtain a chunin level chakra amount. You can fuse this first. Chunin level chakra amount. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tianation's father breathed quickly and immediately reached out to touch the blue light ball. Before coming here, he had heard Tian say that the owner of the shop had something that could produce chakra that could be obtained without any practice. I didn't expect that my luck would be so good that it could come out. And he is at the chunin level. You know, even though he runs a ninja tool shop, he is still just a genin. It can even be said that he is an ordinary person without the qualifications of a ninja, otherwise he would not open a store. Buzz! In an instant, the blue ball of chunin chakra light instantly merged into his body, allowing Tian's father to feel the weak chakra in his body suddenly surge. The feeling of fullness made Tianation's father's face turn red. Incredible! Tianation's father was so excited that he could hardly control himself. How could he become a chunin so easily? Even though he knew that the rank of a chunin was not determined solely by chakra, the amount of chakra in his body was no longer as incalculable as before. Congratulations, Dad! Tian congratulated his father with a smile on his face. With chunin level chakra, Dad made a fortune. It would be nice if this kind of jar could be kept open forever. Tianation's father looked at the jars behind Lin Mo with a fiery look in his eyes. Since it is possible to produce chunin level chakra, then it is certain that jonin level chakra can also be produced. It's just the amount of chakra in a chunin. Without mastering the changes in the nature of chakra, there will be drawbacks in performing ninjutsu. Lin Mo said slowly and gently, of course, this kind of chakra property change can also be produced in the jar. As long as it is integrated, it can be mastered instantly. There is no need to research and develop it by yourself. Yes, I know. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tianation's father nodded. Then he looked at the remaining two things and asked curiously, shopkeeper, what are the other two? A red and white ball, and a small ugly-looking gadget, about the same size as a Bing Liang pill. This is the 9-flower jade dew pill. It can strengthen one's body, even prolong one's life, and replenish the vitality in your body. Lin Mo glanced at Zhuhua Yuluan and spoke, and Tianation's father's eyes lit up when he heard it. Prolong life? That sounds great. Lin Mo continued to look at the pokeball and said, as for this pokeball, it is specially used to store Pokemons. You can think of Pokemons as summoned beasts, but these summoned beasts do not require you to use ninjutsu to summon them, and they do not use chakra, so they can be with you at any time. If you don't want them to accompany you anymore, you can also put them in this pokeball. This pokeball is like a small portable space house for them. Oh. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tianation's father suddenly understood. So this is Where is the elf? Tian asked curiously. It's not a spiritual beast, but it can be understood as a spiritual beast. You can get the elves out by opening the can. This kind of creature does not exist in the ninja world. Lin Mo chuckled and said, but if you open a lot of cans, you might get elf eggs or elves. These elves are also very powerful and have many functions. They are helpers to humans. That's it. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian suddenly felt a yearning for the elves. She suddenly wanted an elf. As for things like psychic beasts, you need to find them yourself or pass them down through inheritance. The summoning beast she had always wanted was Lady Tsunade's slug. Although the teacher was willing to give her the red turtle, she really didn't like turtles. Too ugly. What kind of girl would carry a spiritual animal like a turtle with her? Is the elf pretty? The next second, Tian asked curiously again, is there any appearance? There are good-looking ones, there are ugly ones, but most of them are pretty cute. Lin Mo chuckled and said, the main thing is that you can't evolve a spirit beast, but a spirit can evolve. Every time it evolves, its appearance will change. As for the appearances, there are too many to list in a short time. As Lin Mo spoke, Tian became more and more excited about the elves. If possible, she really wanted to see what the elves looked like. When Tianation's father heard this, he laughed heartily and said, it seems that I am lucky. I can keep this thing. If I come to you, Mr. Lin Mo, to open a jar and get an elf, it will be just right for me to use. In any case, this thing sounds like a space-type prop, so it is valuable. Anything that has anything to do with time and space is unusual. Even if this thing is of no use now, it will definitely be useful in the future. Okay, it's my turn. And next to her, Tianation's mother couldn't wait any longer. I couldn't wait to open Tian Daddy's and start picking out the cans. When Tian saw his mother start to choose jars, he looked over immediately with some anticipation in his eyes. I don't know what my mother will come up with. If you get something good and you don't have the use for it, you can use it yourself. Rounding it off, I can easily open 30 jars a week. I get excited just thinking about it. While Tian was thinking this, Tianation's mother quickly picked out 10 jars. Then he simply knocked open the first jar. Boom! The first jar broke and an animal-shaped cookie fell out. Biscuit! Looking at this thing, my mother raised her eyebrows every day. Spending 100,000 taels just for a cookie is such a loss. And this cookie is too small. You know, cookies are not expensive. Is my luck so bad? Compared to Tianation's mother who felt that her luck was bad, Lin Mo chuckled and said, I'm lucky. While speaking, Lin Mo looked at the introduction of the animal biscuits. Animal cookies. After eating the cookies, you can turn into an animal that looks like the cookie. This effect lasts for 1 day. This time, the animal cookies are actually only for 1 day. The animal cookies that Hinata Hayashi opened before only lasted for 5 minutes. Why does Mr. Lin Mo say that? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tianatian's mother was stunned and hesitated. Is there any other explanation for this cookie? Otherwise, why would Lin Mo say that she had good luck? Ah! Lin Mo nodded. This is an animal biscuit. The biscuit is in the shape of an animal. After eating it, you can turn into that animal. The time limit is 24 hours a day. It's quite convenient for disguise or something. It's not like someone has made this before, but the time it took to make it was very short, only 5 minutes, while the animal cookies you made took a whole day. That's why I say you're lucky. Can you turn into an animal if you eat it? After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian looked at the cookies his mother had made with a look of surprise. This cookie is shaped like a kitten, so if you eat it you will turn into a kitten. Interesting. Become a kitten. Tianatian's mother looked at the cookie in front of her with a strange expression. What good is there in becoming this kind of creature? This thing is of no use to me. Thinking of this, Tianatian's mother shook her head and put the animal biscuit away. Since Tian is interested, I'll give it to Tian later. Thinking of this, Tianatian's mother continued to knock open the second jar. Boom! The second jar broke, and this time a bag of rice balls fell out. Another food. Looking at this thing, Tianatian's mother looked strange. It's not a biscuit but a rice ball. It's too ordinary. However, thinking of the magic of animal cookies, Tianatian's mother looked at Lin Mo curiously and asked, Mr. Lin Mo, is this rice ball ordinary or extraordinary? Why did she feel that the food that came out of the cans at Lin Mo's place was abnormal? Not ordinary. Lin Mo looked at the thing Tianatian's mother had prepared with a strange expression on his face. Momotaro rice ball. The Momotaro rice ball comes from an unknown world. It is also called the Momotaro taming meatball. Once the rice ball is thrown and eaten by a ferocious animal, not including humans, the animal will completely obey the person who throws it. Simple introduction, but the effect is not simple. Lin Mo looked at the introduction of this thing and suspected that it would also be effective against the tailed beasts. If this thing can be used to control a tailed beast, it would be a huge profit. A completely obedient tailed beast, tisk tisk. Thinking of this, without waiting for Tianatian's mother to ask, Lin Mo chuckled and said, This is Momotaro rice ball. It can be used to tame wild animals and is also attractive to wild animals. Once the rice ball is thrown, the wild animal will naturally open its mouth to eat, and will be completely tamed and obey the person who threw it. After repeated training a few times, the animal will listen to you even if it no longer eats rice balls. It sounds amazing. Hearing this, Tianatian's mother looked surprised. A rice ball for taming animals? Even in some ninja families, this is a secret that is not passed down. But that seemed to require the help of chakra, and she didn't know the details. However, after listening to Lin Mo's words, she thought this thing was good and could easily tame wild beasts. Then in the future, when you travel far away and encounter wild beasts, you can throw this thing out to tame some beasts. Thinking of this, Tianatian's mother smiled and thought this thing was good. A wild animal. Tianatian's father hesitated for a moment and said, to some extent, humans are also considered animals. Although this statement is not recognized by many people, since this rice ball has the ability to make wild beasts obedient after eating it, does it have something to do with humans as well? Lin Mo. This thing has no effect on humans. Lin Mo shook his head slightly and said, although humans are animals, they will not become obedient after eating it. It has no effect on humans at all. Therefore, when you are hungry, you can use this to fill your stomach. Of course, if you are lucky enough, then next time you will be able to find out that someone has eaten an effective Momotaro rice ball, but the effect usually doesn't last long. If I remember correctly, there are Momotaro rice balls that have an effect on some people. People can be eaten, too. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Tianation's father suddenly understood. Although it has no effect, it is still okay to use it to satisfy hunger. Will this thing break? Next to him, Tian looked at the rice ball suspiciously and asked curiously, rice balls have a shelf life, does this thing have a shelf life? End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Can things from the Mist Shadow Village be opened? Sarutobi Hiruzen is so courageous. Chapter 59, Can things from the Mist Shadow Village be opened? Sarutobi Hiruzen is so courageous. Uzumaki Naruto's toothache. This rice ball sounds delicious, it shouldn't expire. Well, that's the question. After hearing Tianation's words, Lin Mo looked at the Momotaro rice ball with a strange expression and found that there was indeed no word about expiration in the description on it. Will not. The next second, Lin Mo shook his head gently and said, this is not an ordinary rice ball, so it is not expired. Although it was not mentioned in the introduction, Lin Mo knew it. Such items that do not have an expiration date specifically marked on them are not usually described as having a shelf life. Since there is no time, there is no need to emphasize that this prop will become ineffective over time. This can be seen from the animal cookies just now. Previously, the animal cookies made by Hinata Hayashi only took 5 minutes to make, but the animal cookies made by Tianation's mother took a whole day. Oh! After getting Lin Mo's affirmative answer, Tian looked enlightened. At this time, Tianation's mother had already hung the Momotaro rice ball around her waist and continued to crack open the third and fourth jars. Bang bang twice. The 2 jars broke, and a white experience light ball and a blue light ball fell down. Sure, Mom. Seeing this, Tian was surprised, they are all light balls. I made a profit. The blue light balls and the white experience light balls are both good things. When Tianation's mother saw this, she was also surprised. 1000 kilometers of running experience. This is the long-term running training experience of a long-distance runner. After integration, you can instantly get the training of running 1000 kilometers and enhance your physical fitness. Chakra of ordinary genin. It comes from the chakra that an ordinary genin has cultivated with great effort. After fusion, it can instantly add on one's own chakra and increase the chakra to the level of an ordinary genin. At this moment, Lin Mo, looking at these 2 things, sighed in his heart. 2 pieces of garbage. Not even an elite genin. This is a running experience, accumulating 1000 kilometers. Lin Mo immediately introduced to Tianation's mother, as for the other blue light ball, it has a chakra amount at the genin level. Sounds great. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tianation's mother's eyes lit up. He immediately stretched out his hand and touched the 2 balls of light. In an instant, 2 balls of light poured into her body, making her feel the chakra in her body increase while also feeling the muscles in her legs bulging slightly. At the same time, the body also received feedback and felt that the legs became stronger. It is indeed very comfortable. After the fusion was completed, Tianation's mother was smiling. This feeling of becoming stronger out of nowhere is really different. Without any hesitation, Tianation's mother looked at the remaining 6 cans and decisively smashed 3 of them. Bang bang bang! There were 3 more sounds of jars breaking, and 3 objects fell down. A palm-sized knife. A ball of white light. There is also a test tube containing a liquid. Looks like I'm lucky. Looking at the white light balls among these 3 things, Tianation's mother smiled. Another experience light group, this jar is worth opening. Having integrated the experience light ball, she fully understands the value of this thing. Skip the exercise step and get exercise out of thin air through money, which is something money can't buy. As long as it is an experience-based group, you will make a lot of money. Worn Tachi, a broken Tachi from an unknown underground world. It is no longer sharp, with only the broken blade left to split your fantasies. A chef's cooking experience, the cooking experience of a master chef throughout his life. After absorbing and integrating it, you can instantly become a skilled chef. Ordinary catalyst, a catalyst from a certain underground world, made from various basic materials, that can be used to forge weapons. At this time, Lin Mo took a look at what Tianatian's mother had prepared and found that there was nothing special about it. Instead, it was the catalyst that made him take a second look. But it was just a glance. This thing, if I remember correctly, is divided into middle, upper, special, and highest levels. This ordinary catalyst is just inferior. But it is not bad for forging weapons. Thinking of this, Lin Mo said, a sword that is about to break, one is the chef's cooking experience, and the other is a catalyst. I won't say much about the past 2 days. Let me talk about the catalyst at the back. This thing is a strengthening material. It is effective in forging weapons. You can try adding this thing when forging ninja tools. Something that will be effective for forging weapons. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tianatian's mother was surprised and immediately reached out to pick up the third catalyst. This thing looks like some kind of medicine, but it turns out to be a catalyst. Interesting. Then, Tianatian's mother looked at her cooking experience and reached out to touch it without any hesitation. In an instant, the experience of cooking flooded into her mind, making her eyes brighter. You can actually cook like that. This cooking experience completely broke her cognition and made her learn a lot in an instant. It's amazing to experience the light group. For a moment, Tianatian's mother sighed, even though I can cook, after integrating this experience light ball, I feel that my cooking skills are just like a novice. That's right. Hearing what my mother said, Tian nodded in agreement. I have also gained this experience before, and I can deeply understand my mother's reaction. Now I have a lot of experience in cooking. Tianatian's father also nodded slightly, agreeing with this. Only those who have integrated the experience light group know the value and significance of this thing. This can completely change a person's life. It allows people to master a certain method instantly and achieve the effect of exercising out of thin air without consuming any materials. Because only when a chef becomes proficient in cooking can he be sure that the food is delicious. Just like refining chakra, practicing physical skills, and practicing ninjutsu, you must work hard to train. Even if you are a genius or a gifted person, it is impossible to succeed by simply practicing a few times. Ninjutsu still needs to be developed, and the amount of chakra needs to be refined. But now, all of this can be obtained out of thin air from the store owner. And the price you have to pay is nothing more than money. 100,000 taels is not a small amount of money. But compared to the harvest, it's a huge profit. When we get back, I'll show you my skills. At this time, Tianatian's mother smiled and touched Tianatian's head. Your mother's cooking skills will definitely exceed your imagination. You just need to cook according to your own integrated chef experience and you will definitely surprise Tian. Then I'm looking forward to it. When Tian heard what his mother said, his eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands excitedly, looking forward to it very much. Although I can do it myself, I still want to show off my skills to my mother. Now it's okay, just let mom show it. Tianatian's mother turned her eyes to the remaining 3 jars and decisively chose to open them all. Bang bang bang! 3 jars broke, and 3 more objects fell down. A white hand bone the size of a palm. A stone that emits a bright glow. There is also a ninja forehead protector. Looking at these 3 things, Tianatian's mother looked at the ninja forehead protector with a strange expression. She had already recognized the logo on the ninja's forehead guard, it was the logo of the Hidden Mist Village. Can this thing come out of a jar? Not only Tianatian's mother was confused, Tian also looked at the ninja forehead protector with surprise. You know, the ninja forehead protector represents a kind of identity authentication and is a very important thing. Ninjas generally regard this as extremely important. Why would something like this appear in a jar? Tian looked at Lin Mo in confusion. She could understand those magical things and was used to them. But this ninja forehead protector suddenly made her feel uncomfortable. Goblin hand bones. These bones come from the hand bones of a goblin. They have a goblin-like smell and can be used as forging materials, to make potions, or even for bathing. Terra stone, a magical mineral unique to the Terra star. It has strong energy but is not easy to control. You need to be careful during the forging process. Mist Shadow Ninja Headband. The forehead band comes from a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. It can represent the identity of the ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, and can also be regarded as a trophy. At this time, Lin Mo looked at these three things, his expression became more and more strange. He was not surprised to see the Terra stone and the goblin hand bone. What surprised him was that the forehead protector from the Mist Shadow Village could actually be opened. Which Mist Shadow Ninja did this thing belong to? Will the other party lose this forehead protector? Still? Shaking his head, Lin Mo stopped thinking about it. Without waiting for Tianation's mother to ask, he began to introduce, I won't say much about this ninja forehead protector. The other one is a monster's hand bone. Although it can be used as a material for forging or making, it has a strange smell left on it. The stone is Terra stone, which contains very strong energy and is generally used for forging. However, because the energy is very strong, you need to be careful when forging. If you are not careful, it will definitely cause a lot of noise and even get hurt. But if you forge weapons, it will definitely have a powerful effect. As Lin Mo started to introduce, Tianation's mother immediately turned her eyes to the Terra stone. In this case, the most valuable of these three things is this piece of ore. As for the strange smell of the hand bones that Lin Mo mentioned, she had already smelled it, and it was really unpleasant. Can I use this piece of ore to repair this kid's gun? Tianation's mother suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Mo quickly, Tian opened that magical gun at your place. If I use this thing to make a gun, can I also make that thing have a powerful effect? Or, to make bullets? But I know that the bullets in the sniper rifle in Tianation's hand will be gone once they are used up. If you want bullets, you can only get them by opening cans. It can also be forged through research. If this Terra stone is used to make a similar firearm, it will definitely have unusual effects. After all, Lin Mo also said that this stone contains powerful energy. Of course can. Hearing what Tianation's mother said, Lin Mo looked strange, but still nodded. Tianation's mother's mind works quite quickly. But can't the bullets and the gun itself be made from Terra stone? Can this be created? It is most suitable for making weapons. Lin Mo thought so in his heart and continued, but I also said that the energy in this Terra stone is very strong and it is not so easy to forge. You can study it slowly, but don't study it recklessly and get hurt, that would be bad. If this thing explodes, the consequences will be disastrous. Okay, I know. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tianation's mother nodded. She knew a lot about forging. This point will naturally be noticed. At this point, all 10 cans have been opened, making Tianation's mother feel satisfied. It's really worth opening the can today. Then Mr. Lin Mo, we have already opened 10 cans, it's time to go back. The next second, Tianation's father smiled and said, let's go back and prepare for the jar. Can. Hearing what Tianation's father said, Lin Mo nodded. Now that Tianation's family has left, it's a good opportunity for me to improve my strength. Although the improvement is not big, but no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. I'm not busy at home, why don't you stay here with Mr. Lin Mo first? Tianation's mother looked at Tian and chuckled, I can't cook right away after I get back. I haven't finished my work at the store yet. No problem. Hearing what his mother said, Tian nodded readily. I was just thinking about chatting with Lin Mo. Then, Tianation's parents left, leaving Tian alone. Hey. Seeing that there was no one in the store, Tian looked at Lin Mo and rubbed his hands excitedly and said, Lin Mo, Lin Mo, can you tell me about elves? I'm very interested in this, such as the differences between elves and psychic beasts. Ever since she learned about elves, she has been very curious about them. Elves? That's not impossible. Hearing Tianation's words, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and said, there's no one in the store, so it's okay to talk to you. Anyway, it's nothing. There's no need to hide the elves. I just said it casually. It is good. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian rubbed his hands excitedly. Then he listened patiently. Just like the summoning beasts in the ninja world, they live in the summoning beast world and can accept the call of the contractor when necessary. They will only help if the contractor meets their conditions, but the elves will not do that. Lin Mo said slowly, elves are purer creatures than spirit beasts. As long as they recognize their masters, they can use their lives to protect their masters and provide their masters with help to the best of their ability. Lin Mo talked eloquently about elves, and Tianation's breathing became rapid after listening to him. This elf sounds like a helper to humans. Instead of signing a cooperation contract with summoning beasts like in the current ninja world. Time passes little by little. Lin Mo briefly talked about the situation of the elves and drew a few pictures of elves, including Pikachu and Caterpillar. Although it has not been colored, I have already been attracted by the elves drawn in the painting. Although he has not seen a real elf, Tian has decided that he will never contract a spirit beast before the elf appears, even if it is a contract. The contract must be with Tsunade's summoning beast. Although she knew that she did not have the qualifications at the moment. But it doesn't matter, as long as you open the can here with Lin Mo, you'll have a chance to get it out. Thinking of this, Tianation's eyebrows curved into crescents. Okay, it's getting late, time to eat. Lin Mo looked at the dark sky outside, shook his head and laughed. Your mother just opened a chef's experience group, you can taste it first when you go back, don't you want to go back? How about Mr. Lin Mo come back with me? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tianation's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly said, my mother's cooking is delicious. No, next time. Lin Mo shook his head slightly. The main reason I let Tian leave was because I wanted to integrate the things I had obtained. What does Mr. Lin Mo eat? Tenten pondered, is it still Ichiraku ramen? Yeah. Lin Mo nodded. Then I'll be fine too. Tian laughed, my mom is at home anyway, I can eat anytime. I may not be free every day to eat ramen with Lin Mo, but if I want to eat the food cooked by my mother, I am free every day. Row. Lin Mo nodded, closed the door and walked out immediately. Just when Tian had just walked out of the jar shop and had not been gone for long. I found that there were a lot of people gathered on the street. Whether in shops or at the doorsteps of houses, there were groups of people discussing things, each looking nervous, worried, or even angry. Is it true that the Book of Sealing was really stolen? Isn't it kept by the Hokage? Really? My husband gathered everyone at the first opportunity and rushed to seal off Konoha village. No one is allowed to enter or leave Konoha village. I don't know who is so bold as to steal the Book of Seals. Not only us, the Hokage has also gathered all the ninjas at the Hokage Rock, and they must find the thief who stole the Book of Seals as soon as possible. He said that the thief definitely didn't get far away. Many ninjas have even left the village to search the surrounding area. The sealed book is a treasure of the village. It contains many ninjutsu. It is said that only ninjas who have made great contributions can obtain ninjutsu from it. This sealed book is usually placed in a room close to the Hokage and kept by a special person. How could it be stolen? Is it a thief who robbed the owner? It should be theft by the guard. Don't forget that many Anbu ninjas were carried out today. They were poisoned. Have you forgotten that they were searched everywhere? One discussion after another was heard, and Lin Mo looked extremely strange. How long has it been since the third Hokage threw out the Book of Sealing? The normal plot is not like this. No way. Suddenly, Lin Mo lowered his head and glanced at Tian Tian beside him. If nothing unexpected happens, Sarutobi Hiruzen should have taken advantage of the situation where Danzo was knocked down by Toa's softening sand and quickly arranged everything. Just overlap one piece. Otherwise, if such a disturbance occurs again later, it will be troublesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really courageous. It can be said that Tenten pushed Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions forward. The sealed book was stolen. Tian Tian, who was standing next to Lin Mo, had his eyes wide open, looking as if he had seen a ghost. I have heard about this treasure of the ninja village from my teacher. How could it be stolen? Oh, damn it! And at this moment, the other side, in a dense forest, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the book of seals spread out in front of him and felt a toothache. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 Naruto, what a cunning third generation. The incomplete 8-gate ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen and number. Chapter 60 Naruto, what a cunning third Hokage. The incomplete 8 gates, Sarutobi Hiruzen's frustration. This shouldn't be the case. Why is there something like a scribble of talismans at the end, without even the name of the ninjutsu? At the very least, the first densely packed handwriting that caught my eye included the words multiple shadow clone technique. Below is a diagram of the human body's meridians, as well as notes on cultivation, etc. It is extremely detailed, allowing anyone who sees it to immediately know where to start. The second one is a technique called 8 Gates Ninjutsu, which also has half the content. But after that, there were no words at all. Apart from the scribbles that looked like ghostly talismans, there was no diagram of the human meridians, no cultivation focus, and no text at all. When Uzumaki Naruto saw this, he knew that the content on this sealed scroll only had a little bit at the front and nothing at the back. These 3 generations are too cunning. He was thinking about memorizing the following ninjutsu first, but it turned out that there were no ninjutsu at all. Did I get a fake one? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head frantically. That's not right. When I took the scroll, I took it out from that room. I also met the Sandame in the corridor at that time. I didn't take it by mistake. So, this scroll itself is a fake, and it's not even real. Damn it, my plan to make a fortune is ruined just like that. Well, let's learn the shadow clone technique first. Uzumaki Naruto wailed in his heart, sighed, sat down and began to learn the first ninjutsu honestly. The most urgent thing is to learn ninjutsu first. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto turned his gaze to the detailed steps and precautions recorded above. The multiple shadow clone technique is marked as A level, which means it is extremely difficult and requires a high degree of chakra control and complex hand seal steps. Naruto felt a toothache after reading the introduction of this thing. But even if it hurts, you still have to give it your all. As Uzumaki Naruto read the instructions on the scroll, he silently simulated the complicated sequence of hand seals in his mind. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto tried it. He first tried to make seals according to the steps recorded on the scroll. Although his fingers seemed a little clumsy at first, his movements became smoother with each attempt. The order of seals and hand gestures seemed to naturally form a rhythm in his mind, as if these complex movements were not as difficult as he had imagined. What? Naruto frowned slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. This doesn't seem that difficult. Subconsciously, Naruto couldn't help but speed up his practice, becoming more proficient with each hand seal. He could clearly feel that the speed and strength of chakra flowing in his body were constantly increasing, as if this ninjutsu had some kind of natural fit with his chakra. This made Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly widen. Am I a genius? This thought popped up in Naruto's mind. After practicing for a few more times, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly found that he could roughly complete the entire hand seal process. Just as Uzumaki Naruto tried to form hand seals, the chakra in his body began to surge violently and circulate rapidly in the order of the hand seals. He formed the last seal with his hands and then suddenly released his chakra. Shadow Clone Technique. Uzumaki Naruto shouted loudly. A burst of white smoke exploded beside him in an instant. After the smoke dissipated, Naruto was surprised to see that there were dozens of clones exactly like him standing in front of him. Each clone is lifelike, even the expressions and movements are exactly the same. Hiss! What the hell? Naruto stared at everything in front of him in disbelief, his heart too excited to express in words. Did I really do this? I learned an A-level ninjutsu so quickly. He looked around, his heart was filled with shock. It is obviously an extremely difficult ninjutsu, how could I have mastered it so quickly? Ha 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 ha. Unable to suppress his inner ecstasy, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Although I still feel a little unbelievable, I feel more proud and excited. I really learned it. Am I really a genius? Naruto couldn't help but start to wonder if he had some hidden talent that had been activated. Hehe, they would definitely be surprised if they knew I learned it so quickly. Naruto thought proudly with a bright smile on his face. Bang bang bang! At this time, the clones turned into white mist and dissipated into thin air. I think I understand. When I practiced the clone technique, I couldn't control the chakra in my body at all. Even if I released it all at once, I couldn't make the clone complete. Looking at the shadow clone that disappeared after a short while, Uzumaki Naruto pinched his chin and muttered to himself in deep thought. This A-rank ninjutsu caused the number of clones he released to increase suddenly, a number he was currently unable to control. However, each shadow clone consumes chakra. When he activated this ninjutsu, the uncontrolled chakra in his body instantly turned into identical clones of himself, which were evenly distributed. A large amount of chakra is distributed, allowing him to easily create shadow clones and control them simply. A normal ninja would never do this to me. They don't have that much chakra in their bodies. But I'm different. I have the 9 tails sealed inside me. Tisk tisk. Does this mean that I can easily learn those advanced ninjutsu in the future? And then I can defeat the world with one move. Ah ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto's breathing quickened and he laughed triumphantly. The level of ninjutsu is not only linked to its complexity and difficulty, but also to the amount of chakra. Ordinary ninjas don't have chakra like him, I don't have to practice those low-level ninjutsu anymore. There is also the 8 gates ninjutsu. Although this thing is incomplete, I can also record it. Then these 2 ninjutsu can be given to the store owner. After all, without Mr. Lin Mo, I would not know what the future will be like. We have to reciprocate, okay? Muttering, Uzumaki Naruto looked serious. No matter what, I can give these 2 ninjutsu to Lin Mo myself. If I can establish a good relationship with Lin Mo, maybe I can help him get good things in the future. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto smiled brightly. Let's continue to look at this 8 gates of ninjutsu first. While muttering, Uzumaki Naruto quickly squatted down and looked at it. It's incomplete, there's nothing at the back. After not looking for long, Uzumaki Naruto's face turned dark. The 3rd Hokage is such a cunning old man. But he was still able to record the simple ones. Well, you haven't come yet. After a quick look, Uzumaki Naruto noticed that Iruka-sensei and Mizuki-sensei were not there yet. I was thinking of waiting for Iruka-sensei to come over and give him the sealing value jutsu directly, forget it. They were able to find us because of the 3rd Hokage, right? Did they let Iruka-sensei get hurt in front of me? Thinking of the content of the comics he was reading, Uzumaki Naruto pondered for a moment. Having read the comics several times, he knew the plot very well. Forget it. While they are looking for me, I will secretly perform the transformation technique and return to put the ninjutsu scroll back. Then I will go back and copy down the multiple shadow clone technique. Otherwise, when Iruka-sensei comes, he will definitely get hurt. I am doing this for Mizuki-sensei's own good. Hehe, they didn't expect me to go back. Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself and laughed excitedly, just like a fox who had successfully stolen a chicken. Without any hesitation, Uzumaki Naruto decisively performed the transformation technique and directly turned into Irika's appearance. Then he ran all the way towards the Hokage building. Sure enough, everyone is looking for me. Many people have gone outside the village to set up defenses. Not even a ninja guarding it. Uzumaki Naruto soon arrived at the Hokage building. Looking at the empty building, he did not hesitate at all and decisively ran along the same path he had taken before. He quickly returned to the place where he got the seal book. After putting the book of seals back, Uzumaki Naruto turned around, closed the door and left. After leaving the Hokage building, he walked towards home while whistling. Go back and write out the shadow clone technique from memory, and find a chance to deliver it to Mr. Lin Mo tomorrow. And at this moment, Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the figure of Naruto walking out of the Hokage building shown in the crystal ball in front of him and fell into deep thought. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen moved the crystal ball with a twitching mouth. The scene suddenly changed and a forest appeared. Irika and Mizuki walked in one after the other. If Uzumaki Naruto was here, he would definitely see that this was the place where he practiced the multiple shadow clone technique before. Strange. Sarutobi Hiruzen took several puffs of his cigarette with a puzzled look on his face. Why did Naruto come back? The show has begun, and the protagonist has deviated from the route he originally set? Hokage-sama. At this time, an Anbu appeared out of nowhere in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and whispered, Uzumaki Naruto is back, and he also put the book of seals back. Take a look. As the Anbu ninjas stationed in the Hokage building, they also knew about Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions today. So everyone cooperated and left the Hokage building. They were already deployed in the forest, driving Mizuki and Irika into the forest. Eventually the person came back. He also returned the stolen sealing scroll, which silenced them as well. How to do this? Order people to evacuate. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a long time, rubbed his brows with a headache, and said, send the news in the second half of the night that the sealed book has been found, and withdraw all personnel. Add 2 more people to Shoimu's side and report intelligence every day. Don't touch him for now. As for Irika, forget it. I won't notify him for now. Yes. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Anbu ninja immediately nodded and slipped away. How could this be? Watching the departure of the Anbu ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his cigarette in confusion. It shouldn't be. How could this be? Naruto's behavior seemed wrong, yet it also seemed right. There was a strange feeling that he couldn't put his finger on. What a hell! While Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking silently. The other side. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Looking at Lin Mo who was eating noodles, he smiled and said, Lin Mo, you are temporarily living in Konoha, what are your plans? The last time I communicated with Lin Mo, I knew Lin Mo's general situation. He is not from Konoha village and is only staying in Konoha temporarily. I came to his place to eat ramen these days and treated his ramen restaurant as a dining hall. He also chatted with Lin Mo and they became slightly familiar with each other. So we just had a brief chat. I opened a small shop and usually wandered around Konoha. Hearing the hand-typed words, Lin Mo smiled faintly and said, as for the plan, let's just open the store for the time being. If he wanted to become stronger, he could only do so by selling jars. The plan now is to sell more jars. Opening a shop. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Shouta suddenly became interested. What kind of store is it? If I have time, I will go over to support it. This young man actually owns a shop. Being able to come to Konoha village as an outsider and temporarily live there and open a shop means that he is not only rich, but his identity is definitely not that of an ordinary person. Lin Mo doesn't look like a businessman. Could he be a rich kid? But how could a rich kid open a store? Generally, you need to hire people to open a shop. A small jar shop. Lin Mo chuckled and said, sell some jars. Selling jars. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Icarus, who had just finished cleaning up, came over with an interested look on his face and said, "Speaking of which, our ramen shop also needs to buy some cans. Next time we have a chance, we will go to your shop to buy them." Well, this. Hearing what Icarus said, Lin Mo looked strange. The jars he sells can only be opened to get the contents. That thing can't hold anything. Next to him, Tian, who was sitting next to Lin Mo, looked interested and smiled slightly in his heart. "I'm afraid Sister Changpu couldn't have imagined that the price of a jar in Lin Mo's jar shop is 100,000 taels. When you find out, you will definitely be surprised." "Well, that's settled." And Ayam continued with a smile, "I'll treat you to this ramen meal today. You don't have to pay." "Ah? How can this be possible?" Hearing what Icarus said, Tian quickly said, "Sister Icarus, you don't have to be so polite. Don't refuse." Icarus stretched out his finger and shook it. "I am waiving the fee for this Lin Mo. Tian, you are just a byproduct. If you really want to pay, it's not impossible." As he spoke, Icarus smiled brightly at Lin Mo. There is even a hint of shyness in the depths of her eyes. In her opinion, Lin Mo is really good looking. "Yeah, okay." After hearing what Icarus said, Tian scratched his head. "It turns out that I was just a byproduct." When Lin Mo heard what Icarus said and looked at Icarus's attitude that cannot be refused, he immediately nodded and accepted Icarus's kindness. "Thank you then." He doesn't need the money for a bowl of ramen, and Icarus doesn't need the money for a bowl of ramen either. So he accepted Icarus' generosity with ease. Seeing Lin Mo accept it, Changpu's smile suddenly brightened and his eyebrows curved into crescents. At this time, Lin Mo also looked at the calamus with the help of the light, and felt that the calamus was quite beautiful. This thin figure is very beautiful. And wearing a chef's uniform gives it a special feel. It would probably look better if I changed it to a blue cook's uniform. Next to him, Xiaoda was watching this scene, smiling but not saying a word. He didn't care too much about what his daughter Icarus said. As Changpu's father, he almost immediately judged that his daughter was attracted by Lin Mo's appearance, so he took the initiative to make friends with him. Although he had only met Lin Mo for a few days, he could see that Lin Mo had a very peaceful personality. But he knew very little about Lin Mo, so it was a good opportunity for him to make friends and have a chat with him. Seeing that Lin Mo is not wearing a ninja forehead protector, he should not be a ninja. After all, for ninjas, the ninja forehead protector is a symbol of status, and few people would not wear it. Then, Lin Mo briefly chatted with Icarus, said goodbye to Xiaoda, and walked out of Ichiraku Ramen with Tian. Night had already fallen and the sky was shrouded in deep black. However, a bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a cool silver light, as if covering the quiet street with a veil. The moonlight was like water, flowing gently on the figures of Lin Mo and Tian. As the breeze blew, one could seem to hear the whispers of the moonlight. Lin Mo looked up at the bright moon, squinted his eyes, and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. This kind of clear moonlit night was an almost unattainable luxury in his memory of his previous life. "I won't send it to you." Taking his eyes off the moon, Lin Mo looked at Tian and said with a smile, "Why don't you go back by yourself, or come sit over at my place? There isn't much business over there at night, so it might be a bit boring to just sit there. Is Mr. Lin Mo free?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, Tian squinted his eyes and said, "Would you like to take a walk together? Just like digesting the food after dinner. It's not impossible." Hearing Tian's words, Lin Mo nodded. He came to KONOHA village, but hadn't taken a good look around KONOHA yet. "It is good." Seeing that Lin Mo agreed, Tian smiled brightly and took the initiative to lead Lin Mo on the way. As the two were strolling around KONOHA, they discovered that the tense atmosphere on the village streets had gradually disappeared. Even the number of patrolling ninjas decreased, which surprised Lin Mo. Are they all gathering in the forest? I really didn't expect that two major events would happen in succession today. Tenten complained silently as he walked. I heard from my teacher that the Book of Sealing is the most precious treasure of a ninja village. Even a jonin cannot read the Book of Sealing without making great contributions. It contains many important ninjutsu and is a precious treasure of a ninja village. How could this thing be stolen? She thought about this matter all the way but still couldn't understand it. Yet, it's a pity that many people don't understand it. Lin Mo nodded, but what if it was intentional? Forward. Tian Tian was stunned when he heard Lin Mo's words. On purpose, why? However, thinking about what he had experienced before and what Lin Mo had said, Tian Tian suddenly fell silent. There must be some calculation here that she doesn't know about. Konoha village was not at all what she had imagined in school. While thinking this, he continued walking with Lin Mo. In the end, Tian Tian sent Lin Mo all the way to the jar shop before saying goodbye to Lin Mo and turning away. The first thing Lin Mo did when he returned to the store was to make the things Tianatian's father and mother had opened before appear in suspension. The first thing to be fused was the Chunin level chakra, which could save him the step of training. End of this chapter.